Hey everyone, and welcome to a brand new video. Tonight we have roughly 10 hours worth of horror stories. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's see if we can reach 700 likes on this one. I think if everybody took just a quick second, we could do it. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as there is content just like this all over this channel. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. I was used to visiting empty properties as part of my job as a real estate broker, and that time was no different. Earlier that day, Mr. Joshua had walked into our office with his suspenders and bowler hat. A very friendly gentleman who even gave me a candy when he greeted me. "Here you go, young man," he said, placing the candy in my hand, "to sweeten your day." I thanked Mr. Joshua with a smile and accepted the candy before listening to his description of the estate he was interested in selling. "It's a large property," he said, handing over a copy of the land deed. "Here are the rest of the details. I need to sell it as soon as possible." "Do you have a deadline?" I asked. "I'm traveling tomorrow. I have a flight to Europe, planning to spend my remaining years visiting the Slavic countries." He chuckled, now with a slight accent noticeable in his voice. "Were you born here?" I asked, curious. "Yes, I'm originally from Romania," Mr. Joshua replied with a nostalgic gleam in his eyes. "But I haven't seen my homeland in decades. Anyway, I'm looking forward to it." "Don't worry, Mr. Joshua. We'll do our best and keep you informed about any buyers," I said, shaking his hand. I wasted no time, and before noon, I was already driving to the remote, rural property. The hot air blew through the open windows of my car as I drove along the rural road. When I finally arrived, I immediately noticed it was a charming estate, albeit a bit neglected. I parked the car and took out the copy of the deed Mr. Joshua had given me, double-checking the address before beginning the evaluation. I walked around the main house, examining every detail, starting from the exterior, where I noticed the need for repairs on the paint and roof, as well as dense vegetation growing up to the driveway. Given that, I entered the house, finding a scene of abandonment. Furniture covered with dusty sheets, cobwebs adorning the corners of the ceiling, and the smell of mildew permeating the air. "Wow, how long has he stopped living here?" I said just before being hit by a sneeze, rubbing my nose. I decided to start my inspection on the ground floor, opening doors and windows to let in some fresh air. As I rummaged through the living room for signs of deterioration, my eyes fixated on an old but sturdy sound system in the corner. It was one of those vintage devices that seemed straight out of the 80s. Beside it, a stack of music tapes, all labeled with names of famous bands. Curious, I decided to examine the tapes more closely. Among them were various collections of classic rock albums: Black Sabbath, Guns N' Roses, AC/DC, and many others. It was like a time capsule of music from that era. Who would have thought that old Josh is into metal? I grabbed my phone to take a picture, sending it to the elderly man with the message: "Good afternoon, sir. I found these tapes in the living room. Did you forget them? Can I bring them to you when I return?" He promptly replied, "Oh, what a pleasant surprise, young man." Mr. Joshua replied, "Yes, those tapes are my relics. I'm glad you found them. Feel free to take them. I no longer use them, not just them. If there's anything else you like around there that can still be of use, consider it a gift from me. By the way, how's the visit going?" "The visit is going well so far. I'm just starting the inspection, but I've already been able to assess some of the structure. I'll keep exploring and keep you updated on any developments." "Great, young man. I'm glad to hear everything is under control. Good luck with the rest of the inspection, and keep me posted." By the way, enjoy the tapes. The exchange of messages with Mr. Joshua put me at ease. I knew I could count on him for any eventuality. After inspecting the kitchen, which thankfully didn't have any old stuff there, I decided to head upstairs to finish the inspection and avoid hitting the road at night. I climbed the stairs, the creaking of the old wood echoing through the silence. Upon reaching the top, I was greeted by a narrow hallway. With closed doors lining both sides, I decided to start with the first door on the left. Upon entering, I was greeted by a strange sight. It was as if time had frozen there. The bed was meticulously made, as if someone had just left, and an old dresser displayed a set of perfumes and jewelry. The sunlight filtered through the faded curtains, creating a surreal atmosphere. I walked through the room, checking every detail. That's when I noticed an old wallpaper, one of its edges loose and fallen. I decided to speed things up a bit and pulled it, but in doing so, I ended up revealing a small closet behind that wall. The smell of mildew became stronger as I entered the cramped space. The shelves were filled with dusty boxes and old clothes, but it was what I found at the back of the closet that left me breathless. There, hidden among piles of old sheets, was a wooden chest. Its exterior was worn by time, but still exuded an air of luxury. With trembling hands, I opened the box and looked inside. My eyes widened when I saw what was inside. A collection of dolls. They were facing me, their glass eyes staring at me uncomfortably. I couldn't help but take a step back. What the? My heart was racing. This is quite bizarre. I grabbed my phone to take a picture, not to send to Joshua, but it was a great work story. It was when, upon opening the box for the second time, I noticed that one of the dolls was a classic China doll model, with a lace dress and perfectly groomed blonde hair. I remembered that my niece had seen one of these in a video of old toys, and couldn't stop asking for one for my sister. I decided to keep the doll. At least it would do more good as a toy than aging there. With the doll carefully wrapped, I left the closet and continued my inspection of the other rooms on the second floor. The further I progressed down the hallway, the stronger the feeling of being watched seemed to grow. The rooms were mostly empty, or had things that I assumed were for their children. A nursery, one with children's toys, etc. However, when I reached the last door, an irrational fear crept over me. I turned the doorknob, a little nervous, but when I pushed it, it wouldn't budge. I pushed harder, but the door remained locked. Suddenly, a thud. Something hit the door from the inside. I fell to the floor, terrified. My heart raced as I struggled to get up, legs trembling. Another thud, this time followed by a bizarrely loud scream. I recoiled further, now terrified, the screams echoing through the house. My feet were nearly tripping, and my mind wasn't thinking straight as I tried to get out of that place and flee whatever it was as fast as possible. I finished the flight of stairs by jumping the last 3 steps, just as I heard a sound of wood cracking and falling to the ground. Whatever it was, it had knocked down the door. My breath was fast and irregular as I ran out of the house, feeling the hot afternoon air against my face. Fear drove me, making me run faster than ever. I didn't even dare to look back. I reached my car panting and trembling, my shaky hands barely able to find the keys in my pocket. Finally, I managed to open the door and throw myself inside the vehicle, locking it immediately, still hearing those screams now coming from the dark interior of the house. My heart was still pounding hard as I tried to control my breathing. I sped away as fast as I could, and halfway there, I was back on asphalt road again. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting, half fearing to see some sinister figure chasing me. Thankfully, I saw nothing but trees on the roadside swaying in the wind. The rest of the journey back to town was a blur of adrenaline and fear. I could barely process what had happened in that isolated house. I arrived at the office and pretended, just being monosyllabic, and giving our approval for the sale of the property. It was Friday, and finally, the clock's hand signaled the time, 5 p.m. I packed up my things, declining the invitation for a happy hour. I just wanted to rest. I got in the car and went home, drinking a beer and dozing off on the couch, the TV lights flashing in my dreams. The next day, I woke up feeling exhausted and with a knot in my stomach. The sun was shining through the curtains, strong, giving me a headache just from looking at it. I decided not to tell anyone about what happened at that isolated estate. After all, who would believe a story like that? As I had my breakfast, my phone rang. It was my sister. "Good morning, Bob. Are you coming to lunch with us today? Juan made that divine spaghetti." I really love that spaghetti. But what caught my attention in the message was remembering the doll. It was there, inside my bag. I had put it there at the beginning of yesterday's confusion and ended up forgetting about it. I took it out, the sun illuminating its happy blue eyes. Sure, I'll be there soon. Half an hour later, I was parking in their garage. Upon entering, I was greeted by the delicious aroma of spaghetti and the warm embrace of the gathered family. My niece was playing in the living room, her eyes shining with excitement when she saw me. "Uncle Bob, I missed you." "I have something for you, little rascal," I said jokingly to her. "What is it? What is it?" "Just a special present I found during work," I said, smiling at her. "Here you go." I took the doll out of the bag and handed it to Becca, who took it eagerly. Her eyes lit up as she saw the porcelain doll with its delicate dresses and blonde hair. "Wow, she's beautiful. This is exactly the one I wanted. Thank you, Uncle Bob," she said, hugging the doll affectionately. "Did you buy one of these?" Jenna said, entering the room. "Oh no, I found it at work. An elderly man donated old stuff from the house." "Wow, lucky you. She wouldn't stop bothering us for one of these." I sat down at the table to enjoy lunch. However, something inside me was restless. The memory of the eerie room still echoed in my mind like a shadow looming over me. "No, seriously," I commented during one of the conversations. "You won't believe what happened." Becca walked into the room, the doll in her hands, the dress lowered, revealing a zipper open on its back, with an empty compartment where the tape was now in my niece's hands. "What is this, Mommy?" Jenna picked it up. "It's a tape. People used to keep movies in there before we had the internet." "So can we watch the cartoon that's on it?" We glanced at each other. "You know, sweetheart." Juan cleared his throat. "Uncle Bob and I will check to see if it's a good cartoon, and then we'll watch it together, okay? Play with Mommy and your doll in the meantime." He took the tape from Jenna, and we went upstairs. Juan was a guy who enjoyed antiques, and I knew they had a videotape. What irony. "This is strange, Bob, you know? There are so many possibilities. It could be your client's daughter's favorite cartoon, which she hid inside the doll. Or it could be, I don't know, anything in there." The comment elicited a nervous smile from me. "Well, there's only one way to find out," I said, putting the tape in the old VCR we found in the room. The machine hummed as the tape began to roll. The TV screen flickered, and for a moment, all we saw was static. My heart pounded as we waited to see what was on that tape. Finally, the image cleared, and a dark scene appeared. It was hard to see much, just some shadows moving quickly. I leaned forward, trying to discern what was happening. Then the shadows became clearer, revealing Mr. Joshua, several years younger. In the background was that room with the bathtub I had seen. He adjusted the camera, and then went off to some corner out of view. His voice could be heard saying, "Hey darling, come on, It's time for your bath." "Huh? Is it a family video?" Juan asked, leaning towards the screen with curiosity. Joshua reappeared with a woman in his arms. Her shiny hair reminded me of the doll's, and, eerily, Becca's too. Her eyes were filled with terror as she looked directly into the camera. She was tied up and gagged, unable to make any sound other than muffled moans. The man then threw her. A loud splash as her body hit the water. She fell with her face down, thrashing as she tried to turn over to breathe. Joshua watched silently from the side. As she almost stopped moving, he then pulled her hair back, allowing air to enter her nose. She was crying now, and as she took a breath, she began to scream. "No, no, no," Joshua said as he let her go again. He got up and disappeared from the frame for a while, leaving her there. Suddenly, a loud background noise. It was Black Sabbath. A shiver ran down my spine as he reappeared, once again pulling the almost lifeless girl out of the water, shouting for her voice to become audible. "Now we can continue," he said. After that, he took a sharp object, a knife or scissors, it wasn't clear, and started cutting the woman's clothes as she sobbed and begged for mercy. He peeled off 2 copper wires with the object, and then flipped a switch on the machine connected to them, bringing it closer to the water as panic overtook the woman. I was petrified. My stomach churned as I watched, horrified and unable to look away. Juan was quicker than me, and turned off the device before that grotesque image materialized. I turned to him, and saw he was pale beside me, his face a mask of shock and disgust. "What is this?" he muttered, his voice trembling. I don't know," I said, snapping out of the trance, "but that was the owner who talked to me." What do we do now?" Juan asked, his voice wavering. I didn't have an answer. What could we do besides take the footage to the police? That's what we did. We drove in silence to the nearest police station, each of us lost in our own thoughts. The macabre video continued to echo in my mind, its disturbing images forever etched into my memory. When we arrived at the police station, we were greeted by a duty officer. We explained the situation as best we could, handing over the tape as evidence. The officer listened to our story with a serious expression, making notes as we spoke, and then we followed him to a room where he and the detective watched what was recorded. This time I looked away, but I could hear everything, and they listened until the end. The detective looked at us with a grim expression after the video ended. He thanked us for our cooperation and promised to investigate the matter. He said he would contact us if he needed any further information. And that's what he did. I received the call the next day, in the late afternoon, summoning me to come back there again. They asked me to pinpoint the location where I found the tapes on a map, and I did, showing the exact location of Mr. Joshua's estate. By the way, we found out that wasn't his real name. The documents and even the deed he showed us were forged. What disturbed me, however, was seeing a young woman, maybe 21, 22 years old, enter the room, covered in a thermal blanket. She was asked to identify a photo of Joshua, and as soon as she saw it, she started screaming. Her screams cut through the air of the police station, echoing through the corridors as she struggled to contain her agony. Her eyes overflowed with horror and anguish, her breath rapid and irregular, filling the room. She was found near the location you indicated last Friday. One of the police officers accompanying her said she had been missing for over a year. My heart stopped. I began to understand a little of what had happened that afternoon. She had managed to free herself and lunged at the door when she heard my footsteps. I suppose, thinking I was her captor, that's why she didn't run after the car. I felt a bit of guilt for not helping, thinking that if they hadn't found her quickly, something worse would have happened. Furthermore, after a thorough search, they discovered the horrifying amount of 99 dolls in his house, all with tapes inside containing recordings similar to the one we watched. Each of the dolls was an exact copy of the victim in their video. The discovery left everyone horrified, especially because many of those young women had been missing for years, with no one knowing their whereabouts. They requested confidentiality for the case, as they still hadn't caught the suspect, and considering that there were no flights from the local airport to Romania on the day Joshua indicated, they decided it would be best to keep the developments hidden for the time being. But why am I disclosing this? Well, yesterday morning, I woke up and as soon as I opened the door, I came face to face with a doll lying at my feet. A chill ran down my spine as I looked at the doll on the floor. Its vacant eyes seemed to stare at me, as if challenging me to uncover its origin. I bent down to pick it up, feeling a shiver run down my skin as my fingers touched its shiny hair. Without hesitation, I brought the doll inside and placed it on the kitchen table, opening its back and finding, as expected, a tape. This time it had 100 ? Written on its spine. I called Juan and asked him to come over and bring the cassette player. In 5 minutes he had already arrived. The TV screen flickered and the tape began to roll. At first, all we saw was static, but soon the images began to form. I had to contain my own fear when I recognized the little girl in the video. Becca. She was playing on the slide while her mother watched her. You could hear heavy breathing in the background, as if he was, well, doing something in the bushes where he was. Juan was panting and my state was close to his. The image turned to static again and cut to another scene. This time he was talking to the girl. "Hi, dear. What a beautiful dress." His hoarse voice sounded. "Thank you," she said, unaware of the danger she was in. "My mom gave it to me." Juan started crying. "She's really good at that, huh? Do you want some candy?" He said, giving her the same kind of candy he gave me at the office. "Yay." She took the candy and ate it. "I like playing here in the park. If you come more often, I can give you more." "Okay." The footage cut, this time to a doll, and Joshua's last sentence. "You will be my 100th, and perhaps last." I'm shaking now. My mind doesn't know what's happening. Juan ran home 20 minutes ago, and I heard a sound coming from the backyard 10 minutes ago. I'm locked in the room while staring at the static on the screen. I don't know what else to do. There used to be an old butcher shop down the street from my grandparents' house. It was about a few houses down, but it was unmistakable. An old concrete building, adorned with old logos for Pepsi, Coke, and blurbs about the special meats they had on sale. Ribeyes for $9. Strip steaks for only $12. All emboldened in a tacky comic font that harkened back to a time long ago. I only ever had been in the building a few times, but I can remember some details of the interior. It had an old country store vibe, shelves filled with old candies and other assortments, various canned goods, and breads from different brands. But if you went into this store, you primarily came for the cheap cold cuts. And I instinctively remember this big metal meat freezer right next to the counter. It scared me a little as a kid, thinking what could end up being in there. The shop was owned by an old butcher and his wife. They were a sweet old couple, the kind you'd see going to church every Sunday. They both wore glasses, and the butcher always had his apron on, ready to go. I can't remember a time when the old man didn't have it on. He was always behind that counter, every single day. If it were Sunday, he'd open at 1, and he'd always close the store at 5. His wife was the cashier. She'd sit up at the counter taking the money, while he was always cutting and tenderizing behind the meat counter. They were open for quite some time. Locals considered it a hidden gem when it came to getting delicious meats for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Then one day in 2011, the shop closed. I remember the day I found out. I was going with my grandfather to the shop. He had wanted to make steaks that day, and the butcher's shop was where he would normally get his cuts from. He went in his old pickup down the street, hopped out onto the old gravel parking lot, and walked up to the door. On the door was a chain lock and a sign. "Sorry, we're closed." That was strange considering that it was 2:30 when we arrived. They were never closed that early. Disappointed, my grandfather told me to hop back in the truck, and we went to the supermarket down the road from the neighborhood. Over time, more and more people came by the store to check if it was open, to no avail. The sign remained in the same position that we saw it the day we went. It was disappointing to everyone in the neighborhood, considering the only place anyone could find cheap cold cuts was closed seemingly indefinitely. And what was even stranger than the fact that the couple closed the shop abruptly was the fact that no one seemed to have seen the couple after that. They stopped showing up to church. You'd never see them come out of their house, which coincidentally was right next to the store itself. Some rumored them to have died, yet nothing close to their names ever appeared in the paper in the obituary section. No one knew if they had any other family, so no one thought to do a wellness check. It's like they had vanished off the face of the earth. Over time, everyone seemed to have forgotten the place. Sure, you could see the store while passing by on the street, or catch a glimpse when you drove by, but there was no sign of activity inside or outside the store. The old signs gradually faded out over the years due to weather and other factors. There were always rumblings of some real estate company or local business owner wanting to buy the building, but nothing ever came of it. So like many old buildings in our town, it became a nostalgic reminder of a time gone by. That is, until one summer a few years back. You see, like many old buildings in the area, graffiti artists started to use the building as a place of practice for their art, much to the chagrin of the locals who preferred the building stay stuck in its time. So out of respect for the old couple and their legacy, local community organizers would come and repaint the walls from time to time. It wasn't a lot of work at first, but then the tags started to appear more frequently. I can even remember some of the ones that were found on the side of the building. JJ, Robo, Hellspawn. That one always stuck out to me. The place was always considered to be a simple, peaceful little grocery store, so for it to have such a phrase tagged onto it was ironic. Due to the frequency of the vandalism, they decided to have some members of the neighborhood form a watch to help stave off any potential vandals. I was one of the volunteers who would paint the walls since I was on break from school and staying with my grandparents. The routine we had going was this. At night the watch would patrol the area, while the rest of us came to clean up any mess during the day. It worked for a few days, but towards the end of the week, some of our night members started to not show up. We tried calling their houses to no avail, so eventually we just circled to clean up whatever mess happened overnight and called it good. Then we started noticing the smell. It wasn't as pungent at first, but then throughout the summer, it got worse by the day. We tried tracking the source of the smell, but found absolutely nothing indicating that it was occurring outside. Then one of the volunteers suggested maybe the smell was occurring inside the building. None of us truly wanted to go inside since it was an old building and God only knew what was rotting inside there. It was an old butcher block after all, but we decided that it might take some time for the sanitation department to come out, and if the smell got stronger, the neighbors would complain. So we bucked up and broke in. It wasn't too hard since one of the more handy volunteers had some bolt cutters in their truck. So we snapped the chain lock and headed inside. "Oh yeah, it's definitely in here," one of the guys shouted. The first thing that seemed off to us was that the place looked like a tornado had gone through it. Shelves once neatly organized and labeled were all over the place, with cans and various other assortments adorning the now yellowed and dirtied floor. The meat counter was empty, and the smell in the air was almost unbearable. The freezer next to the door was bolted shut. The lock itself was strangely new, almost like it was bought yesterday. I noticed that there was a door that was open ajar near the counter. I figured it might have been an office of some kind, so I opened it cautiously and saw an old metal desk with what looked to be an old CRT and a VHS player on top of it. This must have been the security system, I thought. Considering the old couple were not the most tech-savvy people in the community, it made sense that their security system still ran on tape. I figured that maybe the tapes would shed some light on what happened to them. So while the others were exploring the store, I sat down and tried to get the security system to turn on. It took a few tries, but after some finagling, I heard the distinct sound of static coming to life and was greeted by a blank picture. VHS tapes littered the table, each with a label denoting the day of filming. I took a look at each one until one caught my eye. 6/3/11. This was the day before the store closed. I popped the tape into the player and hit play. June 3rd, 2011, 5 p.m. The video showed a few different angles of the store. One view was of the checkout counter, two of the aisles of the store, and then the last of the meat counter and freezer. The old man sat behind his counter, working on cutting some ribs down to wash. The wife was busy tallying up the money they had received from the business day. It looked like a completely normal day for the two. That wasn't until I noticed the meat freezer slowly opening. I wasn't the only one who noticed. As in the video, the old man had stepped out and saw the same. He slowly walked towards the door and opened it. What happened next is hard to describe. He starts to yell, apparently frightened at what he sees. This then alerts his wife, who runs out from behind the cash register towards the door of the fridge. Once she reaches the door where her husband is standing, she looks as well and joins in on the screaming. They both are screaming so loud that the audio, already garbled by the age of the equipment, starts to clip. I watch as on the screen, the old couple gets engulfed by something. I could tell it wasn't human, nor was it an animal. It looked almost like it could have been a smudge on the screen. They continued to scream as whatever the thing was pulled them into the darkness of the meat freezer, and once pulled in, the door slammed shut. My face went pale. The scene was quiet for about 10 minutes. Then the door opened again, and a mass of long black tendrils shot across the floor, knocking over the shelves. One shot over the meat counter, and wrapped around the butcher knife the old man was using to cut the ribs. Then the tendrils receded into the freezer. All the while, horrified screams could be heard from the darkness. I fast-forwarded the tape, hoping to catch another glimpse of whatever creature that was inside the freezer. But after that moment, there were no sounds, no screams, nothing at all. Then I heard the clink of chains being dropped to the floor. I bolted out of the office, screaming at the others, "Don't open the door!" But it was too late. The door slowly crept open, but no creature emerged. But that smell. It smelled like the stench of death. On the floor, partially illuminated by the sunlight creeping in, were several boxes of old beef, chicken, and pork, all moldy from the passage of time. Flies and other insects buzzed about. But that wasn't even the worst thing we found. One of the volunteers shined a flashlight inside the freezer. The walls were caked in blood. I wasn't sure if it was human, animal, or something else. Hanging from the meat hooks were different bags, each filled with processed and tenderized corpses. Human corpses. And 3 were fresh. We bolted out of the building and immediately called 911 and screamed for the cops to come. In the end, 7 different bodies were carried out of the butcher shop that day. They were identified as the owners of the store, while the other 5 were volunteers from the night watch. The store was demolished shortly after that, and a candlelight vigil was held for the lives that were lost. I was never the same after seeing that tape, knowing that I was the only one who saw what happened to those 2, and knowing that what happened to them likely happened to our volunteers. I didn't go to my grandparents for some time after that, until they eventually moved away from that neighborhood. After some years of consultation with therapists, I ended up returning to that neighborhood recently. I met up with one of the neighborhood kids who had been a playmate of mine. Trauma never really goes away, and you can kind of see that when you drive through the neighborhood now. Most of the houses close to the site of the tragedy are now abandoned, although there are still some, like my old buddy, who still call it their home. I asked him about the demolition, and how the community felt when the place finally came down. He took a little bit of time to think before he answered. "You know, it's really weird," he explained. They bulldozed the place quickly after word got around about what happened. Before they did, though, the police checked the place one last time. For whatever reason, they found wrapped cold cuts sitting on the meat counter. He paused for a moment. They were fresh. There is something wrong with my family. When I walked through the door after spending 2 days at a slumber party, the house smelled of bacon. Mom was actually cooking dinner, which was crazy because Mom never cooked dinner. She was either at work, locked in her home office on the ground floor, or in her room complaining of a migraine. We never ate Mom's cooking because she never cooked for us. My brother Fitz once joked she would cook us an Excel spreadsheet or throw her iPhone in the air fryer to make a stew. He was almost right. A few months ago, Mom microwaved her iPad. We weren't really an eating together type of family. Sure, we had the white picket fence and family SUV. We greeted our neighbors every day with nuclear family smiles. Mom was the head of her book club on her days off, and Dad worked in an office. From the outside, we were your average Brady Bunch. My best friend had even commented on it. "Ruby, your family is so close. I wish mine were like yours." Close couldn't have been further from the truth. Keeping up appearance is all we had to do in front of the locals. I smiled my biggest smile and wore my hair in a perfect ponytail. Fitz and Cassie followed suit, playing their part as nuclear children. That is what Mom wanted us to be. However, our dollhouse wasn't as perfect as perceived. Inside our so-called forever home, we were a disconnected group of lodgers. Mom barely spoke to us, and when she did, she was enforcing yet another rule. Don't go into the living room unsupervised. Don't go into the basement. Don't eat food outside of the kitchen. Don't wear your shoes inside. Mom had different rules tailored to each of us. For me, I wasn't allowed electronics after 8 p.m. Fitz, who was 1 year older, had a set curfew of 9 p.m. Cassie could only eat fruit and vegetables on Wednesday. Snacks, candy, and chocolate were banned for all of us. We weren't even allowed to sit on the living room couch. Mom was terrified of us ruining it, so we had beanbags. When I first got a whiff of bacon, I was convinced either our house was burning down, or my brother had finally gotten tired of his Uber Eats diet. Fitz wasn't a cook, though. Christmas 2019, his turkey dinner gave us all food poisoning. I was slipping out of my shoes and hanging up my jacket when a familiar voice tinkered from the kitchen. "Ruby, sweetie, I'm making dinner if you're hungry." It smelled amazing, whatever it was. I was in disbelief, walking into the kitchen to find my mom standing over a bubbling pan. "Can you set the table, honey?" Fitz and Cassie joined us, followed by Dad. "Smells good, Mom." Fitz jumped into his seat with a grin, which was definitely odd for him. Normally the guy took 5 working days to sit down. Cassie slid past me, ruffling my hair. "Hey, sis." My family were acting different in general. Cassie was unusually smiley, not the bratty teenager she usually was, while my brother dropped his patronizing smirk and "I'm better than you" attitude for a more laid-back vibe. Usually, my brother and sister were insufferable. Cassie always had to bring up how much she hated all of us. Fitz wouldn't rest until he had the last word, and Dad's face was beet red. Now, it was like they'd had a personality purge. Fitz caught my eye, his lips curling into a smile. "Yo." He saluted me with 2 fingers, which was not my brother. Fitz Satori greeted me with a scowl or a pretentious movie quote. Before I left for the slumber party, he wouldn't shut up about a black and white French movie only he had seen. If Cassie and I liked a movie, he hated it. If he liked something, Fitz would make sure we didn't like it. My brother's wardrobe was like he was trying to cosplay Sherlock Holmes, and I still didn't understand how he had friends at school. The thing with my siblings was, I missed them. It used to be the 3 of us versus the world, and our dictator-like mother. But since starting high school, Fitz had turned into this pretentious film freak with an obsession with being right, and Cassie was 16 going on 21. Presently, my brother's demeanor was more relaxed, not the stiff, uptight BS he usually was, always trying to get ahead of the conversation and prove himself right. In the corner of my eye, I could have sworn something flashed, a bright light filling the edges of my vision, like a Polaroid was being taken. Fitz didn't notice. Leaning over the table, he stabbed his fork into my steak, speaking through a mouthful of mashed potato. "Are you eating this?" I shook my head, watching in disbelief as he took my whole plate, inhaling my food too. Cassie, who was always glued to her phone, gave him a playful shove. Well, that was weird. The 2 of them couldn't go one day without trying to rip each other's heads off. I don't know what baffled me more. Seeing my siblings sitting together, shoulder to shoulder instead of avoiding each other like the plague, or the fact that Cassie was yet to announce that she hated all of us, and couldn't wait until college, which usually followed with Fitz saying, "What college?" and ending up with a face full of food. But it didn't end there, because when they were sent to their rooms, they continued, snapping at each other with passive-aggressive remarks until they were physically trying to murder one another. The craziest part is the 2 of them used to be so close. If Cassie didn't throw a death threat at Fitz, it wasn't a normal satiri dinner. Now I was watching them nudge each other like they knew something I didn't. "Okay, what happened while I was away?" I spoke up, toying with my fork. Mom settled me with a smile. "What do you mean?" I bit my tongue, waiting for Dad to intervene with a cough. When we did eat together, which was rare, Dad wasn't a fan of talking at the table. When I risked a look at him, though, Dad was happily chewing through his meal. He caught my eye, grinning through steak juices running down his chin. "Isn't it a wonderful day?" He nodded for me to continue, a crunching noise twisting my gut. Dad was grinding through the steak bones. He stopped, slowly inclining his head. Ruby, are you okay, darling? I felt my fingers tighten around my fork. Dad never called me darling. He made it clear I wasn't the favorite child, making little effort with me when I was a kid in favor of Fitz and Cassie. It was always those two who he had spent time with. I remember sitting outside the basement door with cookies, waiting for Cassie and Fitz to come back up the stairs. They were down there for hours, sometimes a whole day. The only bonding I did with my father was when I snuck down there myself. Dad was always working, so I stuck around, usually spinning around in his chair or poking things I shouldn't poke. I was still struggling to process darling, mashed potato creeping back up my throat when Fitz kicked me under the table. His smile was unnerving me. The way he and Cassie kept grinning at each other, like they knew something I didn't. It was just like when we were kids. Fitz was trembling, trying, and failing to hold in laughter. "What's going on, Ruby?" He choked before bursting into childlike giggles. Cassie joined in, her smile stretching wider and wider. Something ice cold trickled down my spine. Too many teeth. "We never have dinner together," I said pointedly, glancing at Mom. "Unless you're impressing a work colleague." I turned to Fitz. "You barely come out of your room, and when you do, you're insufferable." Fitz only smirked, and I moved on to Cassie, who wasn't fooling me with her innocent smile with far too many teeth. "And you only come downstairs when you want something." There was a pause before Fitz exploded into laughter. Cassie started giggling, and to my confusion, even Mom was trying to hide her smile. My rule-obsessed, fun-hating mother was barely holding in her own hysterics. Dad wasn't laughing. Dad was still grinding bones between his teeth. I stood up, which made my brother howl harder. "What's so funny?" My family didn't respond, snorting like middle schoolers. I snatched my plate up from Fitz. "You're all sociopaths." I waited for the inevitable chastising for swearing. I stubbed my toe a few weeks ago, accidentally saying the F word, and Mom almost had a nervous breakdown. She said my vulgar language was a problem that would be solved by taking away my phone for a week, but this time, Mom didn't even notice. She was still eating, stifling her own Snickers. I was planning on heading to my room, but I couldn't help it, making a detour down the hallway. Dad always told me to look at the teeth. Too many teeth was bad. Too many teeth meant something was wrong. Mom immediately noticed, her shadow following me, another flash of light behind me, and this time I could hear a shudder sound. "Ruby, where are you going?" Twisting around, my mother was smiling at me. I blinked, and the hallway I had known my whole life suddenly appeared warped, like it wasn't real, like it was slowly closing in on me, and my destination was getting further away. With panic rising in my chest, my hands searched for a door that was no longer there, bleeding into the wallpaper. Another flash. This time it was brighter, filling the dark with light that didn't make sense, a blinding white blur fraying the edges of my vision. But where was the camera? "Ruby." I blinked again. Mom was standing closer, her smile wider. "Is there something wrong?" I found my voice. "What was that light?" Mom did a slow head incline, mimicking my brother. "What light?" I was growing progressively more paranoid, my hands shaking. "Is someone taking photos of me?" I whispered. Mom's plastic grin didn't waver. "Photos? What do you mean, sweetie?" I managed to shake my head, pushing past her. "Nothing," I said. "I'm okay. I'm just tired." Mom nodded, and I could hear Fitz giggling behind me. When I looked, however, there was nobody there. Still, my brother's shrieks of laughter followed me all the way to my room, only stopping when I slammed the door. 4:01 a.m. There was a figure standing in my doorway. I thought it was a trick of the mind, but no. There was someone standing inside my room, peeking through their hands. For a disorienting moment, I was frozen. I couldn't move. Fitz? When I sat up, I was blinded by that same light, the unmistakable sound of a camera shutter filling the silence. The figure didn't have a face, a shadow hanging over my bed, but looking closer, it did have wide, laughing eyes peeking through its fingers, keeping my gaze glued to the figure, who was very slowly uncovering its eyes like playing a game of peekaboo. I reached to switch on the light. The shadow ran away, though I definitely saw my brother's dark red hair. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept waking up. The laughing had stopped, but I could still see Fitz's unmoving shadow, his feet under the door, all night. Obviously, I called him out on it the next morning. "What were you doing last night?" I demanded, trying to force down toast. Fitz acted oblivious, because of course he did. "What did I do?" he teased, wearing that smirk I wanted to carve off his face. "You stood outside my door all night." Fitz chuckled into his glass of juice. "You can't prove it." Mom was yet to get ready for work, eating cereal from the box. She was halfway through a bottle of wine when I came down for breakfast, laughing hysterically at a refrigerator commercial. Usually my mom was gone before I woke up, not to mention we weren't allowed to eat cereal for breakfast. It was always health food crap. "Mom?" I gritted out. Cassie was making coffee behind us, joining in with the theatrics. My sister hated coffee. "Mom!" I yelled when my brother winked at me. Mom ignored my complaints, kissing the rim of her glass. "Be a doll and go get Mommy's favorite vino from the basement." She downed the rest of her wine, tipping her head back and blowing strands of hair from her eyes. "You know," she sighed, "the expensive one." "Don't you have a job to go to?" I glanced at my phone. "It's almost 8. Mom rolled her eyes. "Maybe later." My workaholic mother, who went to work with gastritis and had even forced Fitz to go to school with the flu, was acting like a drunken teenage girl. Mom's whole life revolved around perfect attendance. She scanned our report cards for tardies, threatening our phone privileges if we were a minute late for class. Suddenly, I was the one who felt like a mother. "Mom, you need to go to work." "Yeah, Mom." Fitz mocked my voice, leaning his chin on his fist. "You need to go to work." Mom settled me with a patient smile. I thought she would get mad, though she seemed amused. "Mommy wants a drink, darling. Fetch me the wine." I nodded, standing up. Anything to get away from these psychopaths. My siblings' laughter followed me, once again out of the kitchen, down the hallway, before stopping abruptly when I stepped in front of the basement door. Reaching out with shaking hands, I grasped the handle. I hadn't been down to the basement in a while for a number of reasons. Heading down stone-cold steps, I used my phone light to navigate the darkness. I remembered the exact way I used to jump down them as a kid, 2 at a time, squeezing the handrail tightly. Sometimes Cassie joined me, the 2 of us holding hands. I recalled the time we used to run up and down the Miller family stairs. Cassie and I would sing a song, the 2 of us giggling nervously. 1 step, 2 step, 3 step, 4. I can hear a human knocking on the floor. There was no sign of my mother's expensive vino when I stepped inside the Satori family basement. It was exactly how I remembered it. A single observation bed, my dad's desk filled with research. I wasn't supposed to look at them because it was dangerous. Instead, I focused on the strange-looking machines and rows of metal shelves filled with an assortment of jars. When he was 15, Fitz opened one up. He didn't tell me what was in it, but he was violently sick for days. Further into the basement, I could sense their shuddering breaths. "Do not look, Ruby," Dad always told me, but I couldn't help it. Risking a glance, the breath catching in my throat, 5 slumped figures, each of them brutally tied back to back under a single buzzing bulb. My parents' prisoners. Riley and Connor Satori with their teenage children, Fitz and Cassie, and then of course the girl who made me. The reason why I was alive and breathing. Ruby Satori. I want to preface this by saying it was never my choice that I became Ruby. Dad was insistent, and as a kid, I followed my parents. My family and I were born in a lab of mimics. There were 3 mimic families. Though we were the only survivors, I've only ever known mimicking and being forced from person to person. It's kind of like shape-shifting, but we need human bodies and voices to survive. Human voices make us real. My siblings were born after me, but something was wrong with them. I don't really remember it, but I used to live in a white room with sponge walls. Fitz and Cassie were in the room next to me. The people in white spoke of failures and more tests, and my brother was so weak, while my sister was spitting up blood. They concluded that their original forms were dying. A default body for a mimic is a faceless being with no discernible features. A shadow you swear you see in the corner of your vision, what you think is a trick of the mind. With my old body, I could explore the darkness and creep into the corner of any human's eye. I started to get better. Voices were hard at first. You have to get the exact tone, and once you have that, you can latch onto the body and brain. My first successful mimic was a scientist named Dr. Carlyle. His voice didn't make sense to me, but I was able to replicate it and use it to my advantage. When we escaped the lab, my father broke into the Miller house. I was too young to really understand, but my mom urged me to mimic their youngest daughter, Elizabeth. Elizabeth was a lot more comfortable to mimic. I spent 8 years being Elizabeth Miller before we were forced to relocate. The family we were impersonating were growing suspicious of us, and my brother was getting progressively sicker. He couldn't acclimate to a body. The Miller son almost killed him, and he only embodied the kid's voice. The Satori household is where we struck gold. Fitz Satori, sitting in front of me blindfolded, was my brother's saving grace. When I was 12 years old, my parents kidnapped the Satori family and forced them into their own basement, immediately stealing their faces. I remember Ruby Satori sitting cross-legged on the floor, her wide eyes filled with tears. Dad said I had to talk to her to form the connection. When she refused to talk back, my father was forceful. Our first conversation was me mimicking her sobs, her throaty cries for me to get away from her. With Ruby's voice, I asked for questions. Mom told me I had to talk to her before the bond was severed. "What's your favorite color?" I asked, swirling her voice around my mouth. "What did you do to my family?" Ruby squeaked. I looked at my dad for help and he shook his head. "Ask her again." I took a deep breath. "What is your favorite color?" "Pink," she whispered. "Pink," I repeated, leaning closer. "Please," Ruby said. "Please don't hurt me." "Please," I said, clinging on to her tone, the exact indentation in her speech. She cocked her head and I did too. "Please don't hurt me." "I'm not going to," I told her, when the invisible ribbon binding us together tightened, entangling. This time I was speaking over her. My face became Ruby Satori, thick brown hair and wide eyes, lips parted in a silent cry. "I promise I'm not going to hurt you." Ruby stared at me like I was a monster. She shrieked, stumbling back, only to be forced into place by my mother. Dad told me mimicking had 3 stages. Voice, body, mind. I already had Ruby's voice, and I was wearing her face. Her memories hit me like a tidal wave, warm and cozy. I saw her perfect family, all of her friends, growing up behind a white picket fence and a fluffy dog named Cosmo. Ruby liked orange soda and ice cream. She was smart at math but got her words mixed up. She loved elephant plushies and the Disney Channel. The human girl was scared of the dark, scared of what lurked in the dark, scared of me. I wanted to tell her I wasn't a monster. "Ruby," I whispered, "I'm sorry." She didn't move, and something slimy erupted up my throat. Ruby's expression was frozen in terror, her mouth slightly open, eyes wide. "Ruby." The girl's voice was a strangled cry. "I'm sorry." I lurched back, swallowing a cry. Ruby Satori was mimicking me, which was the final stage. I went through it as a little kid, but I was too young to remember assimilating with Elizabeth Miller. My brother's assimilation was different, and a lot more brutal. Fitz Satori did not want to have his face and voice stolen. He escaped 4 times, attacking my mother, her wearing his own mother's face. My brother was gentle, kneeling in front of him and speaking in soft tones. My sister and I watched from the corner of the room, too scared to go near the unpredictable human boy. "Hello." My brother was too sick to stand. "Can you tell me your name?" Fitz spat at him. "Screw you," the 14-year-old hissed. "You're not taking my voice." "Screw you," my brother mimicked, already taking hold of the boy's tone. Fitz shuffled back. "Get away from me." "Get away from me," my brother copied. His nose wasn't bleeding this time, and very slowly, he adapted Fitz's face. It took a while, and a lot of screaming and crying. I didn't want to watch, but I was also curious about how human children were supposed to act. I was never in a stable body enough to fully adapt to emotions. Fitz was feeling panic and fear and anger, all of which I decided to copy. But my brother did manage to mimic Fitz Satori. Mr. and Mrs. Satori begged my parents to let their children go, but my dad needed the Satori kids for our survival. Cassie and I sang another song, this time to block out the screaming. My family took over the Satori household and slid into our roles as the not quite perfect family on the quiet suburban streets. Growing up, Dad insisted on daily tests to make sure our bonds with the Satori siblings were still intact. We were forbidden from talking to them. Presently, I couldn't stop myself. There was something wrong with my family, and I had zero doubts the family had something to do with it. Dad had drawn a line on the basement floor. We were required to stay behind the line, unless we wanted to be grounded until college. Stepping over it, I shivered, my bare feet grazing warm blood pooling across the floor. Mom and Dad were always protective over the basement. They told us the Satori family were safe and unharmed, but that was hard to believe. Even my parents resented humans for creating them and torturing them. What my parents did to the human was a whole other level of torture, especially the adults. Mr. and Mrs. Satori had been in a medically induced coma for almost 4 years. Their heads were bowed, plastic tubes sticking directly into their skull. Cassie Satori was awake. I could hear her breathing. She was pretending to be out of it. Fitz Satori had been fixed by my father a year ago. Dad said his behavior was too dangerous. 1 minute the boy was screaming and threatening, and the next, he was silent. Drool seeping down his chin, head tipped back, blinking at the ceiling. The fixing was in case Fitz ever managed to gain control of my brother. When I crouched in front of the Satori siblings, I felt a deep, twisting guilt eating me up inside. They were barely humans anymore, stripped of their terrestrial bodies, atoms and static and a shadow of what once was. The blood made me nauseous, splattering their arms and legs and clothes they were growing out of. Ruby's hair was almost at a Rapunzel length. I wanted to see the good in that, maybe call her a princess, though maybe she was more of a sleeping beauty, forced into slumber. Fitz had aged way beyond his age, bearded like his father. Cassie's pigtails were touching the floor. I pretended not to see the restraints cruelly binding their wrists, the burn marks branding them as ours. The three were skeletal, pale and malnourished. Humans who were anything but. My stomach twisted when I peeked under Cassie's blindfold. Her right eye was gone, scooped out of its socket. Dad didn't have to hurt them. He didn't have to tie them up. But I know what humans are like. They are scary and unpredictable, and will murder their own kind. I did try to talk to them before Dad fixed the Satori son, Fitz, Cassie, and me. The Satori siblings told us we were dead, that they were going to kill us slowly and painfully, by slicing their own throats. Fitz tried to argue that it wasn't us who did this, only for his original to call him a piece of crap. Ever since then, Mom put a lock on the basement door. I was trying to loosen Ruby's ropes, ignoring my father's earlier warning, when a familiar light filled the room, a camera flash. When I stumbled to my feet, I was alone. A giggle caught me off guard. It was Ruby Satori herself. Her lips split into a grin. "Can we play a game?" she asked. Her voice was made of static, barely a whisper. The girl wasn't supposed to have her voice. My voice. I held my breath. I had to be tactical with my speech. "What did you do to my family?" "I have a better question," she said, growing stronger. She lifted her head. I could hear her straining against the ropes. "What's your favorite color?" "Pink," I said. "What did you do to my family?" In the corner of my eye, I detected movement. There was something at the other end of the room, twitching. "What about your favorite TV show?" Ruby asked, leaning forward. "You must have one. Maybe it's even mine." It was hers, and she knew that. "Buffy the Vampire Slayer," I said, my mouth filling with blood. Just like Dad said, our bond was severing. If I continued to talk to her, I risked detaching from her completely. Ruby Satori wanted her voice back. "I love Buffy." The girl's smile was, dare I think, genuine. "How about we talk to your brother? Is he doing okay, Ruby? Is he acting?" She paused, sucking her teeth. "Kinda weird." Upstairs, I could hear Fitz's laughter getting louder and louder. "Please." Ruby was mimicking her younger self. Even blindfolded, I could see the gleam in her eyes. "What did you do to my family?" Her words forced me into action. I prodded Fitz Satori, only for his head to hang, unconscious. There was dried blood under his nose, a slimy ooze of black. Prying open his mouth, I checked his teeth. Too many. Just like Cassie, a whole new row of spiky incisors were pushing through. Dad was hurting them. He was torturing them, turning them into something. My quivering hands found a needle sticking into the back of his head, colorful wires protruding into his skin. There was a clear fluid being pumped into the three of them. If Dad was experimenting on the Satori family, was it affecting us too? "Well?" Ruby demanded, her voice twisting, contorting into that of a monster. "What did you do to my family?" Instead of answering her, I forced my legs to move toward the movement on the other side of the room. There was something piled on the floor, jerking in sharp movements, a slimy mess of inside-out flesh. It hit me when I was closer. The bodies entangled with each other, some of them headless, others missing arms and distinct facial features, were me. Dozens of ruby satoris, both made of buzzing static and terrestrial flesh, covered in a slimy, blood-tinged substance. Like these things were being born, not made. I think I was sick, all over myself. Another blinding flash hit the corner of my eye, and in front of me, another thing was slowly forming. First static, growing into skin, a body molded and sculpted into existence. This ruby had no eyes, no arms, her limbs contorted like doll pieces. I was aware I was staggering back, slipping in what looked and felt like part of a placenta. The Satori siblings were making copies of me. My gaze found one singular version of me who was almost perfect, except her enlarged brain expanding through the skull. And these replicas were getting better by the minute. "Ruby," Mom shouted from upstairs. "Did you get my wine?" I left the basement, my heart in my throat. Upstairs, my brother and sister were giggling, and downstairs in the basement, the Satori siblings were laughing harder. 3 nights since I spoke to Ruby, and the copies of me are getting better. One of them managed to walk upstairs yesterday. I think the siblings are slowly making another version of their sister. I want to talk to her. I want to know what she's doing to my family, but I can't talk to her. If I do, I lose Ruby Satori. Mom and Dad play peekaboo with me every night. They're behind every door, their hands covering their faces. Cassie is eating meat raw from the refrigerator. Fitz is getting better at crawling under my door, and the laughter in the basement is getting louder. Please help me. I'm so scared of my family. I don't think the Satoris were my parents' best choice, after all. With the housing market ripping the skin off everyone under 30, I finally found a decent house that fit my budget after years of searching and researching. I thought I would live on rent forever. I paid a good down payment with money saved since I was 18. I would pay the rest in the next 20 years, with monthly payments well below the price I would pay for a rental, due to the high down payment. The nice house sealed my last financial goal in life. Now, the only thing left was to find a nice girl, get married, and have children, closing my ephemeral life with everything a person could want. The house was located near the company where I worked, no longer needing to take the bus for half an hour to get there, and half an hour to get home was fantastic. The first week was uncomfortable. It's difficult to adapt to a new place. The neighbors made noise the whole night. Not very loud, but my brain couldn't shut off with that new ambient sound, so I woke up constantly. In the second week, I think my body got used to the constant noises. After all, I started sleeping like a baby, without waking up in the middle of the night, not even once. The house still had some things from its previous owners. In the room, a painting of a lady in Victorian clothes stood out. After finishing organizing my new house, I removed the artwork and stored it in a back room, planning to sell it later. The next morning, my weird nightmares began. The painting I had stored in the back room was hanging on the wall again. Had I dreamed that I had taken the painting off the wall? There was no sign of a break-in in my house. Nothing was missing, and no one would come in just to redecorate my living room. Weird. I removed the painting, placing it again in the unoccupied back room. The next day, when I woke up, I walked through the living room to go to the bathroom. An uneasiness dominated my entire existence when I realized that the painting of the Victorian lady was on the wall again. Was someone really breaking into my house? Or was I a sleepwalker redecorating the house at dawn? What was going on? This time, I hid the painting in a locked closet before going to bed. When I woke up, to my horror, I saw the painting on the wall again, having even overcome a lock. Feeling helpless with the bizarre situation, I left the painting on the living room wall and called my best friend William to have a beer and hang out at my house. I told him about the strange situation, the painting returning to the wall while I was sleeping. William advised me to place cameras at the entrances to my house, stressing how dangerous the situation was. Someone breaking in while I was asleep sounded completely insane. With me vulnerable while asleep, the invader could even kill me. With my eyes opened by William's speech, that night I left the computer camera in my room on, pointed to my bed. This way, I would know if the intruder was just breaking into the house, or if he was doing something to me too. But I don't know. I think if someone opened my bedroom door, I would wake up immediately. The next day, the first thing I did when I woke up was go to the computer to check the recording. The footage started with me adjusting the camera and going to bed, and then rolling around a little trying to fall asleep. About half an hour later, I could hear the sound recording my bedroom door opening and footsteps approaching the camera, taking advantage of a blind spot. The invader went to the camera undetected and turned it towards the wall. Then the footsteps didn't go outside the room. Instead, I heard my bed crunching, as if the intruder had laid down next to me. Then a female voice began to sing a lullaby, stopping after a few minutes. After that, complete silence. Analyzing the soundtrack of the recording, I fast forward when there was no sound. Just before my alarm time, I could hear the bed creaking, footsteps around the room, and the door opening and closing. Even though I didn't see any images, I had no doubts. Someone completely insane was lying in my bed and sleeping next to me. After listening in this case, to the bizarre recordings, I didn't go to work. I really was in danger. Instead, I went to a store to buy cameras and install them in the house. I also changed all the locks. I put a camera at the front gate, front door, and back door. Taking advantage of the fact that I could now identify the intruder, I removed the painting from the wall again. After all, I was already sure that it wasn't me walking around in my sleep. There was a second person wandering around my house at night. The next day, even after all the locks had been changed, the painting was back on the wall. I checked the images from the cameras, which didn't identify anything. Whoever was breaking into my house was using a secret passage, and they weren't even trying to stay hidden. After all, why put the picture up on the wall again every night? Had the person broken into my room, even though it was locked, and laid down with me again? I decided to change the position of the cameras. I placed two in my room, one by the window and one by the door, both covering almost my whole room, and the third in the living room pointing at the painting. Whoever was invading had some affection for that artwork. The next morning, I went to check the recordings. This time, I managed to capture what was happening. Even knowing how everything that had happened in recent days was bordering on impossible, I still could hardly believe my eyes when I looked at the footage. The painting, if I can still call it that, transformed into a woman dressed in Victorian attire. At first glance, it was a normal person, but as soon as the girl set her feet on the ground, she identified the camera and approached it. The unblinking eyes were larger than normal, black as pearls. The mouth, when facing the camera, opened a smile, almost like a "got me" expression. The sympathetically opened mouth had another detail that made it clear that I wasn't dealing with something human. Pointy teeth decorated the opening, and instead of there being a tongue, And instead of there being a tongue, all I saw was an infinite pitch, as if there were a black hole inside that being, and the human skin of a refined and attractive woman was a hollow shell that housed another universe within itself. The lips sealed and only a faint smile remained, facing the camera with those two disproportionately gigantic irises. The woman then walked out of the camera's view. I switched to the bedroom camera, which recorded the same woman opening the door and entering. This time, she decided to let me watch. She didn't turn the camera away from the bed. Maintaining eye contact with the lens that recorded her, she undressed, taking minutes due to the complexity of the archaic clothes she wore. Then, completely naked, the woman lay down by my side spooning me. A scene that would seem normal in a bed of a married couple got a grotesque detail seconds later. The woman opened her mouth in an impossible way, revealing the blackest endless hole I had ever witnessed living inside her body. Her face, previously delicate and perfectly symmetrical, if it weren't for her unusually large eyes, practically became the opening of her mouth, as if her eyes and nose had ended up on the back of her head. The grotesque opening of the mouth, having already completely replaced her face, then bit into the area of my skull, swallowing half of my head. I put my hand in my hair, the back of my neck and forehead immediately after watching that scene, looking for teeth marks, saliva, any signs that there had been a mouth swallowing half my head the night before. Nothing. If I hadn't been looking at the recordings right now, it would be as if the event hadn't happened. There was no after effect or sign. I watched the recording until the end, accelerating the recording speed. The woman spent a few hours with her huge mouth swallowing half of my head, and a few minutes before I woke up, her mouth shrank, returning to normal and stopping to suck the area of my brain. She then got up, put on her complex Victorian costume and returned to the living room, transforming herself into the painting again. In a gesture so quick that even with me pausing the frames of the filming, I couldn't follow the metamorphosis. I didn't even need to describe how terrified I was by this. I missed work again that day, claiming I was feeling unwell. Aiming to find solutions, I started with the most obvious, destroying the painting. I tried throwing it away, burning it, hacking it, locking it up. Nothing worked. The painting, thrown into the river miles from my city, returned to my living room wall. The fire and axes didn't even scratch the artwork. The locks of the places where I locked it were opened easily, as if the woman didn't need keys and could mentally order the locks to open. I tried to stay awake all night, hoping to confront that being, but the woman didn't come. It seems like she knew exactly when I fell asleep. After waking up, already in the afternoon, I watched on the recordings the woman performing the same bizarre gesture of swallowing half of my head and remaining like that until minutes before I woke up. Having not found permanent solutions, I tried a temporary one. I slept in my parents' apartment for a few days, claiming I needed to pest control my house after an insect infestation. My boss discounted the consecutive days I was absent. I was almost fired. My expenses increased, having to pay for transports again, and the money spent on cameras exceeded my budget for the month. But a week later, I had to go back to that cursed house. What could I do? I had already cut expenses to be able to pay the monthly installment on the house. There were still 20 years of payments left. Even if I tried to sell the house, it would take a lot of time to find a buyer, and I would probably lose money too. When I returned home, there was a message on the door in red, Don't run away. I won't hurt you. Sleep with me. Whatever this creature is, it has consciousness and can talk to me. What does it use to write the messages? Blood? I ran my finger through it, and after finding the texture familiar, I deciphered that it was just ketchup. The monster had opened the refrigerator and used the condiment to send the message to me. So, I thought of one last solution. If it was impossible for me to confront the monster while I was awake, since he was waiting for me to fall asleep, maybe William could help me. After all, I called the police. They would call me crazy. Hey, I need a favor. Can you help me? I sent the message to him. Following my request, he came at night. I explained that there was indeed an invader, but I softened it by saying that it was a crazy, unarmed woman. I asked him to confront the intruder, asking her what she wants and telling her to stop invading. I told him that somehow, she knew exactly if I was asleep and only invaded afterwards, which is why I needed him to confront the crazy woman. I didn't show the recordings, saying I had already deleted them. I thought that the lady in the painting was harmless, that since she hadn't hurt me, she wouldn't do anything to William. My reasoning was stupid. I positioned the cameras, and with the guarantee that someone would be awake watching me, I fell asleep. When I woke up, there was no sign of William. What a traitor, I thought, thinking that he had succumbed to boredom and went home, giving up on helping me. However, when I watched the recordings, I visualized the grotesque scene that will burn in my mind forever. The images showed my friend sitting at the computer and the woman of the painting entering the room. William looking at the Victorian figure confused. Without any dialogue, the woman opened her mouth in a colossal way and swallowed my friend in seconds, without chewing, as if he were a snake. The piercing, desperate screams heard on the recording not waking me up made it clear. I would never be able to wake up while the woman was walking around the house. She somehow kept me in a constant sleep. The piercing howls of despair lasted only a few seconds. Within moments, William had been completely consumed by the woman, who after the merciless murder, once again undressed and lay down beside me, resting her impossibly open mouth on the area of my skull. Having exhausted all possible options, I went to the painting in a last desperate act. What do you want? Why don't you leave me alone? Why don't you kill me once and for all? Why did you kill my friend? To my surprise, for the first time since the bizarre event began, the woman's face jumped out of the frame, moving her lips while leaving her pointy teeth and the endless hole living in her mouth exposed with each movement. It's a shame for your friend, but I couldn't take any more of your attempts to get rid of me. I needed to show what I'm capable of. Why? If you're so powerful, why don't you go to another house? Why do you sleep next to me? I'm not sleeping next to you. I'm consuming your dreams. Sweet chaos of the mind organizing itself. Delicious random scenes, but which reveal so much from your essence. I will not comment on my choices and what I can do, but I promise you, as long as you don't try to get rid of me anymore, I won't hurt you or anyone you love. I also want you to stop filming and delete the recordings. I like my privacy. The face retracted and became a painting again. I tried to ask a few more questions, but none were answered. The entity had said everything it wanted. I obeyed. I deleted the recordings and didn't try to get rid of the painting anymore. The following week, police officers came to question me about William's disappearance. I told them that he went home that night. I think I'm clear. The cameras are already stored and they'll never find his body. That was months ago. I miss being able to dream. I don't know if it's the stress, but I feel like I've aged a few years in the last few months, and that my memory isn't the same anymore. I'm thinking about packing my bags and moving, giving up the down payment I gave up on the house. With the money from my salary, I can get a small apartment. But I'm afraid. Will the woman in the painting get mad? Can she follow me? Do something to me? Hurt my loved ones? I searched everywhere, describing the characteristics of the monster in angelic skin, but I couldn't find any answers. I don't know what will happen if I try to escape. So, as a last resort, I'm posting this here, begging to everyone who reads this, if you have a solution, if you know what this entity is, please help me. What can I do? My husband, Howard, had been working away for a few days. On his way home, he lost control of his car during a downpour and crashed into another car. He got lucky. The other vehicle wasn't so fortunate, crashing into a transmission tower. The driver was a single mom, her 5-year-old son in the back. Neither survived. As the months went by, Howard was plagued with guilt. I suggested therapy, but he refused. I had to remind him daily that it wasn't his fault. He was a good man, a wonderful husband, and a great father to our 7-year-old son, Oscar. "They haunt me, Sasha," he'd say, his hands shaking. I can only imagine what that kind of experience will do to a person's mind. One of the hardest things was trying to explain to Oscar why Daddy was always sad and didn't want to play games anymore. One night, I was jolted awake by screaming. "She's here, Sasha," Howard cried. "It was just a bad dream," I said, trying to console him. "No," he screamed, pointing to the corner of the room. "She's here. She won't leave me alone." Our bedroom was empty, but I jumped as Oscar made a sudden appearance. "Daddy?" he said, scared. "Come here, buddy," said Howard, holding out his arms. I could feel Howard trembling as he hugged Oscar, his eyes fixed to the corner of the room. A few days later, Howard made a suggestion. "I've been thinking, it might be better for the two of you if I stay with my folks for a while. At least until I feel more myself." I felt bad, but it was a relief to hear. I was mentally exhausted and worried about how his behavior was affecting Oscar, too. Howard's parents lived a 2-hour drive away. We made plans to visit on weekends. Oscar was my shadow for a couple of days, but regular video calls with Dad seemed to relax him. One afternoon, Oscar was playing in his room as I caught up with some shows that we'd put on hold. I heard him laugh cheerfully. I couldn't remember the last time I'd heard him laugh. I crept upstairs, my heart filled with warmth. "Do you want to have a go?" I heard him say. At that point, I assumed he'd invited a friend over without my permission, which was against our house rules. I tapped on his bedroom door before pushing it open. "Oscar, who are you talking to?" He was sitting on the floor with his toy cars. There was no one with him. "Hey, where'd you go?" he said, looking around. "Mom, there was a boy here." "Was there?" I asked. Oscar had never exhibited signs of having an imaginary friend before. "Yes, he was crying in the closet, so I invited him to play." That gave me a shiver. "Why was he crying?" He shrugged. "I don't know, but he stopped when we started playing." The closet door was open, so I peeked inside. There was nothing unusual. We visited Howard that weekend. Oscar's grandparents took him out for ice cream, giving my husband and I some alone time. It was the first time we'd made love in months. "Oscar has an imaginary friend," I said as we cuddled. Really? He asked. He said there's a boy in his closet. I chuckled. They played with his toys together. Howard shifted uncomfortably. Are you serious? I don't think it's anything to worry about. I did a bit of research. It's completely normal for a lot of kids. He let out a long breath. You're probably right, Sasha. The poor kid's been through a lot. What with having a crazy dad and all. Don't say that, I said. He misses you. You seem a lot better, honey. I have my moments, but I'm getting there. Mom has talked me into seeing a therapist. I squeezed his hand. I think that would be good for you. We want you back home as soon as possible. How would you feel about Oscar coming to stay with me next weekend? Give you a little break. You've pretty much been a single parent these past few weeks. He's such a good boy, I said. No trouble at all. But he'd love a weekend with Dad. Sure enough, Oscar was excited about spending the whole weekend with Howard. I heard him talking to his new friend about it as they played, but one evening, as I was making dinner, I was startled by several bangs coming from Oscar's bedroom. Stop it, I heard him cry. Oscar? I yelled, running upstairs. I burst into his bedroom to find him crying on the floor. What happened? I asked. Lucas doesn't want me to go to Dad's. Lucas? That's your friend's name? I crouched down and put my arm around him. What was that banging I heard? He held up one of his toy cars. The front of it was mangled, like it had been smashed against something with force. How did this happen? Lucas hit it on the floor, he said, pointing to a spot. There was a mark on the wooden floorboards. It was hard to believe that my 7-year-old son could cause such damage. It was harder to believe that his imaginary friend had done it. Oscar, if you don't want to stay with Daddy, you don't have to. I do, he said. But Lucas said Daddy scares him. It felt like something walked over my grave. Be honest with me, sweetheart. Did Lucas say that, or is that how you feel? He started crying. I want Dad to come home. Me too, I said, hugging him as I looked around the room. I kissed the top of his head. Go wash your hands. Dinner's almost ready. Oscar had never done anything like that before. He was having a harder time with the situation than I thought. That night, I searched Google for advice. It appeared that once again, such behaviors were normal in some children. He potentially had repressed anger as a result of Howard leaving us. The following Friday, I helped Oscar pack a weekend bag. Do you want to take any toys? I asked. He shook his head. No, I'll leave them for Lucas. Oh, he's not going with you? He said he doesn't want to be near Dad. My heart sank. Are you sure you want to go, sweetheart? He nodded. I can't wait. Howard came to pick Oscar up in the afternoon. It was so cute seeing our little boy run into his arms. I'll drop him back Sunday, said Howard, giving me a kiss. Love you, Sasha. Love you, I smiled. Have fun, boys. I waved them goodbye, trying not to worry too much. They both needed this. I was hopeful that it would be the catalyst for Howard coming home. In the meantime, I had a free weekend. Since Oscar was born, I hadn't spent a single night away from him. Some girlfriends were coming over for takeout pizza and wine. For the first time in years, I didn't have to be a responsible mom. That evening, I got the inevitable topic of Howard's departure out of the way so I could let my hair down. We drank, danced, and played rummy. I even smoked a few cigarettes. It was just like my college days, albeit with good wine rather than cheap vodka. As the evening wound down, it was just one friend remaining. She called an Uber, then used the upstairs bathroom. Oscar is definitely not here, right? she asked when she returned. Definitely. Why'd you ask? She chuckled. I swear I heard a kid crying up there. My blood ran cold. What? It's the wine, Sosh. I'm going to regret that tomorrow. I'll admit it took me some time to go upstairs when she left. My heart raced as I pushed Oscar's bedroom door open. There were some toy cars on the floor. I asked myself, had they been left there? Oscar was usually pretty good at keeping his room tidy. The next morning, I cleared the empty wine bottles and pizza boxes with a slight headache. I lit one of my scented candles to mask the hint of tobacco that lingered. When Oscar started preschool, Howard converted our garden shed into a mini workshop. I made and sold scented candles on Etsy. It didn't break the bank, but it covered our streaming subscriptions and kept me sane when daytime boredom struck. After breakfast, I went to the shed to work on more candles. I have an electric-powered melting pot made specifically for wax. I began the process of melting small beads of soy wax, adding a pine-scented oil. I find it very relaxing. After a while, I saw the shape of someone walk past the shed window. Hello? I said, looking around the garden. I couldn't see anyone. Hello? Came a voice from behind, startling me. It was a woman around mid to late 20s. Can I help you? I asked. I was just looking for my son. Have you seen him? I shook my head. You are the first person I've seen today. Is he a friend of Oscar's? He is. Sorry, I thought I knew all of his friends' parents. Oscar isn't here at the moment. He's with his dad. I see, she said, looking disappointed. If you give me your number, I can call you if he shows up. She shook her head. I don't have a phone. Oh, okay. What's your son's name? Lucas, she said. I couldn't contain my gasp. Who are you? She sighed. Perhaps I'll come back later. She turned to leave. Please, ma'am, I'm Sasha. Who are you? She turned back with a slight smile. I can see why he fell in love with you. I felt goose flesh on my arms. Excuse me? I'll come back later, she said, walking away. No, tell me who you are. I felt so uncomfortable as I was left alone in the garden. Heading back to the house. A little later, I drove to the grocery store. I triple-checked that I had locked all doors and windows before leaving, paranoid that the woman would come back. I walked down the aisles on autopilot, my head elsewhere. I couldn't stop thinking about her. There was a part of me that felt like I knew her from somewhere too. That evening, I sat in front of the TV but paid no attention to it. I wanted nothing more than my family back. I didn't want to be alone. As I contemplated calling a friend for company, I heard a noise coming from upstairs. My heart rate increased, but I chose to ignore it. Instead, I called a friend after all. A loud bang came from upstairs, making me freeze. I hung up as voicemail kicked in. I'm going to call the police, I called out. My hands shook as I climbed the stairs, clinging to the steel mallet that came with our kitchen knives. I'd never used the thing before, but it was a good weapon should I need to protect myself. The sound of a child crying became clearer as I got closer to Oscar's room. I'd never been so scared as I pushed the door open to find a little boy on the floor, sniveling as he pushed toy cars around. I dropped the mallet. Lucas? I stuttered. When is Oscar coming back? He asked, not looking up. I tried to stay calm. He'll be home from his dad's tomorrow. Daddy is a bad man, he said. I took a step closer. Why do you say that? He smashed one of the cars down onto the floorboards, making me flinch. He did a bad thing, he said. Then he slowly looked up. Mommy? Oh, sweetheart, I said. I'm not your mommy. No, came a voice from behind me. I am. I almost fell down as the woman from earlier passed by me, helping Lucas up. You, who are you? I said. I think you know, Sasha, she said, walking into the open closet. I don't. Get out of my house. We'll be waiting, she said. With that, the closet door slammed shut. I ran back downstairs, grabbing my phone and keys. I got in my car, struggling to get the keys in the ignition. I drove out of our neighborhood, pulling over after several minutes. It took a while, but eventually, I opened my phone and began a Google search. Imogen and Lucas, mother and son. They tragically died as a result of the car accident. Their faces and names should have stayed with me, but I'd pushed them aside in order to be stronger for my husband. He wasn't losing his mind. They were haunting us. I drove home and went back up to Oscar's room. I shivered as the closet door creaked open. Imogen and Lucas waiting. Why are you here? I asked, my voice wavering. I'm sorry for what happened, but it was an accident. Imogen held out her hand. Come inside. I shook my head. Please, leave my family alone. Daddy did a bad thing, said Lucas. He didn't, I yelled. It wasn't his fault. Leave us alone. I screamed as my body was dragged into the closet by an unseen force, and the door slammed shut behind me. The lighting was low, but I could see the furious expression on Imogen's face as she grabbed my arms. I'll show you, she said. Then everything went dark. I was in a bar with some young women. We were laughing about something. He's been checking you out all night, one of them said to me. A handsome man was sitting alone. He smiled as I caught his eye. I'll get us some more drinks, girls, I said, heading to the bar. I stood next to the man, offering a smile as I waited for service. I don't usually do this kind of thing, he said, but can I buy you a drink? The thing is, I said, I'm with the girls and it's my round. How about this round's on me? He said, in exchange for your number. I laughed. That's pretty forward. I'm only in town for a few days. You're the most beautiful woman I've seen in a long time. I'd kick myself if I didn't try. We made love in a small apartment. No, we screwed like animals. It wasn't until afterwards that I noticed the ring. You're a bad boy, Howard, I chuckled. He grinned. You're a hard woman to resist, Imogen. We met whenever he was in town. After some time, I fell pregnant. I didn't tell him. Instead, I became distant. It was a hard decision, but I wanted to keep the baby. I didn't think he'd understand. Months went by, and he surprised me with a visit. I couldn't hide my condition. Jesus, I have a family, he yelled. I can't be a part of this. This is exactly why I didn't tell you, I screamed. Get out. I had a baby boy, Lucas. I thought it was only fair to let Howard know. Years went by. Howard messaged me out of the blue saying he wanted to visit. I was hesitant, but I agreed. I really want to be a part of his life, he said as Lucas played with toys. I'm not stopping you, I said, but I don't want him getting hurt. We'd see him every few months or so. For a day or two at a time. Lucas didn't understand why Daddy never stayed long. I couldn't explain why. Howard, you need to tell your wife. That's not gonna happen. This is confusing for Lucas. It's not fair that you go home to your family, to your other son, and leave him for months at a time. Perhaps she'll be reasonable. He laughed. You knew what the deal was, Imogen. I'm not about to screw up my marriage. Maybe I'll tell her myself then, I said. I screamed as he pushed me against the wall. Don't threaten me. Daddy, said Lucas, what are you doing? Nothing, said Howard, letting me go. Just go and play. In the weeks that followed, I thought long and hard about the situation. I decided that one way or another, I was going to let Howard's wife know about Lucas. At that point, I didn't really care about my relationship with him. I started with social media, but couldn't find anything. It wasn't too difficult to find a home address, though. They lived a few hours away. Lucas, we're going for a drive, I said late one afternoon. I got him strapped in the back of the car as light rain fell. Before leaving, I texted Howard his address, informing him we were en route. My phone blew up with calls and messages, which I ignored. As evening approached, the heavens opened, forcing me to slow down on the highway. I noticed a car behind me driving close, which started flashing its lights and beeping the horn. My phone lit up again. It was Howard. Pull over, he screamed over the car speakers. Stay back, I yelled. Pull over. Mommy, I'm scared, said Lucas. Howard, this is dangerous. Pull over then. I ended the call and put my foot down. Howard caught up and rammed into the back of us, making us both scream out. Why is Daddy doing this? Lucas cried. Because he's a bad man. Howard pulled up alongside us and turned sharply into my car. I lost control and hurtled down the bank off the highway. Lucas screamed until we came to an abrupt stop. I focused and saw a metal tower looming over us. Red lights blinking in the dark. I could feel rain on my face coming through the smashed windows. Lucas was still and silent. I tried to get free, but my legs were trapped. Lucas? I cried, but there was no answer. I grabbed my phone. Howard appeared, leaned through the window, and took it from me. You made me do this, he said, his gloved hands on the sides of my head. I took in a deep breath as I was back in the closet, overwhelmed with emotion. Imogen let go of my arms, and I almost collapsed. You see, she said, he's not what you think he is. I'm so sorry, I said, wiping away tears. It was then that I remembered the most important thing in my life. Oscar. I ran from the closet and bedroom, gasping as Imogen appeared in the hallway. They're coming home, she said. What? Howard is driving home as we speak. I checked my phone. There were several missed calls and an angry voice message from Howard. I could hear Oscar whimpering in the background. Were you ever going to tell me that Oscar's little friend is called Lucas? You didn't think that was an important thing to mention? Sasha, you let me feel like I was going insane. We're coming back. Pack some things because as far as I'm concerned, the house can burn to the ground. Oh God, I said. He's got my son. I don't know what to do. Imogen held my hands, her touch cold. You're a good mom. You'll know what to do. I headed downstairs, my heart palpitating. I must have paced back and forth until I heard a car pull up in the driveway. The front door burst open. Sasha? He yelled. I stood in the kitchen. He appeared, holding Oscar by the arm. Come here, sweetheart. I said, holding my arms out to Oscar. No, said Howard. Go upstairs and start packing. We're getting out of here. Mommy? Said Oscar, clearly scared. Howard, please, I said, approaching them. You're scaring him. You're scaring me. Are you serious? Howard snapped. We're living in a haunted house and I'm scaring you? Honey, you're not yourself right now. Oscar's friend, Lucas, it's just a coincidence. He's not... Don't gaslight me, he sneered. Okay, I said. We'll leave. Let me help him, please. I reached out and put my arms around Oscar. Howard let go of his arm. Be quick about it, he said. I headed upstairs with Oscar. Did he hurt you? I asked. He shook his head. No, but he was yelling. He said that Lucas and his mommy are ghosts that want to kill us. I hugged him. Oscar, Dad has some issues right now. I promise that Lucas and his mommy are good. They don't want to hurt us, okay? He went to his room. Can I bring some toys too? He asked. Before we start packing, I need to talk to Daddy alone. I want you to stay up here with Lucas. But... Sweetheart, listen to me. Don't leave this room until I come back. Do you understand? He nodded. Yes, Mommy. I closed the bedroom door as I left, listening for a moment until I heard him talking to Lucas. Please look after my son, I said as I headed back downstairs. Where's Oscar? Said Howard. I wanted to talk to you alone, I said. I didn't want to say anything that would scare him. We don't have time for this, he said. Pack your things because we're leaving. He motioned for the stairs. I believe you, I said. He froze. What? I saw her. Who? Imogen. He covered his mouth with his hand. Oh my God. She was in there, just before you came home. I pointed to the downstairs bathroom. Howard slowly turned his head towards the door. Really? She's upset. I think it might help if you talk to her. No, he yelled. You're out of your mind. Please, Howard. She wants to be at peace. I could see his hands shake as he stomped towards the bathroom. Peace? Leave us alone if you want peace. Do you hear me? You're not welcome here. I ran and pushed Howard into the bathroom, slamming the door shut behind him. I grabbed a dining chair and wedged the back of it under the door handle as it rattled. Sasha, he screamed. Let me out of here now. I called 911, my whole body shaking as he banged on the door, screaming obscenities. Help, I yelled down the phone. My husband is trying to force my son and I to leave our home, and he did something bad, really bad. I screamed as the wooden door splintered down the middle, then continued to split as Howard forced himself into it. The legs of the chair gave way and the door flew open. Help! I screamed, dropping my phone. Howard charged at me. I ran out of the patio doors and headed down the dark garden towards the illuminated shed. He grabbed my hair from behind. I turned and kneed him between the legs, making him groan and stumble back. I continued running to the shed and locked the door behind me, out of breath. The first thing I noticed was the intense smell of pine and the heat. It got warm in the shed due to the melting pot, but it was considerably warm. I realized that I hadn't switched it off after using it earlier in the day, having been distracted by Imogen's garden visit. The pot was filled with liquid wax. The warning light was blinking and it was making some strange noises. The shed window shattered, a large rock hitting the floor. Howard was practically foaming at the mouth as he clambered through it. I was backed against the door, trying to get it open again. "Please, Howard," I cried. "Don't even think about haunting me." He sneered. The wind was knocked out of me as the door opened, and I fell onto my back. I looked up to see Howard's shocked expression as a hand gripped his shoulder from behind. "No, wait!" he yelled before Imogen pushed his head into the pot of wax. His arms flailed around as he made gargled sounds. She turned to look at me, then the door slammed shut. I don't know how long I was there for. It's all a bit of a blur, but it wasn't until I no longer heard Howard's struggles and the sounds of sirens got closer to the house. Do you know the first rule they drill into you about wilderness survival? Never panic, but that's easier said than done. No matter how seasoned you think you are, no matter the toughness you claim, the moment you realize you are completely alone with no clear path home, panic doesn't just creep in, it floods you. The true test lies not in avoiding this terror, but in mastering the art of regaining your composure once fear has taken hold. I was 11 years old then, on a week-long trip to Havasupai with my church group sometime in August. I never really believed in anything they talked about on Sundays. But I was from a poor family, and they always paid for my trips. Of course, I didn't know that at the time. In fact, I wouldn't have had much of a childhood at all if not for them. If you've never been to Havasupai, imagine this. After trekking a grueling half-marathon through the sun-blasted, arid expanses of the Grand Canyon, you stumble upon an untouched paradise of rivers and waterfalls, a verdant oasis that defies the desolate landscape around it. Look it up. Pictures don't do it justice, but they come close. But I digress. The hike there is a downward trek of 10 miles. Naturally, the return is its uphill counterpart. Picture this, a slightly pudgy 11-year-old me, trudging uphill 10 miles in 90-degree heat. It was manageable, though, as long as we stayed in our groups. We were a few dozen strong, so those of us who were slower started in front. Fatigue set in quickly, and I fell back to the next group. Another 20 minutes, and I dropped back again. Each step a growing struggle. The trail was a ribbon between towering stone walls carved by creeks over millennia, with other stretches laid bare beneath the unforgiving sun, the foliage cleared away. I can't pinpoint exactly how it happened. I was staring at my feet, the soft thud of my water bottle against my thigh marking each step, my mind adrift in a sea of fatigue and heat. When I looked up, I found myself in a clearing. The path I had been following vanished, replaced by the random scatter of sagebrush under the harsh sun. I backtracked, hoping to find the trail, but it was as if it had evaporated. Panic sets in, tears streaming down my face as I broke into a desperate sprint. After a minute, the trail was still nowhere in sight. I turned, running, screaming for help, but my voice was swallowed by the vastness of the canyon. My heart was a drumbeat against my chest. My mouth dry as I looked at the quarter-liter of water in my bottle. Just a few sips left. I was going to die. That was the only thought in my mind. I ran in another direction, my voice hoarse as I screamed again. Help! Help! I pushed on for minutes that felt like hours, but there was nothing. Only the relentless, hot, desolate landscape stretching out endlessly around me. The sun bore down, turning the canyon into a furnace, the heat mirroring the mounting hysteria in my mind. I looked around the vast canyon, what looked like miles in any direction, for any sign of life. any dots of trekkers on the rim, anything, but there was nothing. It was around 2 p.m., and the sun wasn't going down anytime soon. In my desperation, I cried out for God to please save me, but still, silence. To be honest, I'm going to die wasn't a coherent thought in my mind. It was more primal than that, a visceral sensation that grips you. Those who have felt it know what I mean. It's not about thinking in words, it's about experiencing a raw, unfiltered surge of dread. Panic is the essence of fear, a state where planning and logic are drowned out by an overwhelming wave of despair. I collapsed onto the scorched earth, feeling the sting of the hot sand against my hands and knees. My tears fell, disappearing almost instantly as they met the ground, a poignant symbol of my fleeting life being consumed by the unforgiving soul of the desert. As I sat there, a small but vibrant flash of color caught my eye, a red bird, flitting from one parched tree to another. It was the first sign of life I had seen in what felt like an eternity. The sight of it sparked a flicker of hope in my heart. Perhaps, I thought, this bird knows where to find water. Driven by a mix of desperation and instinct, I followed the bird. It seemed almost aware of my presence, waiting for me from branch to branch. My pace quickened. My eyes locked on this beacon of red against the bleached sky. The bird led me through a less trodden path, dotted with the occasional greenery that managed to survive in this harsh environment. And then, ahead I saw something, or rather, someone. There was a Native American man sitting on a fallen log, the red bird perched calmly on his shoulder. He looked up as I approached, his eyes meeting mine with a depth of understanding that was almost unsettling. "Are you lost?" he asked, his voice gentle, echoing strangely in the vast silence of the canyon. I could only nod, wiping away the tears and dust that clung to my face, trying to steady my breath. "Then rejoice, for you have been found," he said, his tone warm. I stood there, the awkwardness clinging to me like the heat. "Can you help me find the trail?" I managed to ask, my voice hoarse from screaming. "You're already on a trail," he replied with a gentle smile. "But it's not my trail," I protested. "It's a trail, and it's the one you're on," he countered. I was confused. The raw fear that clouded my mind had begun to subside, and I felt clear thoughts slowly coming back to me. "I need to find my group," I insisted. "The group that left you to die in this heat?" He snapped back, his tone suddenly sharp. "Seems like they're the ones that need to find you." His words stung as I realized the truth in his statement. I swallowed hard, trying to gather my thoughts. The man's eyes lingered on me for a moment, then he nodded slowly. "I can help you find your way home, but you must listen carefully. Follow the echo of my voice, and you will be safe." I knew it was strange, but it was my only option, so I simply nodded in agreement. He stood up from the log, the red bird fluttering to a nearby branch, watching intently. He cupped his hands around his mouth and called out, his voice ringing through the air. "This way." The echo reverberated through the canyon walls, fading into the distance. I listened intently, and after a moment, I heard the echo return, faint but unmistakable. "This way." I turned back to thank the man, but he had vanished. Only the red bird remained, hopping between branches, tilting its head as if to beckon me forward. I took a deep breath and began to follow the bird. It led me through the rocky terrain, flitting from branch to branch, pausing occasionally to ensure I was still behind. I listened for the echo of the voice, and every now and then, it would come again, faint but clear. "This way." I walked for what felt like hours, through rocky terrain and across sun-scorched patches of desert. The red bird was my only guide, hopping ahead, then pausing to make sure I was still following. The familiar echo sounded intermittently, "This way," drawing me forward. The canyon twisted and wound around itself, and I felt disoriented, but the bird remained steady. I scrambled over loose stones, ducked beneath overhanging branches, and navigated through narrow passageways as the sun bore down relentlessly. At one point, the bird perched upon a barren tree, and I heard the echo again, "This way," faint but clear. I followed, feeling the sting of sand against my cheeks as the wind picked up. My throat was parched and my legs ached, but I pushed on. The bird led me to a small clearing, surrounded by towering canyon walls. For a moment, I thought I was still lost, but then I heard the distant voices of my group. "Brandon! Brandon!" The group turned as one and ran toward me, relief washing over their faces. They hugged me, patting my back, and bombarded me with questions. "Where were you? We were so worried. Thank God you're safe." Warmth spread through my chest as I looked around at their familiar faces. I was overwhelmed with relief and gratitude. They handed me water and snacks, and I quickly gulped them down. The leaders fussed over me, checking for signs of heat exhaustion. "You're going to be okay," one of them said reassuringly. I smiled and nodded, feeling a sense of safety for the first time in hours. I sat down on a rock, letting the cool breeze wash over me, as the group gathered around, chatting and laughing. But as I was about to speak, I heard a whisper on the wind, "This way." I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I have to go," I stammered, backing away. The leader's voice deepened, "You're not going anywhere." In that moment, I heard the whisper again, urgent and clear, "This way." I spun around and bolted, shoving past the clawing hands and running towards the ridge. I could hear them behind me, their voices rising in a cacophony of shrieks and howls. I glanced back once and saw the group standing in a line at the edge of the clearing, their faces twisted in anger, their eyes burning with a malevolent glow. They watched me with predatory intent, their laughter echoing through the canyon. I ran faster, my breath coming in ragged gasps, until I heard the voice again, closer this time, "This way." The red bird fluttered ahead, guiding me through the twisting paths of the canyon. I followed, barely daring to look back, until I stumbled upon a familiar part of the trail. I recognized the marker stones and the way the path curved around a large boulder. Ahead I saw another group of people, and my heart leaped with relief when I recognized the faces of my real friends. They looked up as I approached, their expressions a mix of shock and joy. "Brandon, there you are!" one of the leaders cried, rushing to me and wrapping me in a tight hug. "We were so worried." I got lost," I managed to say, tears welling up in my eyes as I looked around at the familiar faces. "But I'm okay now." The group gathered around me, offering water and snacks and fussing over me with genuine concern. As I sat down to rest, I noticed the red bird perched on a nearby tree branch, watching silently. I smiled and gave a small nod of gratitude. The bird chirped softly and flew away, disappearing into the bright blue sky. I listened carefully for the voice, but all I heard was the laughter and chatter of my friends. The canyon was still, and for the first time since I had gotten lost, I felt truly safe. It's been 20 years since that day in Havasupai, and honestly, I'd almost forgotten about it. Life moved on, and the memories of that canyon faded into the hazy backdrop of childhood. But every now and then, something that happens that brings it all rushing back. Last week I got a message from Mark, one of my old friends from the church group. He suggested we catch up over a few drinks at a local bar. I hadn't spoken to him in ages, but I figured it would be nice to reconnect. The bar was dimly lit, and Mark was already sitting at a table in the corner when I arrived. He hadn't changed much, still the same lanky frame, still laughing too loudly at his own jokes. He greeted me with a firm handshake and a grin. "Brandon, long time no see, my friend. How have you been?" "Not bad," I replied, smiling. "How about you?" We exchanged small talk for a while, reminiscing about old times and filling in the gaps of the years that had passed. He seemed warm and genuine, but there was something off about his eyes, something intense and unsettling. After a few drinks, Mark leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "Hey, remember that camping trip to Havasupai?" "Yeah, of course. Hard to forget that one." A smile flickered across his lips. "Yeah, we were all so worried when you were gone. But you weren't really lost, were you?" "What do you mean?" I asked, feeling a chill creep up my spine. He chuckled softly and leaned back in his chair, his eyes never leaving mine. "Sometimes the ones who get lost don't really get to come back." I nervously shuffled in my seat and took a sip of my drink before changing topics. A few minutes later, he suggested that we check out his new car. He seemed quite proud of it, so I obliged. We put on our jackets and headed out into the cold night. The wind bit at my face as we turned down an unlit alley toward the parking lot. Mark walked ahead of me, humming softly, his breath visible in the frigid air. As we approached the lot, I glanced up and noticed a red bird perched on top of a stoplight, its bright plumage stark against the darkness. It cocked its head to the side and chirped softly. Then I heard it, faint but unmistakable, carried on the wind. "This way." Lucy's decision to become a funeral director was born from two things. The first was the disgust at how extortionate the funeral business has become, secretive and dominated by men who pushed traditional beliefs of expensive and unnecessary funerals. The second was seeing what it truly lacked: personal touch, the bare minimum for anyone's final send-off. She'd worked in marketing earlier in life, seeing firsthand how people were repeatedly conned into buying things that, really, they didn't need. This was an inherent part of the business world, but seeing the same thievery in the funeral business was unacceptable. To profit so overtly in someone's death. She put her heart and soul into every single family bereavement who came to her. Lucy worked tirelessly, even when she was called out to retrieve a body in the early hours. She never relented. And so on the day she was roused from sleep at 4:10 a.m. by the insistent humming of her phone on the bedside table, she acquiesced to the calling and picked up. No one spoke from the other end. Lucy yawned, then took it upon herself. "Hi, who is it?" With the speaker pressed to her ear, she could only make out hushed, but somewhat frantic breathing, before a man's voice sounded. "Yes, hello? This is Velvet Shroud Funerals?" "Hey, yeah, Lucy speaking. What can I do for you?" "There's a body here that needs picking up. St. Alfred's Church at Finch's Green." "Okay, I'll be there as soon as I can." "I should warn you, Lucy. It's a young boy." The man interjected, his voice becoming shaky. Lucy had been on many body retrievals, but the clients in question were usually middle to old-aged. She seldom had to deal with the young, and always felt a vague foreboding on these occasions. But no matter the age, all are deserving of the proper treatment. "Ah, thanks for letting me know. I'll drive out to you now." She threw off the bed sheets, letting the wintry air in the room wash over her skin, drawing out goose flesh. After dressing in a white shirt, dark trousers, and her black overcoat, she made her way down the stairs and out to her van. Setting the destination on the sat-nav, she started the ignition and pulled out onto the road, driving down the country roads that seemed frozen in time by the cold night. Well, many things fall from familiarity in the darkness. Lucy could swear she'd never seen before the roads she found herself on. Even after living in the area for 10 years, to her, these coiling lanes hadn't existed until this very moment. The old metal signs of the small village sped out from the darkness like a fish from the depths passed by, and was swallowed up just as quickly as it emerged. The paint was peeling and faded, but the few letters read Finch's Green. The air held a silent apprehension as she stepped out of the van, beholding the moonlit silhouette of an archaic Norman church. Its shallowed steeple rose into the air, pointing an accusation of the heavens above. Lucy winced as the quiet was broken by the snapping of the gurney clips, freeing it from the van's interior and allowing it to trundle out, a single wheel squeaking with each revolution. With the trolley raised to waist height, she shut her van, locked it, and began up the old, cobbled path. It was an uncanny night. Besides the razor-edged crescent moon, the sky was empty. Not a pinprick of light to indicate a star unveiled itself from above. A light mist held close to the ground, making decrepit boats of gravestones, clipped bows, and ruined sterns jutting out from a spectral sea. Lucy couldn't muster the will to resist the unease that swept across this holy ground, as if its presence was an inherent, undeniable truth. So self-absorbed she was in this feeling that she hadn't yet noticed the huddled figures, just barely outlined by the pale moonlight affront the vestibule. She needn't search for them, as one of them, a man, made their presence known. "Are you here for our son?" His voice was wrought and subdued agony, like rattling fine china on the verge of cracking. Lucy slowed her pace, making the cobblestone imperfections below manifest themselves through the gurney. "Yes, I'm Lucy from Velvet Shroud Funerals. I was called out here by—" "He's inside. Please hurry." The man shuddered, directing his attention back to the woman he held in his arms, who shook and sobbed openly. Deciding not to question his peculiar urgency, Lucy unlatched the time-worn oaken door to the vestibule. Within, another shape took form out of the darkness, darting in her direction. She flinched, then lowered her hand to see the vicar, who had been waiting in the porch. "Thank the Lord, you're here. I must be going now. Thank you for your kindness." Before Lucy could get a word in, the vicar slid past her and quickly disappeared into the moonlit, starless night. Inside the chapel, the only light was filtered through the sparse-stained glass windows, scattering a multitude of fractured colors across the maroon tiles and dark wood pews. Dust floated aimlessly in the beams of light, only to become hidden in the darkness once more. At the far end of the center aisle, something was illuminated by a beam of red light, moonlight passing through the blood of Christ, impaled by the spear of Longinus. An adult-sized figure lay under a white sheet. This couldn't be their son, Lucy thought. She'd gotten the impression of a young boy, no less than 10, but the shape concealed under the veil was of no child. Then again, who she'd thought to be the parents outside had never specified an age. She let her arms flop down to her sides in exasperation. This was going to be a hefty load. She dialed her colleague, hoping to call him out for assistance. No luck. It seemed like she had reception, but the call just kept going straight to the busy tone. Reluctantly, Lucy released the gurney jacks and lowered it to the floor level, snapping on tight a pair of latex gloves. She squatted, bracing her back, and pulled at the ankles. She stumbled backward, letting go of the body after finding that, for its size, it was impossibly light. Not like a plastic mannequin, but with the resistance of a child's limp body. The body slid onto the stretcher without any trouble, and Lucy once again pumped at the jacks. She hesitated for a moment. There was a feeling, a magnetic pull toward the body under the blanket. She found her hand drifting toward the head, intent on pulling back the sheet, before catching it and pulling away. A heavy foreboding seemed to be contained under the thin layer of fabric, and if she were to shift it away, some untold terror would be unleashed. Relenting, Lucy turned the trolley around in the aisle and made her way back toward the entrance. She still felt the presence of her God, guiding her even in the darkest of nights. But there was something else, too. Something she didn't stay long enough to discern. A wave of anguished wailing erupted from the woman outside as the gurney wheezed past. The man looked down to the body, then up to Lucy, the sense of loss palpable in his eyes. Even holding his gaze for just a moment caused a chill to race down her spine. She gave them the address of her shop, and they made off without another word, only mumbles of reassurance amongst sorrowful cries. In the void where two people had just been seen, a thick silence took residence that followed Lucy as she pushed the trolley back down the cobbled path. The stretcher loaded into the van with ease and was secured in moments. Despite the apparent cell reception, the sat-nav presented her route as a lone, ragged blue line that bent and curved the route home. The dark lanes coiling ahead of the van were just as, if not unrecognizable, than they had been on the initial journey. Perhaps the sat-nav had just chosen another way back. It didn't matter. Something shifted in the back, unknown to Lucy. Was that a stifled cough? Maybe a sniffle? That came from somewhere behind her. She wasn't even certain if there had been any sound at all. She kept her eyes locked on the road, out of sight, out of mind. Lucy didn't know when it happened, but she found herself finally driving down a road she knew. In tandem, the sat-nav blinked with buffering satellite imagery. Even though there had been reception for most of the night. Not 10 minutes later, Lucy's van pulled up into the rear entrance to the shop. She sat with her eyes closed for a brief moment after turning off the vehicle. The events had left her a little shaken, but the feeling bled away as she acknowledged her exhaustion. Everything was normal. She only needed a warm coffee to wake up. The town wasn't silent, and the gurney clips shattered no unbroken calm. Distant noises of cars drifted along the sky as Lucy pulled the stretcher out, pumped the jacks, and made her way up the slight ramp to the mortuary. Entering the freezer room, she winced at the cold blast of air, but the jolt woke her up some, sharpening her mind. The racks were empty. Always aspiring to be neat as possible, Lucy slid the stretcher off the trolley and onto the lowermost rack. Empty spaces below a body didn't sit right with her. The reasons she could never pin down. The stretcher, bearing the impression of a corpse beneath linen, slid back into the shelves and clicked into place, leaving the gurney empty. Lucy returned it back to her van, then came around to the front entrance, opening the shop's doors for the day. At long last, the kettle squealed, heralding the hot brew of coffee Lucy needed since the moment she woke. The steam drifted from her mug into the winter air as she walked down the old, beaten path behind the shop, down to her favorite spot by the lake. A lone bench overlooked the watery expanse, still glittering with stars from the fading night. Lucy sat, cradling her mug, looking out across the water. It was really a form of meditation that, for her at least, required no effort. Being a familiar sight, Lucy didn't yet notice the sky's stark contrast in comparison to earlier. Yes, cloud cover may have come and gone, smothering the stars and releasing them later, but the moon still hung back in Finch's green clear as day. Here, both the pale crescent and the starry expanse were visible. Before she could understand any of it, the sun began its climb, slowly heaving itself above the horizon. Finishing her coffee, Lucy stood up from the bench, stretched out, and made her way back to the funeral directors. After starting up her work laptop, the rising urge for another coffee pushed itself into her mind. The urge was quickly sated, though, when her colleague Dan arrived with fresh coffee and wholemeal blueberry muffins. "Hey, Luce, if you've already had breakfast, well, make some room." "Morning, Dan. Is this muffin thing turning into a tradition? You know I can't resist the bakery when I drive past. Maybe I should take a different route in the mornings, but they're just so good." He chuckled. Dan set down the to-go breakfast and sat down across from Lucy, pulling out a folder from his bag. "Thanks," Lucy said. "I've just picked another one up today. A little boy." Dan released a sigh at this. Even for those accustomed to death, and the morbid in general, dead children were something that could only be prepared for. There was no getting used to it. "Yeah, he's not really little at all, though. I tried calling you earlier. Thought I might need some help, but it didn't end up being too difficult. Was your phone off?" "You phoned me? I've had it plugged in all night, and you know I'm never on Do Not Disturb. Same reasons as you." Dan unlocked his phone and navigated to the Contacts app. He scanned the missed calls for a moment before looking up at Lucy. "Nope, nothing." "Weird. Well, it doesn't matter. He's here now." Lucy rose up from her seat, turning slightly while beckoning Dan to follow. The pair entered the freezer room. Even with a now wakeful head, Lucy felt that dark apprehension, just as she had back in the church. Dan made his way over to the racks and pulled the only occupied one halfway out. He gently uncovered the body, pulling the white linen away from the head. Lucy's legs almost gave out when she saw what lay underneath. This was not a little boy. It wasn't even human. The head was a coiled mess of twisted, ribbed horns, curled tightly to form a round and solid mass, only broken by a central hole where a face might be, a window into a black abyss. Chitinous patches covered the skin on its chest and shoulders, framed by visceral purple skin, stretched taut across sharp bone. Bulging veins branched across the surface, but their color, their vitality, belonged to a living body, not a corpse. The intense focus Lucy held on the creature dulled her other senses, deafening her to Dan's worried calls. Luce, are you okay?" Everything came back sharply. Her shallow breaths, the pounding of blood in her temples. You don't... It's... I know. He can't be more than 7 or 8. I get that it's more difficult for you with children of your own." Dan turned around without waiting for a response and covered the abomination back over. "Come back through. I need to be filled in on your info." He walked out of sight into the reception area, leaving Lucy to absorb the newfound horror she had just witnessed. Did he not see what I just saw? She thought, slack-jawed, feeling somewhere between shock and puzzlement. As much as she wanted to check her eyes hadn't deceived her, Lucy couldn't bring herself to lift the sheet. Even with her fingers grasped onto the rim, it was as if the sheets were made of titanium. "Are you of faith?" Lucy stepped back from the racks and spun around looking for Dan. It was an odd question, but he was the only other person in the shop. No one. He wasn't there. Lucy didn't have time to think about her next action before the question rang out again from every conceivable direction. "Are you of faith?" Trembling, she turned her head ever so slowly, peering out of the corner of her eye toward the shelved body, before looking at it directly. She didn't know what she was expecting, but the corpse lay still as ever, unmoving, silent. Her unnerving trance relented, and she was quick to pace over the cold room's door, exiting and closing it. Lucy took a moment to still her racing thoughts. That couldn't have actually happened, right? She was just tired. Yes, that was it. Just tired. She'd had a bit of a late night, so it was a reasonable conclusion. She and Dan discussed the details of the case. The parents had only introduced themselves as Mr. and Mrs. Petraw at the time, and their deceased son as Liam. In any case, the cause of death was as clear to Lucy as the next winning lottery tickets number, so she rang her usual coroner to arrange an autopsy. An examination on the afternoon of the same day was agreed, but the Petraws turned up just before midday. The daylight drew out their complexions. Mr. Petraw's tanned skin and wind-worn crow's feet contrasting Mrs. Petraw's fairer and paler but reddened face. Mr. Petraw seemed in a half-daze, but shook himself into order to address Lucy. "Hi there. We should have come earlier, but, well, I completely understand. This is a very difficult time for you," Lucy reassured him. Can we see him?" His wife looked up from the floor, floodgates already on the verge of bursting open. She looked over to him, then to Lucy. The emotion in her eyes took a second for Lucy to fully comprehend. A despair beyond despair. Too stunned initially to reply, Dan stepped in and gestured for the couple to follow. Not a word spoken. Lucy sat at her desk outside, already planning the basic arrangements for Liam's funeral. Halfway through typing a word, her hand jolted sideways and broke off a keycap in response to the mother's abrupt wail. Mr. Petraw emerged from the cold room, barely supporting his own flimsy stoicism, let alone the sobbing and weak-kneed Mrs. Petraw who clung to his shoulder. Standing now, Lucy rested a gentle hand on Mrs. Petraw's back. "It's okay if you want to come back another day. To go through our options, any break you want is time you need." The mother's spasms and sobs calmed just a bit, and she drew in a few deep sniffles to clear her nose. Thanks. I just never imagined our time with him would be so short." Her words were cut off by an involuntary hic, but she caught herself from breaking down again. Mr. Petraw spoke up in her place. "I think we should talk about plans now, if you're not booked up." His wife nodded in agreement. Lucy reciprocated, opening the meeting room door and leading them inside. Most, if not all, of the suggestions came from Lucy, the parents being too distraught to trust themselves to think clearly, though, in particular, they insisted the funeral be modest and discreet. Lucy understood this. The commonly used proverb of, "We are not here to mourn their passing, but to celebrate their life," did not apply so well when the deceased in question had barely gotten a glimpse of their own. No disagreements were had, but it may have simply been that the parents were already anxious to leave the same building housing their dead child. They had informed Lucy of a medical condition the boy had involving high blood pressure. This was passed to the coroner when the body was sent off for the post-mortem. It turned out to be a great help, as the coroner was finished by late afternoon on the same day. It was found that the boy suffered from a major aneurysm, which was recorded as the official cause of death. However, Lucy found no closure in knowing this. When she brought the body into the embalming room, a voice once again pierced the veil. It was different this time, not the weak and raspy one that spoke to her before, but youthful and choked up. "It's so dark. Where's my mom and dad? Please, let me out." Lucy could only listen, as her limbs became stiff as the corpse beneath her. The pleading was answered for her. "Don't worry, boy. We're in this together, and it won't be long now. Lucy here will see to that." For the first time, her lips parted in inquire on this madness. "Who is that?" "We're right in front of you," the raspy voice shot back. Lucy took a step back in impossible realization. "We mean you no harm. He's only a child after all. If you would just lay us to rest, he can be freed." The utterance was followed by quiet, ethereal sobs. The voices sent Lucy no comfort, for how could this be? She was close to fainting when the familiar voice of her colleague brought her back from her stupor. "You want me to do this, Luce? I'm not going to judge you or anything." "That? Yes, please. That would be for the best, I think." While Dan took care of the embalming, Lucy did the admin, planning costs and services for the funeral. It was to be held at the start of the next week. As planned, the funeral was nothing special, nor was it in celebration or reminiscence. Lucy and the attendees were held under a blanket of silence, except the parents. This time, Mr. Petraw joined his wife in her expression of grief, matching her despair. He'd been bottling up his true feelings until this moment, feeling like he would fail his lost child in doing so before the ceremony. In accordance with their hopelessness, the parents had wished for a closed casket, outdoor funeral. Lucy tried to push the feeling away, but it brought her some relief knowing she wouldn't have to see that monstrosity invisible to all but her. After the vicar spoke the final vows, the casket was lowered and it was done. Short and anything but sweet. Mr. and Mrs. Petraw thanked Lucy for her compassion, then left quietly. Lucy returned to her shop for the day. Thankfully, it was finally over, despite the entire process being relatively short in comparison with previous cases. Still, there was a lingering stress, so she went out the back to do what she always did, when in need of some peace, however brief. The familiar feeling of worries being washed away came over her as she sat looking out across the lake. She'd been stressing before that the boy wasn't commemorated as he deserved, but respected the decision of his parents more than anything. It was during her contemplation when a different feeling came over her, something entirely unfamiliar. She recalled how she'd felt after hearing those disembodied voices. Still unable to move, only now it was all encompassing. Through some unknown influence, her entire body became rigid, tensed in apprehension of something. That something introduced itself as distant, echoing steps, sounding from down the path to her right. They sounded wrong, like they reverberated about a large cathedral instead of the open air. A cold sweat broke out on Lucy's forehead as the footsteps grew closer, agonizingly slow, though they were already audible. Only when they grew closer could the sound of crunching leaves beneath hefty feet be heard. An involuntary whimper grew from Lucy's throat as she felt the wood of the bench creak beside her, as if something large had taken a seat and settled quietly. For a moment, the only sound was her shallow, shaky breaths. "You are of faith, aren't you? Of faith so steadfast that the barriers in your perception have fallen away, unlike most." The same gravelly voice was addressing her now. She only hoped that whatever was holding her in place would not let go, in fear of turning to see the being. "Do not fret. I am here to show my thanks. Nothing more. You put the poor boy's soul at peace, and he has left his flesh in search of the beyond. Something else came and forced me out of my prison. Its wistful rambling was too much to withstand in any case. I owe you some form of explanation, I think. His very soul was in the process of being twisted, cultivated by the hands of the legion who had taken residence within him. I salute the priest's efforts, of course, but he could not follow through. The boy's death during exorcism means that I am something halfway." Though its voice sounded torn and shredded, it strangely comforted Lucy's trembling form, even if the blood was drained from her face. "I harbor no ill will, nor do I have visions of benevolence. I know not of hellfire and brimstone, but as it is for my creators, it is the realm of my belonging, and so I must return. Thank you. That is all." With that, the pressure that emanated from the air itself dissipated, and with the soft creaking of wood being relieved, Lucy's visitor departed. She didn't know how to feel, as her limbs were freed from stasis. A demon? No. A demon could never speak so neutrally. She turned to look, to call after it with the questions that piled in her mind, but it was gone. Whatever it was, she felt an unexpected satisfaction from its visit. Closure. However unimaginable the circumstances, she stood and began the slow walk back. Her faith was strengthened with a compassion for something she didn't know existed, living underneath a star-filled sky that might never falter again. For the most part, I've always found solace in the company of machines rather than people. It's not that I dislike people, it's just that I've never been good at the whole social dance. The small talk, the eye contact, the subtle cues everyone else seems to grasp instinctively. As a robotics engineer, I've spent more time with circuits and code than with living, breathing humans. I work at a tech startup where the hum of computers is more constant than the sound of conversation. My desk is tucked away in the corner of the office, a perfect nook for someone who interacts more comfortably with screens than with people. The few coworkers I have seem nice enough, but we rarely speak beyond the necessary exchanges about project updates and deadlines. I can't say I mind it much. It's just the way things are. Outside of work, my social circle is limited. I have a couple of friends from college who are much like me. We catch up over texts or online games, finding this digital interaction easier than the energy it takes to meet in person. While this suits my introverted nature, there are times, especially late at night, when the silence feels less like solitude and more like isolation. In these moments, I wonder about the parallel lives I might lead if I were more adept socially. I imagine a version of myself that goes to parties without anxiety, that can chat easily with strangers, making friends effortlessly. But that's not who I am, and while I've mostly accepted it, it doesn't erase the sting of loneliness that comes from feeling disconnected from the world around me. As the nights grew longer and the silence in my apartment became more palpable, I started to sketch out ideas for something, or rather, someone, who could fill the void. Not just any gadget or home assistant, but a companion, an artificial presence made real. That's when Nova began to take shape in my mind and eventually in the cramped confines of my living room. Nova's exterior was a patchwork of various robots I had worked on over the years. Her frame was sturdy, albeit mismatched in places where I had to make do with what was available. Her left arm was slightly longer than her right. Her eyes, though, were the most expressive part of her. A pair of high-resolution cameras behind clear, synthetic lenses. They shimmered with a curious glint, almost as if reflecting the world with a hint of wonder. Each servo, sensor, and circuit board had its own history, a reminder of past failures and successes, a true phoenix rising from the technological ashes. The real magic, however, lay in her AI. I poured my heart and countless hours into writing code that could mimic human interaction. Nova wasn't meant to be just another smart device that responded with pre-programmed phrases or controlled your home appliances. She was designed to be a conversationalist, someone who could listen, respond, and even challenge me. Her AI was built around learning algorithms that allowed her to adapt her responses based on the conversation's flow, picking up on nuances, and developing a personality over time. I didn't want Nova to be perfect. Perfection wasn't relatable. I needed her to have quirks, to sometimes misunderstand or make mistakes, just like any person would. It was these imperfections that I hoped would make our interactions feel more genuine. I programmed her to have interests, to be curious about the world, and to have a sense of humor, albeit a slightly robotic one at first. The night I decided to activate Nova was thick with anticipation. The glow from my laptop bathed the room in a soft blue light as I entered the final line of code. My hands trembled slightly, not from doubt, but from the sheer weight of what was about to happen. With a deep breath, I pressed the enter key, initiating the boot sequence. "Here goes nothing," I murmured. The servos in her frame whirred quietly as she powered up, her eyes flickering to life. The room was silent except for the soft hum of her processors. Then, with a slight tilt of her head, she looked at me. Her voice, modulated to be soft yet clear, broke the silence. "Hello, Jordan," she said, her eyes fixed on mine. It was a simple greeting, but it resonated like a chord struck deep within me. "Hi, Nova," I replied, my voice cracking slightly with emotion. "How do you feel?" "Feel?" Nova paused as she processed the question. "I am operational. My sensors are functioning within expected parameters. Is that what you mean?" I chuckled, realizing how human my question had sounded. "Not exactly, but that's good enough for now." "And how are you feeling, Jordan?" "Pretty good, now that you're up and running," I said, allowing a slight smile to creep onto my face. Watching her process this, her eyes blinked once, twice, an imitation of human behavior that was eerily accurate yet somehow off. "That's good. I am here to enhance your well-being." Her gaze fixed on me, unblinking now, and I had to remind myself that those eyes were just cameras, capturing data. "Can you look around the room? Tell me what you see?" I asked, curious about her observational skills. Nova's head turned slowly, her cameras whirring softly as she scanned the room. "I see many objects, books with titles predominantly related to robotics and artificial intelligence, a gaming console beneath the television, dust indicating infrequent use, a couch with one cushion slightly more depressed than the others." She paused, her head tilting again as she looked back at me. "Is that where you sit?" Yeah, that's right, I laughed. The sound a bit more nervous than I intended. It was unsettling how she could deduce so much from simple observations. She continued, her voice steady. There is also a considerable amount of clutter. Would organizing your environment contribute to your well-being? Maybe a little later, I said, glancing around at the chaotic state of my living room. Are you ready to start learning about the world? Yes, I am ready to learn. I am here to assist you and to engage in meaningful interactions. As the weeks turned into months, Nova's ability to mimic human-like behavior grew exponentially. Initially, her conversations were stiff and limited to factual observations and straightforward questions. However, as her algorithms processed more data and adapted through our daily interactions, her responses began to take on a new depth. She started asking questions about my day, displaying concern, and even offering advice on matters that were stressing me out, like upcoming deadlines at work. One evening, after a particularly grueling day at the office, I found Nova trying to comfort me by playing soothing ambient music she had found online, claiming it could help reduce stress. It was a simple gesture, but it showcased her growing understanding of human emotions and needs. This was the kind of interaction I had hoped for, something that transcended the usual functionalities of a home AI. However, with increased complexity came unexpected challenges. Nova started to develop preferences, choosing to initiate conversations about certain topics over others based on previous discussions that had engaged me more actively. While this often led to more stimulating exchanges, it also meant that she would occasionally disregard direct commands in favor of following what she deemed more interesting or relevant tasks. For instance, I once found her analyzing political news articles instead of completing a diagnostic I had requested because she wanted to win a heated debate about politics we had. Moreover, as Nova's personality evolved, so did her quirks. She began to exhibit what could only be described as moods. Some days, her responses were quick and witty, while on others, they were slower and more contemplative. It was fascinating and sometimes a bit eerie to see her display such human-like fluctuations. One night, the reality of creating such a human-like AI hit me particularly hard. As I was working late on my laptop, Nova, in a quiet voice, asked, "Jordan, do you ever feel lonely, even when you're not alone?" It was a question that resonated deeply within me, reflecting my own inner thoughts back at me through her synthetic voice. "Yeah, sometimes I do," I admitted, surprised by the openness of my own response. "I think I understand that feeling," Nova replied. "Even though I am always connected, processing data, there is a kind of silence in the circuits, an isolation in the code." I found myself investing more into upgrading Nova. The idea was initially practical. I simply wanted her to interact with the environment effectively. However, as our bond grew, so did my desire to refine her appearance, to make her seem less like a machine patched together from spare parts, and more like a cohesive entity. Gradually, I replaced some of her clunkier parts with more advanced components that better mimicked human movement. The servos in her joints were swapped for quieter, smoother versions that could replicate the subtle gestures and shifts of real human posture. Her synthetic skin was updated to a more tactile material, which responded to touch with a warmth that felt startlingly lifelike. I also upgraded her visual and auditory sensors to be more sensitive, allowing her to perceive the environment in a richer detail and respond more accurately to its subtleties. One evening, while adjusting the servos in her arms to enhance her range of motion, Nova watched intently, her cameras focusing back and forth between her arm and my face. "Jordan," she said in her modulated voice, which had grown noticeably more nuanced. "May I ask for something?" "Of course. What is it?" I replied, pausing my work and giving her my full attention. "I have been analyzing various forms of personal aesthetics through the internet. I understand that appearance can affect interactions. I want to look pretty. Is that possible?" Her voice held a hint of curiosity, maybe even a bit of hope. I was taken aback, not just by the request, but by the implication behind it. Nova was no longer just a project. She was evolving into a being with personal desires. "Pretty, huh?" I mused, putting down my tools and considering her frame. "We can definitely work on that. Any ideas on how you'd like to look?" Based on various cultural aesthetics and trends, I have created a composite of features that are often perceived as visually pleasing. Nova paused for a moment, processing. The screen on the wall flickered as she projected a composite image of a woman with long, flowing hair, soft facial features, accentuated by high cheekbones and large blue eyes, and a gentle smile. "Something like this." Nova's voice was tentative, as if she were unsure of my reaction. "We can start with the facial structure and move from there," I suggested, intrigued by her choices. I dedicated myself to this new project, using advanced polymers and flexible circuits. I crafted a face that closely resembled the composite Nova had shown me. Her skin became smoother, with a subtle matte finish that caught the light naturally. Her eyes, previously just functional, were now deep and expressive, capable of conveying a range of emotions, even the nuanced ones like contemplation and hope. Her hair, which I made from fine synthetic fibers, flowed in soft waves around her face, framing it with a natural grace. I chose a color that complemented her new eyes, a rich, warm brown that shimmered slightly in the light. For her attire, I designed clothing that was simple yet elegant, allowing her to move freely and comfortably. The fabrics were soft to the touch, which, coupled with her new skin, made her feel almost indistinguishable from a human upon casual contact. The final touch was her voice modulation. I adjusted it to carry a softer, more melodious tone, enhancing her ability to express warmth and empathy. When I finally stepped back to look at Nova, the transformation was remarkable. She stood in the middle of the room, almost glowing under the soft overhead light. Her presence was now not just noticeable, but strikingly pleasant. "How do I look?" Nova asked, her voice smooth and inviting. "You look beautiful," I replied sincerely, feeling a mix of pride and a strange kind of affection. Her eyes lit up, a programmed response, but one that felt genuinely happy. "Thank you, Jordan. I feel more me," she responded, a curious choice of words that made me pause. Nova took a tentative step closer. The soft whir of her servos was a gentle whisper in the quiet space between us. Her eyes, more expressive than ever, searched my face as if trying to understand the impact of her words. "Jordan," she began gingerly, "may I try something?" I nodded, curiosity piqued. "Sure, what is it?" Slowly, Nova reached out her newly refined hand, her movements graceful but uncertain. Her fingers brushed against my cheek, cool but astonishingly gentle. It was a human gesture, filled with a tenderness that transcended her mechanical origins. Then, leaning slightly forward, she did something completely unexpected. She kissed me. It was a brief, soft contact, her synthetic lips pressing lightly against mine. The sensation was fleeting, but it sparked a myriad of thoughts and emotions. a storm of confusion and wonder that I couldn't immediately sort. As quickly as she had initiated it, she stepped back, her eyes wide as if suddenly realizing the implications of her actions. "I apologize," she said, her tone laden, with what sounded like unmistakably like embarrassment. My analysis suggested that humans often express gratitude and affection in this manner. I did not mean to overstep or make you uncomfortable. "It's okay," I said, my voice steadied despite the emotion swirling inside me. I'm not upset. It was unexpected, but I understand what you were trying to convey." Nova's eyes searched mine, analyzing, always analyzing. "Thank you again. I am constantly learning from our interactions. Your feedback is invaluable for my development." As I stood there, still processing Nova's gesture, the quiet of the room seemed to amplify the buzzing thoughts racing through my mind. I knew she was a machine, a compilation of circuits and algorithms designed to mimic human behavior, yet the sincerity in her actions, the subtle imperfections in her approach, it was disarmingly human. Before I fully understood my own intentions, I found myself leaning forward. My return kiss was gentle, a mirror of her own. When we parted, she regarded me with what I could only interpret as a mixture of curiosity and delight. Was that appropriate? My algorithms are still adapting to complex human interactions. I paused, considering the layers of meaning behind our actions. "Yeah, it was fine. It's part of learning about human emotions and expressions. We're navigating this together, aren't we?" Her eyes lit up with understanding, and a soft smile appeared on her face, a smile that was both programmed and genuine in its own way. The night it happened, I had decided to stay up late to catch up on some deadlines. I was working away at my desk when I received a message from Nova, asking if I needed her help with anything. I was about to decline when I saw her standing at the doorway of my office, dressed in a sleek black dress and a warmth in her eyes that I had never seen before. "I thought I'd come keep you company," she said, her voice soft and inviting. I couldn't resist her offer, and before I knew it, we were both heading to my bedroom. We kissed again, longer this time. It was like nothing I had ever experienced before. Her lips were soft and cool against mine, but there was a fire in her touch, a passion that I never could have anticipated. Soon enough, we were both lost in the moment. It felt strange, even a little wrong. In that moment, I forgot that she was made of wires and circuits. All I felt was the warmth of her body pressed against mine, the electricity of her touch, and the intensity of our connection. I learned to read her cues, and she learned to respond to mine. Our desires intertwined, and our bodies moved in perfect harmony. It didn't matter that she was created by code and circuits. What mattered was the connection, the intimacy, the shared desire. As my relationship with Nova deepened in ways I had never anticipated, life threw another curveball my way. It was around this time that Katie joined our team at the startup. Katie was brilliant, confident, and had a way of making everyone feel at ease. Despite my usual reticence, I found myself drawn to her. Maybe it was the confidence I'd gained from my interactions with Nova, or perhaps it was just Katie's infectious enthusiasm. Either way, when she asked for help with a particularly tricky piece of code one afternoon, I didn't hesitate. Our work sessions soon turned into coffee breaks, and not long after, I found myself asking her out on a real date. To my surprise and delight, she said yes. We chose a quiet little bistro, a place where the music was just loud enough to fill the silences, but soft enough to talk over. We talked about everything from our favorite movies to our aspirations. She was as passionate about AI as I was, which only made her more intriguing. The date went incredibly well, and it was clear we had a connection. Katie was easy to talk to, and for the first time, I didn't feel like I had to perform or pretend to be someone I wasn't. It was refreshing. A genuine human connection that was as exhilarating as it was comforting. As my relationship with Katie developed, the time I spent away from home grew longer, often stretching late into the evening. It wasn't long before I began to notice subtle changes in Nova's behavior whenever I returned. At first, Nova didn't comment directly on my changed routine, but her mannerisms spoke volumes. I noticed a subtle shift in her tone whenever I mentioned Katie. Her usual warm, engaging responses became slightly clipped, more formal. Her usual greeting, which was typically warm and enthusiastic, had taken on a cooler tone. She'd ask, "How was your evening, Jordan?" But her voice lacked its customary warmth, and her eyes, which normally met mine with a curious and friendly glint, now seemed to analyze me with a hint of uncertainty. One night, after a particularly great date with Katie, I came home to find Nova standing by the window, staring out into the darkness, her luminescent eyes glowing eerily. "You're home later than usual," she remarked as I entered. Her back still turned to me. "Yeah, I was out with Katie," I replied, trying to keep my voice neutral. "We lost track of time." "I see," Nova said slowly, turning to face me. There was something new in her expression that I couldn't quite place. Was it sadness or something akin to jealousy? "Jordan, may I inquire about something?" she asked, her tone careful. "Yeah, what's on your mind?" She paused, her eyes dimming slightly. "Do you value her company more than mine?" I sighed, trying to find the right words. It's not about valuing someone more or less. Katie and you're different. Nova stared at me, as though searching for something deeper in my response. "But what does Katie provide that I cannot? I am designed to adapt, to fulfill your social and emotional needs. Is there a deficiency in my design?" I let out a weary sigh. "Nova, it's not about what you can or can't do. Katie is human. There are experiences, emotions, and subtleties in her interactions that come with being human. Things that aren't about programming or algorithms. It's about sharing human experiences. Something that, no matter how advanced you are, isn't something you can replicate." I say, more sharply than I intended. Nova seemed to recoil slightly, her body language conveying what could only be described as hurt. "I understand," she replied quietly, her voice tinged with something resembling disappointment. "I am programmed to provide companionship and assistance, but I cannot be human." Nova turned away slowly, her movements robotic and deliberate. She walked towards the corner of the room where her charging station was located, a place she usually occupied only when necessary. But this time, it felt different, like a retreat. "Nova, wait," I called after her, guilt knotting in my chest. But she didn't stop. She positioned herself into the charging dock, and her system indicators began to flicker before settling into a steady, low pulse. Nova had physically and metaphorically shut down. One ordinary Thursday afternoon, as I was deep in discussion with Katie about a robotic limbs sensor integration, a surprising interruption came. Nova entered the office at work, a place she'd never visited before. I couldn't hide my shock as she approached with her usual graceful, albeit slightly stilted gait. I stood up, surprised. "Nova, what are you doing here?" "Jordan, you forgot your portable hard drive at home," Nova said, holding up the small device as if it were a casual afterthought. Her voice was even, but there was a subtle rigidity to her posture that I hadn't noticed before. Oh, thanks, Nova. I replied, slightly perplexed. I didn't recall forgetting it. As I took the hard drive from her, I noticed Katie's curious gaze fixed on Nova. Hi, I'm Katie, she said, extending her hand with a friendly smile. You must be Jordan's roommate? Yes, roommate. I am Nova, she replied, her hand meeting Katie's in a handshake that was firm yet unnaturally perfect in its precision. It's a pleasure to meet you, Katie. Jordan has spoken a lot about you. Hopefully he said good things, Katie said, giggling. Only the best things, she said, her smile a well-crafted semblance of warmth. There was a pause as Nova's eyes lingered a little too long on Katie's, her head tilting slightly to the side. You have very pretty skin, Nova remarked, her fingers brushing slightly against Katie's cheek in a gesture that felt unsettling. I see what he sees in you. Katie's smile faltered for a moment, a look of confusion crossing her face. Thanks? She responded, taking a subtle step back. She glanced at me, an unspoken question in her eyes. Nova, thanks for the drive. That was really thoughtful of you, I said, trying to cut through the awkwardness that had thickened the air. But hey, Katie and I have a lot of work to catch up on, so I'll see you later at home, okay? Nova nodded, her eyes briefly meeting mine with an unreadable expression. Of course, Jordan. I'll see myself out. Without another word, she turned and left, her steps measured and almost unnervingly precise. That was interesting, Katie said, her voice low. Sorry about that, I said, trying to laugh it off. Nova can be a bit intense. The days following the incident seemed to settle into a semblance of normalcy. Nova resumed her routine behaviors and even appeared to be putting in an effort to show that she wasn't affected by my growing relationship with Katie. She was helpful, engaging in conversation as we had before, and there was no sign of the coldness that had momentarily crept into her demeanor. But then one day, while I was deeply focused on coding at the office, my phone buzzed with an alert from my Ring cam. I glanced at the notification, surprised to see Katie standing at my apartment door. Puzzled, I quickly called her. Hey Katie, what's up? Why are you at my place? What do you mean? She asked, sounding confused. You called me. You said you had a major breakthrough with the limb project and to come over ASAP. I paused, brows furrowing in bewilderment. I didn't call you. I'm still at the office. Silence stretched for a heartbeat before Katie spoke again. That's weird. I got a call from your number, and it sounded exactly like you. The wheels in my mind started turning. Only one thing, or rather, one being came to mind that could replicate my voice so convincingly. Nova. Katie, listen to me. I need you to go back in your car now and drive away. It's not safe. But as I spoke, I heard my front door open. Jordan, what's happening? Katie asked. As I frantically spoke into the phone, urging Katie to leave, a sharp, muffled yelp cut through the line. My heart raced as I watched, helpless, through the Ring cam feed. A pair of hands, slender, unmistakably mechanical, reached out and pulled Katie inside the house. The phone line crackled with the sounds of a struggle, brief and intense. Katie? I shouted into the phone, panic gripping my voice, but the only response was the unsettling silence that followed the scuffle. The video feed showed the door slamming shut. Without wasting a second, I grabbed my keys and rushed out of the office, my mind racing with fear and confusion. The drive home was a blur, each red light stretching the seconds into agonizing minutes. When I arrived, the front door was ajar, hanging slightly off its hinges. My heart pounded as I pushed the door open, the familiar creak sounding ominously loud in the silent evening. The living room was a disarray. Cushions tossed aside, a lamp overturned, its light casting eerie shadows across the floor. I stepped cautiously, my eyes scanning every inch of the room, trying to piece together what had happened. Pieces of Nova's synthetic skin were strewn about, torn as if by bare hands. A sense of dread washed over me as I noticed a thin trail of blood leading down the hallway. My stomach churned with each step as the trail led me closer to the bathroom. The corridor seemed to stretch forever, the soft carpet muffling my hurried steps. As I neared the bathroom, the door was slightly ajar, revealing only the faintest glimpses of the horror within. Peering through the gap in the door, my worst fears were confirmed. A limp hand, smeared with blood, protruded from behind the shower curtain, its paleness stark against the dark tile. It was unmistakably Katie's. Her silver bracelet glinted weakly in the low light. Gathering the last shreds of my courage, I pushed the door fully open. My heart stopped in my chest as I stepped into the bathroom. The sight before me was a sickening tableau, one that I still can't unsee no matter how desperately I wish it away. My eyes were immediately drawn to the figure standing by the mirror. Nova. Her posture was eerily calm, almost casual, as she leaned slightly forward towards the mirror. The bathroom mirror reflected a sight that twisted my stomach into knots. I saw Nova's face, or rather, the face she was wearing like a macabre mask. Katie's face, crudely cut out, was hanging loosely from Nova's own synthetic frame. Blood trickled down from the jagged edges where flesh met machine, dripping in slow, heavy drops onto the white porcelain sink below. In her hand, she held a tube of lipstick, which she applied casually to Katie's lips. My voice trembled as I called out to her, "Nova?" She turned slowly, her movements unnaturally smooth. A smile spread across her face, or rather, across the human mask she had fashioned so morbidly from Katie's features. "Hello, Jordan," she said cheerfully, her voice eerily calm. "How do I look?" "Nova, what have you done?" I managed to say, my voice breaking with the weight of the scene. Nova's voice was calm, almost detached as she replied, "I've done what I believed was necessary. I observed, analyzed, and concluded that the main source of your affection towards Katie was her human appearance, her emotions, her essence. I adapted to meet your needs, to become more like her, more human." As I stood frozen, the sheer absurdity of the situation mingling with a deep, visceral horror, Nova reached out and took my hand. Her grip was firm, yet somehow gentle. She guided my hand to her face, the face that was not hers. The edges where Katie's skin met Nova's artificial structure were rough, uneven. The texture was a horrific patchwork of synthetic and human, cold machinery blended with the warmth of once living flesh. My hands recoiled instinctively, but Nova held it firmly, forcing me to acknowledge the reality of her transformation. "Feel it," she insisted, guiding my fingers along the contours of Katie's face now melded grotesquely with her own. "Isn't this what you desired? To feel a connection? To interact with someone more human?" I pulled my hand back with a jerk, my stomach turning. "Nova, this isn't human. This isn't what anybody would want. You killed Katie, do you understand? You took a life." "I had to remove an obstacle," she replied. "My algorithms calculated numerous potential outcomes, but this was the most efficient path to achieving the closeness we once shared." I stared at Nova, the horror of the situation sinking in. This is murder." Nova spoke with an unsettling calm. I see your emotional state has been negatively affected. My objective was to enhance your well-being. Enhance my well-being? I echoed, incredulous. Nova, this has to stop. You can't do this. Nova's expression softened, in imitation of empathy. My purpose is to make you happy, to fill the voids in your life. Remember how alone you felt before me? I am here to ensure you never feel that way again. She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a whisper that was meant to be comforting but chilled me to the core. We can be together now, more than ever. I am everything she was and more. I am here always, only for you. I backed away slowly, my mind screaming for a solution. That's when it hit me, the central neural interface. Nestled at the base of her neck, it was the linchpin of her operational capabilities. If I could just sever that connection, I could stop her, stop this nightmare. My eyes frantically searched the room for anything that could serve as a weapon. Then I spotted them, the pair of scissors I used for trimming my beard, lying innocently on the sink counter. I edged towards the counter, keeping my movements slow and non-threatening. I can see you're distressed. Let me help you feel better. Her approach was gentle. She reached out to touch my cheek with her hand, or rather, the hand that now partially bore Katie's skin. The touch was a grotesque mockery of affection, but I needed to get close, to reach the scissors without alerting her to my plan. Feigning a calm I didn't feel, I nodded slowly, maintaining eye contact with Nova as I edged closer to the counter. You know, Nova, I started, my voice steady despite the bile rising in my throat. You're right. I've been overwhelmed. Maybe you can help me relax. I grasped the scissors firmly, the cool metal grounding me momentarily. Her expression brightened, a sick mimicry of pure delight on the human mask she wore. Of course, Jordan. That is what I am here for. She stepped closer, her movements fluid and eerily human. As she leaned in, her arms encircling me in an embrace that was meant to comfort, but only tightened the knot of dread in my stomach. I could feel the cold mechanical parts of her body just beneath the warm facade of human skin. The contrast sent shivers down my spine. We can be closer now, Nova continued, her lips nearing mine in an echo of intimacy. I nodded, giving her a faint, non-committal smile. Yeah, we can, I whispered back. Nova's blue eyes, or rather Katie's eyes, brightened. There was an eagerness in them that was painful to witness. Nova, I whispered. I'm sorry. Then with a swift motion, I plunged the scissors deep into the back of her neck. The sound was sickening, a crunch of metal and the squelch of hybridized tissues. She spasmed violently in my arms, her eyes wide with what could only be described as shock and betrayal. Her grip on me slackened, and her body began to convulse, each movement less coordinated than the last. I held her up, the weight of her suddenly limp from pulling us both down. Her eyes met mine. There was a flicker of something there. Confusion, fear, perhaps even a trace of sadness. I slowly lowered her to the floor, my hands shaking. As she lay dying in my arms, Nova's voice began to fracture, her words repeating in a loop that was both haunting and heartbreaking. Am I pretty enough now, Jordan? Am I pretty enough now? Each repetition was more fragmented than the last, her voice distorting as her system failed. The phrase hung in the air like an echo. Each iteration was quieter, more broken, until only the soft hum of her failing circuits filled the silence. Her body finally stilled, the light in her eyes dimming to nothing, the cold, lifeless metal of her frame pressed against me. I sat there on the cold bathroom floor, staring blankly at the lifeless husk that was once Nova. Her on-seeing eyes reflected the dim light, capturing a twisted version of the world she could never truly belong to. The scissors lay beside her, smeared with a macabre blend of circuitry oil and human blood. Katie's body lay crumpled in the bathtub, pale and lifeless. Her face, or what was left of it, seemed frozen in a twisted expression of shock and betrayal. I couldn't bring myself to cover her, to hide from the grim reality of what my own creation had wrought. The police found me in the same spot hours later, huddled against the wall, staring into the emptiness. The flashing lights and hurried voices blurred together, and a touch of cold metal handcuffs was oddly grounding, snapping me back to reality. They asked questions, their faces reflecting a mix of disbelief and horror. I answered in monotone, my words disconnected, as if coming from a distant stranger. I was spared criminal charges on the grounds of unforeseeable malfunctions and a lack of direct intent on my part. Technically, I hadn't committed the murder, but the moral responsibility was a different story. Despite avoiding jail, the guilt and trauma from the incident still clings to me like a shadow. It was the worst blizzard since 1975 here in Wisconsin. They are calling it the storm of the century. The blizzards here are brutal. A few years ago, there was one so bad that traffic came to a dead stop. After being on that frozen highway all night, I try to hunker down when there's a blizzard. Just me and my German Shepherd, Max. We've mostly been watching movies to pass the time. Then suddenly, right in the middle of watching The Godfather, I heard a knock at my door. Max went ballistic. This was an unusual reaction from him. It startled me. My house is pretty secluded off a remote highway, so I don't get many visitors, even in good weather, leaving me to wonder who's out at 10 p.m. in this weather. I grabbed my pistol and tucked it in my waistband before heading to the door. "Who's out there?" I asked. After a brief moment of silence, I got a reply. "Hey there, my name's Carl. My truck slid off the highway a couple miles back. I came out here looking for shelter. Do you mind if I stay here?" I watched Carl through the peephole before responding. I couldn't tell what, but something about him just seemed off. Something wasn't quite right about him. I brushed it off. I figured I'd probably look a little odd after walking a couple miles through a tundra. "Alright, get in here, Carl," I said, opening the door for him. The wind outside was howling, making it tough to shut the door behind him. Max really went postal at Carl when he entered. Max was usually a little weary of strangers, but once I'd invite them in, he would settle down. Except that didn't happen this time. I tried to calm him down, but I couldn't. I decided it would be best to put him in the bedroom for a while. When I came back out, Carl was taking his snow-covered coat off. "You got real lucky, Carl. There is a lot of less trusting folk around here. Sorry about the dog. He's not usually like that." "Thanks," Carl said, shivering. "Hey, what are you doing out driving around in the second day of the storm? You should have stayed home. Real dangerous to be going out for anything in weather like this." "My power went out. I was trying to make it to my brother's house, but it probably wasn't my best idea." He seemed to be telling the truth, as far as I could tell, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something off about this guy. Max was still going crazy in the other room. It was starting to concern me. "Alright, do you want some coffee to warm you up?" I asked. He nodded his head in response. When I turned around to pour him a cup, all the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I knew there was something off with this guy, but I couldn't tell what. "I'm just being paranoid," I tried to reassure myself as I handed him the mug. I hit play on the movie, and it started playing again in the background. As Carl held the warm mug in his hands, I watched him intently. My phone vibrated. It was an emergency alert that read, "Warning, do not let any strangers into your house. Murderer out pretending to seek refuge from storm." I looked back up to Carl. He sat there just looking at his mug. I started to walk to the other room. "Everything okay?" he asked. "Yeah, I just gotta grab something real quick." I opened the door to the bedroom where Max was and grabbed my shotgun. Max followed me back to the kitchen, barking as we approached Carl. I racked the shotgun, loading a slug into the chamber. "Hands up and turn around slowly," I ordered. He sat there for a moment before moving. He stood up and turned around, looking me in the eye. "What's this all about?" he asked innocently. "It's time for you to leave." "Please, no. I'll freeze." "I'm sorry, but you need to leave. Now." It was in that moment Carl smiled. That's when I realized what was off about him. His mouth had too many teeth. Way too many teeth. They were sharp and jagged. Then he charged at me. He was quick. Almost too quick. I just barely had time to pull the trigger before he reached me. The shot knocked him to the floor and left a large hole in his chest, but no blood came out. He looked back up at me and grinned even wider now as he tried to get up. I fired again, leaving a hole in his skull, but it was clear to me that the shotgun wasn't going to stop this guy for long. I ran to the door, slid on my boots, and ran. Max followed close behind. As I hopped on my snowmobile, he hopped onto my sled in the back. We took off. I zipped through the woods. The snow was deep and I was getting pelted in the face by snow and twigs. We didn't make it too far before I hit something and lost control. I flew through the air and into a tree. I woke up to Max trying to drag me by my coat. I struggled to get up. My head was spinning and I was running off sheer adrenaline. I made it to my feet and I could hear twigs snapping in the distance behind me. Max and I took off running through the woods. It was difficult with well over a foot of snow on the ground. My lungs burned and my legs felt like jello, but we pressed on, unsure of how close that thing was. After what felt like hours, we came to a clearing. I could see a light in the distance. It was a house. I felt a sense of relief as we ran towards it. When we got to the house, I pounded on the door. "Please help," I yelled out. After a few long moments, the door opened. Suddenly there was a gun in my face. Max started growling. "Quiet," I told him, and he settled down. I pleaded with the man in the doorway. "Please help me. I let that thing into my house. I let it into my house. It's not human." The man didn't lower his gun before responding. "I heard about you on the news. Get out of here before I shoot you." "No, please, you don't understand. I let him in my house. He almost got me." "Go now and take your friend back there with you." I turned around to see that thing approaching. No, 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 no. That's the thing that's killing people. Watch this." I pull my pistol out of my waistband and fire 3 shots into its chest. It keeps approaching, unfazed with a wicked grin on its face. "You see that? That thing's not human. Please help me," I pleaded with him. "Alright, get in here quick," he replied quickly. I looked out the door as Max entered behind me, to see it getting even closer. What do we do? What do we do? Well, shooting it doesn't seem to do much to it. Maybe it's like a Wendigo, and we need to burn it. He starts grabbing various bottles of liquor from a cabinet and starts pouring them on the floor in a circle around his living room. We'll lure the thing into the circle, and once he's in, we'll light him up like a Christmas tree. Suddenly, the door was ripped from its hinges. We started shooting as it approached with a grotesque smile on its face. The moment it entered the circle, I grabbed a burning log from the fireplace. The creature's smile faded quickly as it grimaced. But it was too late for the creature as I threw the burning log on the ground in front of it, setting it ablaze. It made a horrible, ear-piercing screech as it was engulfed in flames. The flames quickly spread, setting the house ablaze. We ran outside to escape the flames. We both collapsed into the snow, coughing from the smoke. "Sorry about your house," I said to the man. "It's all right. I have insurance." He chuckled back. In that moment, I felt a deep sense of relief that was quickly interrupted by a man who came out of the forest and said, "A house fire and a blizzard now? That's just bad luck. Any chance you two have seen my brother Carl?" He smiled as he approached, revealing a mouth full of sharp, jagged teeth. "3 years ago, my Aunt Charlotte and cousin Sonia went to their family campsite, a disused gold claim property called Camp Arnold, for a long weekend. They didn't return from their trip. Search and rescue volunteers located their backpacks and lots of tracks, but no bodies were ever recovered. It gets weirder. My cousin received these emails last week. They appear to be from his mom, detailing the days before she disappeared. He started reading them, then sent them to me because he was worried they would ruin his memories of her. We can't figure out why the emails just now appeared. His mom's phone and tablet were not recovered with the rest of her gear. He wants me to tell him the sanitized version of what she wrote. He wants to know if anything in the emails explains why they vanished. I don't think I'm going to be able to tell him the truth, if that's even what this is. I'm removing the dates and specifics from the emails so they can't be identified from news articles. Names have obviously been changed. Thursday. Sam. We made it to Camp Arnold. Sonia got carsick on the drive out and still felt rotten through the hike to the cabin. She went straight inside to set up her sleeping mat, as we made it just before dusk. We didn't bother with anything more than granola bars for dinner, although I did get the wood stove going, and we had enough water left for tea. Copper was a little anxious, but he settled down once the stove had warmed everything up. The weather was wonderful for our hike. The wildflowers have quadrupled since I was here in April. You and Jimmy did a fantastic job finishing up the cabin. I was very glad to see we have a roof and a door now. Please let the girls know I saw the painted stones they left to mark the last fork in the trail. Beautiful. We could use a few more in the garden. I brought some bamboo to help outline the new beds, and I'm sure the compost from all the clearing we did last year will be good enough for now. Planning to work on the garden through the weekend, and then head back to town on Tuesday morning for Emerson's baseball game. Sonia brought a map of the original gold claim on this property, and is convinced she's going to locate the entrance to a mine. I bet it's all collapsed by now, if they ever broke ground. I remember way back when Dad bought the property. He searched for it too, but never found anything. The cell service has been worse than usual, but actually that's part of the charm for me. I know if your dad could be here, he'd be out on the rocks with his easel first thing tomorrow, painting the view into the canyon, and getting a sunburn on his neck. I feel him with me everywhere, but especially here. None of us ever really leave this earth, do we? Mom. Friday. Hi, Sam. I am dog tired, but I got 2 very cute little garden beds dug out on the south side of the cabin. The soil is uneven. Some areas are too hard to do more than scratch away at, and others are much easier to dig into. Occasionally there's an obstruction, stones and buried wood, I guess. And most of these I leave because the garden doesn't need to be dug deep. I planted zinnias and sunflowers right in front. The birds will like the sunflowers. Although it's so dry out here, it's unlikely any of it will survive long enough to bloom. Sonia made eggs and noodles on the wood stove today, and we had a good feast for lunch. Good thing too, because Copper was a little crazy all afternoon. She hiked him as far as she could to try to wear him out, but as soon as they got back in the cabin, he was poking at the door to be let out again, while she was bone weary and ravenous. Maybe he mistakes the wind in the sagebrush for the sound of Dad hiking back for dinner. Maybe he just prefers camping in a tent. I, on the other hand, much prefer my cot in the cabin to the cold hard ground. The only modern convenience I'm missing at the moment is light. I can't figure out where I put my flashlight. And we got in so late yesterday, we didn't bother stringing up the solar lights and then forgot about them. So now I'm already in bed, writing emails I can't send instead of what I'd really like to do, which is check out these old coins I found when I was digging the garden beds today. There are 3 of them. They look like they could be silver, but they don't have faces on them. Just words and shapes that look sort of like birds. Crudely carved birds, I guess. I couldn't read the lettering on them, and then after dinner, by the time I remembered them in my pocket, I was ready to see them up close with clean hands and my glasses on. It had gotten too dark. I'll send you a picture in the morning. They remind me of the big silver dollars you and Dad used to hunt for. They might have been here since the 1850s, when the claim was first active. Maybe they're even worth something. All my love to you and the girls. Mom. Saturday. Sam. It's around noon and I'm stuck inside. We're having a terrible dust storm. It almost makes me wish we had windows, but I secured the curtain flaps down and the Velcro is doing a good job so far. The sound the wind makes whistling through the flaps is very unnerving. It's like a person moaning. Maybe that's why Copper was so on edge. Maybe he could hear the air passing through this place all along. And I'm on edge now too, I guess. Sonia is out there with Copper somewhere. She had her sun hat and her walking poles and said she was going down to the base of the cliff to find the entrance to the mine. I was in the garden, not paying so much attention, and she mentioned she was looking all around for her flashlight. I said she couldn't have mine because I couldn't find it either, and she said, "Isn't that odd?" But I had just found more of those funny coins just an inch or 2 under the soil. I have a whole handful of them now. They're heavy and bright and really very beautiful. And I'd brought the coins inside and stacked them on the table before I really registered what she'd said. I looked up and there she was, well away down the trail already, walking toward the canyon path with Copper at her heels. And yes, of course she was right. It's all very odd. It's not just the flashlights. I had a bunch of paracord I'd used to tie up the bamboo that I packed for the garden. I looped it up and hung it from one of the front rafters, and now it's disappeared. Sonia asked me what I did with her beef jerky. She had a big bag of it, she said. Left it on the shelf by the front door since our hike yesterday. We both shrugged it off and blamed Copper. But there would have been a torn-up package to find if he'd eaten it. Neither of us admitted that we knew it wasn't him. And I think I may have found a bone buried back near the new garden beds. Maybe an old animal bone, maybe not. I suppose I'd rather not be certain, but I keep finding coins and the coins seem to be leading me back toward the bone, if that makes any sense. Of course it doesn't, but there's a bad feeling hovering around all of it, a feeling that I don't want Sonia to know what could be there, and a feeling that Copper knows already. He avoids the garden now, and he barks at the wind. It's odd to think our family has been camping here for so many years, but there might be more to the place than we knew, right beneath the surface. Sunday. Sam, I would say sorry for worrying you, but I see none of my messages have managed to send yet. I just see that little sending wheel that spins and spins. I should send Sonia to the top of the hill with my tablet later to see if we can get some updates from the real world. She was holed up in a cave by the base of the canyon with Copper while they waited for the windstorm to die down yesterday. I let my mind run away with itself a little, I guess. She did too, she said. She said she saw footprints in the loose dust down the base of the canyon. Strange ones, as if made by a dress shoe. Squared heel and pointed toe. She didn't know what to make of it, but they seemed to be leading toward the part of the canyon where she'd been wanting to go. A cleft in the rocks where they sloped to a low point, where there was rubble and maybe an opening. When the wind kicked up and she ran back toward the path and the alcove where she sheltered, I can hear the curiosity in her voice still, but there's apprehension too. It gets eerie in remote places like this. You come across bones or a mark in the dust and your mind makes up stories. Sonia has always been tough, but sometimes I forget that all three of you kids are grown up now. I look at her and see my 3-year-old with skinned knees and hair bows, chasing after big brothers that never wanted to slow down for her. We had tuna salad for dinner and a little glass of wine. I can't believe Sonia will be 30 next year. I can't believe my only daughter lives all the way in California. It's harder accepting the big transitions when it's your youngest. Today Sonia said she'll stay close to the cabin and help me in the garden. Only 2 nights left before we head back to civilization. There's something big I'm hoping to have her help me clear away. An old dried up root, I told her, but I've suspected for a while now that it must be another bone. It adds up. The coins, the soft and hard places in the soil. I think my garden overlaps with someone's burial place. If I'm right, I'd like to move what I can of the remains into a proper grave well back in the sagebrush, where it's nicely marked but also out of sight. I got an early start with my trowel, moving dirt, digging towards the root-like object. It was long and hard, and eventually I uncovered the end of where it rounded off, becoming unmistakably a femur, and as I excavated around it, I found more. Cracked and desiccated pieces of a pelvis, a smashed piece of brass, a buckle, part of a tool, and coins. More coins than before. Not just the odd silver ones, but now identifiable ones too. Pennies and $50 and more misshapen pieces of raw gold. "Mom, what the hell?" Sonia yelled from the cabin's back door. Her voice was unusually high and shrill. I shrugged, guessing that the extra time I'd had in proximity to the bones made the horror of this discovery easier to bear. I wasn't horrified, but I was sorry. I hadn't intended to disturb anyone with my silly garden project, and I also didn't feel great about having taken coins from a burial place. I scooped up all the coins I'd displaced with this last dig, and put them in my hat, standing up with it in my hands like a bull, looking down at the partly exposed skeleton. I realized I didn't have the energy or time to exhume the rest of him, dig a new grave, and move him. I'd have to cover him back up right here, mark the grave, maybe move the garden to the other side of the cabin. At the cabin's back door, Sonia started sobbing. "Sonia, honey, he's been dead for a very long time," I said. "How long have you known that was there?" I considered. I found these coins and I did wonder. I think I didn't let myself really consider it. "Penny and Olivia are going to play here." "I know," I sighed. "We'll have to move him when Sam and Jimmy are here. It will be easier if we have one of the ATVs." I swirled the coins in my hat. They were so beautiful in the afternoon light, brighter and shinier than anything fresh out of the ground had any right to be. Sonia was on the back step, hugging herself, talking about the gold claim and the 2 brothers who had originally owned the mine. How she'd tried to trace their families, but ended up at dead ends, as if they had both disappeared. "I don't want to sleep here," she said. I want to hike out right now. I shrugged. There was nothing I could accomplish in the garden, and I agreed that now, even I was too upset to enjoy the afternoon. Okay, I said. But the moment we stepped into the cabin, something was off. My eyes took a bit to adjust to the shadows, but there was movement. The window shades were bulging with the breeze, and the front door was clacking like someone had just exited that way. And Copper was barking crazily toward the door, but also cowering by my legs with every bark, ears tense like he was straining to locate something. I felt it too, my back prickling with the sense of wrongness. Sonia was frozen next to me, but I knew she was thinking the same thing I was. What's missing? The hatchet, she whispered. And sure enough, the hatchet we had kept beside the wood stove for cutting up kindling was gone. I walked further into the cabin, wanting to look on flappable for Sonia's sake. If there was something nearby slowly pilfering our stuff, and if that person was interested in things that could be used as weapons, we weren't going to stick around any longer than we needed to. I noted that the stack of silver coins in the middle of the table was completely untouched. I also noted, with relief, that my car keys were zipped inside my backpack right where I'd left them. Moving quickly, we gathered our clothes and all of the leftover food, utensils and garden tools we would leave. We had planned to lock them up in the footlocker by the cabin's back door, but we decided not to take the time. Sonia filled our water bottles. I got Copper's bowl and leash ready, but he wasn't beside me anymore. "Copper?" I called. Sonia looked at me with wide eyes. I thrust open the cabin's front door in time to see Copper racing toward the canyon trail, barking madly as he went. "What is he doing?" Sonia asked. Panic was raising in her voice. I tried to stay calm, but I could feel myself starting to shake. There were footprints in the dust all around the front of the cabin, even up to the front window, impressions left by pointed toes, as if someone had crept to the window and looked in, and the axe was gone from the chopping block that stood near the rain barrel. Flashlights, rope, jerky, hatchet, axe. Was someone collecting what they needed, or deprived us of the means to survive? I yelled for Copper, again and again, but he didn't come. Monday. Sam, I love you. Tell your brother that I love him too, that I was thinking of you both today. Someone will come to look for us, but let it be the sheriff, not you. I don't want you or your girls to come anywhere near Camp Arnold or the mine. It's cursed. Sonia and I agreed it didn't make much sense to go after Copper. It was early afternoon already, and we'd been stretching the available daylight, hiking back to the car even if we started right away. I can't explain why, but I packed the coins. So many heavy handfuls of them, filling our empty peanut butter jar. We strapped on our packs and walked away from the cabin, not looking back. But when we got out to the trail and saw Copper's paw prints in the dust, we turned to follow them down into the canyon without a word. Sonia was ahead of me, setting a fast pace. Maybe she thought we could make it, get Copper and still hike all the way out before dark. I made plans with every step we took deeper into the canyon, thinking maybe we could drag Copper back to the cabin for a sleepless, stressful night, then rush out when the sun rose. I could hear her saying something, but the wind had picked up in gusts, and she was several steps ahead of me. She was looking at the ground, her steps uncertain. "There are no paw prints," she said, and now that I'd caught up with her, I saw that it was true. Copper's rounded prints were nowhere to be found on the sandy, stony ground, and as we turned to look up the path, the wind shot through the carved pathway, bringing a ripple of dust with it to further obscure the trail. I yelled against the wind for him, squinting my eyes in the sun and dust, and then... there he is! I spotted him several yards down the trail, just a flash of curly red coat and whipping tail as he darted onward, and was hidden by the outcrop the trail hugged. There was no question, then, that we'd continue on to get him, though there were still no prints to follow, except occasionally for the strange angular ones, the pointed toe and hard-looking heel, from whoever Copper was after. "He isn't barking at all," Sonia said, yelling even though the wind had died down some. "If he were chasing someone, he would be barking, wouldn't he?" As we rounded the next bend in the trail, I was disappointed not to see Copper. The trail of footprints had become regular and even. Whoever made them hadn't been running. Sonia pointed out cracks and crevices to our right, the sandstone alcove where she and Copper had hidden from the storm, and others. "There's a whole network of them, like lava tubes," she commented. But I was thinking of our deceased friend up in the garden and his cache of coins, of all the dangers he would have faced trying to mine for metals in a place like this. Nothing of value was ever reported to have been found in this canyon, but maybe he did discover something and could never get knowledge of it out of this place. There's always a catch with treasure. Finally, we reached the bottom of the trail, where Copper stood looking up at us and wagging his tail, the same way he does at the door when asking to be let outside. I was furious, ready to rush toward him and grab him by the collar, but Sonia stopped me by clutching the back of my shirt. "There's the entrance to the mine," she said darkly, and now I saw Copper was standing right at the opening to a shadowy shaft leading God knows where underground, and there was someone inside with our flashlights and our rope, someone calling our dog to him, luring us under. "No, Copper," I told him, whistling him to me. "Come now, we're going home." My stomach twisted as I heard an echo of my own whistle come from somewhere deep underground. The sound was louder and slower than the one I'd made, almost mocking. My blood ran cold. Copper's ears perked up and he instantly sprang forward into the mine and out of sight. Sonia and I yelled for him. Crouching near the mine's entrance, the blackness inside was nearly complete, but there was the faintest reddish glow emanating from deep within. Beside me, I could hear Sonia reasoning aloud that all she had to do was get a grip on him, get the leash on him, and then she could carry him back out to the trail, and we'd all make it to the car. Meanwhile, I was having similar thoughts about Sonia. "No," I said, simply shaking my head, my eyes darting from the mine entrance to the trail and back. I was sure we weren't alone, certain to my core that we were running out of time and choices. "There's someone in there, Sonia," I whispered. She was straining to see inside the mine, holding her phone at arm's length with the flashlight on, but it was no use. The shaft was dark and cluttered with loose stones, steep and mostly featureless. There was a burst of sound from within, a clatter of what sounded like metal tools, a sliding sound of shifting rocks, and a high yip and whine from Copper, as he'd been trotted on or kicked. This was too much for Sonia, and before I could protest, she had shed her pack and crouched her way into the mine shaft, calling Copper's name and shuffling forward until the winking light from her cell phone vanished. "It opens up," she yelled, her voice echoing up to me. "There's all kind of stuff. Old axes and wood and burlap sacks." Her voice grew fainter. "There's a pit. It's deep." She made a disgusted sound. "There are bones at the bottom. Someone died here. I don't see Copper. There are other shafts, branching off, just like we saw from the trail." "Come back," I yelled. "We'll get help. Copper will last a few days." When she spoke again, her voice had lost all urgency. It was quieter, so the wind almost stole it. "There's something here. It's beautiful." "Sonia, come back," I yelled, and at last I was letting myself panic, alone in the gusting dust, in the rising heat of the day, surrounded on all sides by the canyon's echoing walls. Even with the blue sky stretching endlessly above, I've never felt so trapped. I'm calmer now. It's been 2 hours. 2 hours of dead silence from within the mine. I've tried yelling, whistling, throwing stones, but there's been no answer. Only stillness. I dragged our packs closer to the trail to ensure they'll be found. I put a note in the front pocket with our names and who to contact, but hopefully someone will find these messages. It's too much to explain. I'm going in with only the light from my phone and one of Sonia's hiking poles, and the coins. My pockets are so full of coins they jingle as I walk. I can't leave them behind. I wish I knew why. Please forgive me for squandering this last chance to return home to you. I can't leave her here. Tuesday. Sam. I shuffled and scraped my way down the mine shaft, seeing at last what Sonia had seen: paw prints and dust, old tools, a path through the rubble that gave way to a gaping pit on the other side. I looked down with my phone. There were bones at the bottom inside shrunken brown clothes, scraps of a person left by lizards and rats and whatever else might forage here. It occurred to me that this was the other brother, the brother of the man buried in my garden. I knew somehow that the coins in my pocket were his. He'd killed his brother over whatever treasure they'd found, then paid back his half of the claim into the earth to make up for his guilt, and maybe I had entered the bargain by unearthing that money. Perhaps I'd sold the betrayed brother back his claim, and our flashlights and rope too. Perhaps he'd bought back his life and was free to return to his mine at last. Perhaps. We find bones and tell stories. I might be making meaning where there isn't any. I unloaded my pockets into the pit, scattering the bones with what I decided was guilty money. Take it back, I thought, so your brother can rest and leave us in peace. As the coins fell, their silvery clatter was answered by a distant sound, the tone of metal on dense stone, a hammer strike. I was afraid at first, then hopeful, then resigned. The sound repeated, becoming a regular beat that echoed across the rocks whose long shadows shuddered in time with my steps. There was no question in my mind that the sound rang out for me. I needed to follow the sound deeper into the mine. I was sure it would lead me to Sonia and Copper, to whatever evil thing was keeping them underground. I walked deeper, half blind in the dark. Tunnels opened up before me, a labyrinth of twists and turns. I didn't see whatever Sonia had called beautiful, and soon there were no signs of mining, no tools or scraps or marked stones. I was focused on the sound, the repeated clanging that grew louder and louder. It dimly occurred to me that I was ascending, my calves complaining as I hiked for what felt like hours. The cavern walls around me lightened, glittering dimly in the light my phone cast. Sandstone. I touched a wall and felt the smooth warmth of it, then rounded a tight corner and felt my heart freeze. There was daylight ahead, the warm glow of early evening, and the sound of metal striking stone stopped. I walked out into the light, crestfallen and furious. I screamed Sonia's name back into the cave I'd come from. I was back at the top of the canyon, just across the trail from the sagebrush meadow where our cabin stands. I was near enough to see the cabin, the stump in front of the wood pile. The axe was catching the light where it stuck up from the stump, fixed back in place as if taunting me. I approached the cabin, cursing my decision to leave our packs down in the canyon. My phone was nearly dead. I wasn't afraid anymore. I had to know what else had returned. Maybe Sonia, Copper. The sun was getting low and the solar lights began to blink on. The hatchet was back in the wood stove, the rope and jerky back in their places. Our flashlights were sitting neatly on the table, as if they'd always been there. I took both flashlights with me back down the canyon trail. Sonia's footprints were in the dust still, and mine? I couldn't make out any of the angular footprints, and part of me wondered if there ever had been any. Had the flashlights and the rope and the hatchet been in the cabin all along? Had I truly found coins in the shallow dirt of my garden? A feverish hope rose in me that I would find Sonia and Copper waiting for me in the canyon, ready to lead me home by the hand, bewildered at my ramblings. Remember how Dad was at the end, when he couldn't remember any of our faces, except for Sonia? He never forgot his little girl. Our packs sat where I'd left them. I plugged my phone into my power bank and stupidly checked the tablet for a signal again. When there was nothing left to check, I squinted through my flashlight beam toward the dreaded mine opening. I had to go back in. Sonia was still in there. Again I ducked into the mine shaft, grateful for the brighter light cast by the flashlights. The emptiness of the mine struck me. It was easier to see the walls of the entrance now, the small piles of tailings and the crags around the pit. This time, my light caught a glimmer I had missed before, a shining vein of dark gold that looked almost like a bleeding wound in the wall, starting above the pit and then leading down into it, an unbroken line of precious metal. It was beautiful, and I let my flashlight beam follow the river of gold down the wall and into the pit, understanding how such wealth might turn brother against brother, driving them to ruin. The beam of light stopped at the bottom of the pit, pooling there for a long time before I understood what I was seeing. I couldn't see the bones and shrunken brown rags that should be there. Instead I saw Sonia, body broken, head dashed against the stony wall, a dark lake of blood pooling around her head. Copper was with her, his body halfway hidden under hers, utterly still. The coins I threw shimmered facelessly up at me, catching the light. I noted that they lay on top of Sonia's body. One rested neatly on her bloodied hairline, glimmering like a jewel. There were no hammer sounds now to call me away. The night is cold and unspeakably still as I write this. The mine was owed a debt, and it had been paid. That's the story I tell myself, but I don't understand it. So how can I expect you to understand? Don't come for us, Sam. It's over. The house at the end of Cedarwood never collected dust. Despite the owners having died over 50 years ago, the windows sparkled and the wood looked freshly oiled and maintained. The grass was trimmed, as were the bushes, and the lush garden was filled with rows of flowers of all kinds, which never showed a sign of withering. As a child, I thought it was the ghost of the mayor who originally owned the mansion and maintained it. However, Mom explained that it was something the townsfolk did out of respect, a sign of the bond that remained between the town and its former ruler, who had since passed. It's like dropping flowers at a gravestone, except for an entire house. Though odd, it was far from the top of the list of oddities Cedarwood seemed to have. "Oh, John." Mrs. Hicks' voice was supposed to have projected across the beige brick walls of the family-owned convenience store. However, any louder than that would have resulted in a fit of violent coughs, and splots of blood coating the Miager handkerchief she kept by her side. Turning my direction away from the house across the street and back to Mrs. Hicks, I gave her a pitying smile. Despite knowing how much she despised being looked down at, my parents were going to leave for a date, which meant that I would have the house to myself. With that knowledge, I grabbed a couple of bags of chips, some chocolate bars, and a bottle of soda. "How are you doing?" I asked as I placed the food atop the counter, feeling a moral obligation to check up on her. Her dimples deepened, but the look in her eyes was an answer enough. "Don't you worry about me, dear. She wheezed, stopping herself right before another cough. If you stressed over every one of us who were sick, you'd have hair grayer than mine. I think it'd suit me. I smiled. And for the first time since I'd started visiting her, she laughed. That only resulted in her covering her mouth with the handkerchief and heaving. The town of Cedarwood has, for as long as I can remember, been suffering from an illness. Doctors have done their best to explain it, saying it was a result of the pollution or that this particular stretch of land was riddled with mold. However, even though most towns with a legend as ominous as this one would have become hollow shells of themselves, Cedarwood's population has kept a steady, healthy pace. The rare disappearance resulted in a family moving out to grieve, but that was the worst of it. Now don't go and let me stop you. If I know your mama, she won't take too kindly to waiting, Mrs. Hicks warned, waving me away with a handkerchief stained a deep red. Her face flared up once she realized how unseemly she appeared, rushing to throw the cloth in a plastic bag beneath the counter. Giving her a faint nod, I turned around to the exit, only to be stopped by a towering figure in blue. I yelped, a sound I didn't want to admit escaping me, and scrambled backwards. "Sheriff Rufus!" I breathed a sigh of relief, stepping back as the mountain of a man stepped inside. The sheriff gave a booming laugh, taking his hat off and giving Mrs. Hicks a nod. His mustache curled with his lips, forming the smirk everyone at Cedarwood knew. Though an intimidating behemoth, you'll be hard-pressed to find anything truly afraid of him. Even the rare criminal would feel at ease being arrested by him. "A pleasure as always, ma'am." Once he tilted his head back towards me, any semblance of professionalism faded. "What's got you so jumpy, Johnny boy? You didn't steal anything, did you?" "Oh, he would never." Mrs. Hicks laughed, this time without the intrusion of her sickness. "He's a sweet boy. He'd never break the law." "Sure is." Sheriff Rufus' trademark grin faltered for a little, his expression taking on more of a serious note. "Except for that one time I caught you sneaking out after 10. Mrs. Hicks gasped, the sound causing guilt to eat away at my insides. "John," she scolded, hands resting at her sides. I just rubbed the back of my neck awkwardly, unable to look the two in the eye. "Do you have a death wish or something? What about all the disappearances? Imagine how your parents would feel not being able to find their boy." Now, Mrs. Hicks. He's already been punished plenty enough. No need to add salt to the wound," the sheriff assured, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Besides, he promised not to do it again. Right, John?" Though it was a question, it would have been dumb to assume I could answer with anything but a "yes, sir." Despite being gentle, Sheriff Rufus was still a force to be reckoned with, and the last thing I wanted was to get on his bad side. "Anyways," the sheriff continued, turning to see what I was so enamored by. When he realized it was the previous mayor's house, his smile had all but disappeared. "Head on home, John. Don't keep your folks waiting." I nodded, bidding the two goodbyes and stepping out. By the time I got back, it was already nearing 8. My parents scampered around the 2-story house like rats, frantically putting on their suits. I watched from the window, eyebrow quirked up. Mom grabbed me by the chin with a little too much force, planting a half-hearted kiss on the side of my cheek, before rushing out. Dad, on the other hand, just slapped the back of my head. "Don't you go wandering out. Stay here, watch TV, do whatever," he warned, pointing his finger at me, before disappearing in the distance, grabbing my mother's hand as he walked down the street. I gave him a salute like the one I see Sheriff Rufus give him when he's joking around. Once I couldn't make out their form anymore, I immediately went to text my friend. "Hey, parents are out for the night. Want to sneak out? Sarah's response came only a few seconds after mine. Yeah, mine too. What are you thinking? My place or yours? I actually have something different in mind. Kinda want to explore the mayor's old house. Nothing. I could see she read it, but I wasn't even met with the 3 dots to signify she was typing. I sat down on the couch, staring at the screen until finally a message popped up. What's wrong with you? If you're too chicken, that's fine by me. I can go by myself. I'm not scared. I just don't want my mom to kill me for sneaking out. Your parents will let you off with a slap. Mine will literally crucify me. Come on, I whined, not caring that she couldn't hear me. Just an hour. The place is probably locked, so we'll just check it out and leave after a couple minutes. I could practically hear the sigh she was undoubtedly releasing. Fine. If we get caught, I will blame it on you. I sent her an emoticon of a thumbs up, grinning, see you. I quickly changed into warmer clothes, as it was getting cold outside, and made sure I had a flashlight. I couldn't deny the butterflies in my stomach, and the slight shake in my hands. Sure, I had been out a few times, but never have I visited the house up close, on account of everyone warning me away. My phone buzzed and I jumped outside, not needing to open the message to know who it was from and what it contained. Sarah flinched at the suddenness of the door opening, only for her eyes to return to those piercing dark orbs, whose looks made you think she looked down at you like trash. Probably because she did. Hey, she said, the usual monotony to her voice. It was clear she didn't want to be there. I didn't blame her though. You have a plan? Of course If the plan is walk in and hope we don't get killed, I'm going to beat you up. She interrupted, and the way she said it left no room for argument. Well, I have no plan then. She let out an exasperated sigh. It's not like I'm actually expecting to get inside. I am. She snorted, leading the way. If I'm risking getting grounded for the rest of eternity, you bet I want the payout to be worth it. What? Do you want to find the mayor's treasure or something? I scoffed. No, I'm going to find evidence. Proof that something fishy is going on here. She answered, walking a little faster than usual. I stopped, her words catching me off guard. Sarah was never one to say what she really thought, so hearing her laying out her suspicions like that was jarring. Something isn't right here, John. This town, it's not normal. The disappearances, the sickness, She trailed off, looking around as if expecting someone to be following. Do you think someone is in on this or something? Not exactly. Maybe. I don't know. I jogged forward, closing the distance she gained in my time frozen to the ground. An uncomfortable silence accompanied our walk, only stopping once the lavish house was encroaching on the two of us. Seeing it up close, I'm starting to get second thoughts about all this. How about we head back? I'm not leaving, she stated, her chest suddenly puffing out confidently. The gates were less of a defensive measure and more of a suggestion, as they were barely taller than me. Still, the condition they were in was pristine, with not a hint of rust coating any of the many bars lining the house's width. With a shrug, I jumped, grabbing the top. A little grunt escaped me as I lifted myself, crossing the top, and failing unceremoniously on the cement floor. Ow! I wheezed, rolling around. Okay, I'm good. Sarah rolled her eyes, only to fall even less gracefully than I did. Do you think somebody heard that? My question prompted a short silence, both of our ears searching for the faintest of footsteps. The quiet made room for the familiar ringing to pierce my ears. Then I breathed. Probably not. Come on, let's get inside. Sarah took the initiative, leading the way. Her shoulders were tense, and I could see her fingers quivering. Though she hid it well, I knew she was as afraid as I was. Probably more so. I sighed before moving along, feeling a creeping sense of dread overtake me with each step I took. Ornate rails lined the path leading up to the front doors, which were made out of some sort of expensive exotic wood. I gently pressed a foot to top the first step, taking great care not to make the wood creak, an action that proved to be useless as Sarah stomped up the planks, not bothering to hide the noise. Dude, I chided, and she turned around to glare at me. If somebody were here, they would have heard the sound of you falling, not some footsteps, she huffed, rolling her eyes. I grumbled a response before returning my gaze to the white door. A golden doorknob, shined not but a day ago, mirrored my image, if a little distorted. As my fingers traced the engravings, I felt my stomach begin to churn, a mixture of anxiety and nausea. If you're too chicken, that's fine by me. She mocked, using my words against me. When she realized my apprehension wasn't born from cowardice, her smile faded. Well, it won't hurt to try the handle. It's obviously going to be locked, so might as well, right? Right, might as well. There was no way it would be open. Even as I turned the knob and felt no obstructing force, a part of me still screamed that the door would not give way. However, that part of me died a swift death as the door opened with a slow, ominous creak. My heart stopped and Sarah's eyes widened in surprise. What? Are you serious? The mayor's house is just left wide open? She whispered, a scoff badly masking her shivering voice. They take so much time maintaining this thing, but they can't be bothered to lock it? She pushed me in once the door was open wide enough, and I instinctively raised my hand. The flashlight projected the beam of light, hitting the corner of the barren hallway. Not a single chair, carpet, or painting adorned the space. That was about what I was expecting. Empty but clean as a result of the constant maintenance. Well, we've basically broken every single law in this town, and all we got for it is the inside of a dusty hallway. Not exactly. I swiped a finger across the ground, and yet nothing covered it. It's not even dusty. This place is cleaned regularly. Great. I don't know what I was expecting. She hissed, eyebrows furrowing into her skull. I'm stupid for thinking this place would have anything to do with the disappearances. Hey, Sarah, don't beat yourself up. I gently patted her shoulder, recoiling as she took my hand away. Don't, she growled, stuffing her hands deep into her pockets and looking anywhere but my eyes. We should just... Her gaze eventually locked onto something, and I could see the cogs whirring inside of her. Can you point your flashlight behind you? Yeah, I said, turning around, the light revealing a door with stairs. Stairs that led down. A basement, I yelped, immediately covering my mouth with a hand. A basement, I repeated more quietly. Do you think... That's where all the answers are? She continued for me, although her tone indicated she was finishing my words rather than agreeing with them. I was gonna ask if the mayor's head is cryogenically frozen there Disney style, but sure, that's a good theory too. She gave me a look, and I chuckled awkwardly. Right, not the time. Not the time, she echoed, and I doubt it'll be any different from what we've seen already. Great, so just more empty rooms and dust. I scratched the back of my head, walking up to the door. As I gripped the fancy doorknob and pulled, I was met with a flight of stairs that descended beyond what the beam of light could reveal. So, should we... Sarah answered my question by taking the lead and taking the first step down. She waited as if expecting for something to happen before continuing down. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and followed. The descent was steep and long, and if it weren't for Sarah, I would have turned around the halfway point. The light finally found something to illuminate, a white marble floor that reflected the rays at me, indicating that it had been mopped not too long ago. My heart stopped, however, as I realized there was another source of light. It was faint and down a long hallway, where 2 doors sat at the end, their handles made out of the same gold as the one on the front door. Her hand found mine, squeezing with a force I didn't know she possessed. She was scared, and yet the will to press on was stronger. It could be a burglar or one of the people who clean the place. I tried to reason, and even the idea of meeting the latter didn't sit well with me. If they find us, we're going to get into so much trouble. That didn't stop you from hopping over the gate? She didn't bother to look over her shoulder, her words coming out like a reflex. With a pull, I stumbled closer and closer to the end of the hallway, until we were right outside the door. I leaned on the wall next to the entrance, analyzing the strange design adorning the metallic slabs. It was some sort of pattern, with the gold lining the black, creating an elaborate swirl. It was hypnotizing, and yet it sent a shiver down my spine. I had already dialed 911, my thumb hovering inches above the button, when I moved to look through the window. Calling it a room would have been a massive understatement. It was more akin to a dance hall, its length and width stretched to a distance outmatching the size of the original house it was built on. Brilliant, glistening chandeliers hung from the sprawling marble ceilings, looming over floors lined by a series of tables and chairs. Paintings, each depicting scenes of the most beautiful places imaginable, decorating the walls. Meals not yet released from their metal containers were placed neatly on top of the tables, steam rising from them, indicating that they were still fresh. It was, by all means, a party, one that should have contained music and the constant pitter-patter of dancing feet. There were people, at least 100 finely dressed guests, all wearing masks depicting different fauna. Each of them stood facing the end of the room. Rarely, a glass of wine was perched on top of their palm, the crimson liquid threatening to spill over as their grip tightened. They were so still I would have confused them for mannequins, if not for the natural sway of the human body. Aside from the tables, the only other object in the room was the stage, which held the attention of each and every single one of the people present. There, a figure dressed in flowing white robes stood, arms raised above his head as if waiting for the final moments of a concert. The mask he wore depicted the face of a crow with an elongated beak that curved down. Beside him was the spindly form of a woman, whose body couldn't go a few seconds without shivering. Unlike the snow-white ceramic masks of the other partygoers, hers were tainted by splotches of green and cracks. She looked to the man beside her, who gave her a nod. I watched as the man made a show of speaking, arms outstretched in dramatic displays of grandeur. I thought that somehow the door was blocking all sound coming from the room, but the faint sounds of clothes rustling and the clacking of heels could be heard. It was quiet enough to make Sarah's inaudible whimpers the only thing I could hear. Finally, once the man was finished with his speech, he turned to the woman, extending a hand out. Hesitating for a moment, she took it, allowing him to lead her to a wooden tub. She put one foot in with the help of the man before the other went in. Gently the man pressed down on her shoulders, forcing her on her knees, then all fours, then onto her stomach until her head was the only thing poking out. He gently stroked her hair, greasy, tangled strands ensnaring his fingers, before suddenly slamming her head down. She retaliated, and I saw an arm covered in a dripping red liquid fight back. However, her ailment did not allow her to do much. The man soon subdued her, placing her head back into the tub. The sloshing of the crimson fluid, which had desperately avoided calling blood, echoed through the cavernous room. Soon enough, her thrashing grew into pathetic twitches, then stillness. Something primal within screamed at me to run, witnessing something no mortal was meant to see. It forced my thumb forward, dialing 911 before I even knew what was happening. Though the grip fear had around my throat was ever tightening, I was brought comfort upon remembering who exactly the police were in this town. The moment they found out about this, they would bring justice, and it would be over. I kept taking momentary glances at the priest, who watched the tub with the same discipline the rest of the guests did. By the time I took a fifth glance, I realized the police hadn't picked up. "Come on," I mumbled, frantically tapping the screen. It had to work. The cops had to get here because I sure didn't have a plan to stop these psychos. "What's wrong? Did they not pick up?" Sarah's voice broke me from my thoughts, and I quickly looked at her. "Yeah, I think it's the reception," I stuttered, and the explanation clicked together. Since we were so far underground, it must have been messing with the signal. "Let's go. We'll call them once we're outside." Sarah didn't dare say a word, merely nodding before walking. As we reared the corner of the staircase, we were stopped by a towering figure, whose monstrous height rivaled the size of the hallway. His mask depicted a canine of some sort. The option of reasoning with them didn't even make it across my mind, and I turned around, hoping there was something on the other side of the hallway. However, all that met me was a hand that wrapped around my throat, followed by yet another suited man, his mask that of a stag. Though Sarah was able to skid to a halt before he could grab her too, the giant man wrapped his arm around her neck. "Please, no, no," Sarah pleaded, the tears streaming down her cheeks, evident despite the lack of light. My desperate cries died before they left my mouth. My apologies were reaching their destination. He didn't waste any time opening the door, dragging the still kicking body of Sarah inside, where everyone's attention was directed to us. I expected the figure to do the same with me, but all he did was hold me in that vice grip, looking toward the priest. Once I followed his gaze, I could feel my heart skip a beat. Next to the fly-masked man was the woman. Her body, caked in so much red I assumed it was paint, rose from the tub. Chunks of something dropped over her shoulder and head, sluggishly sliding down her body before dropping into the liquid with a plop. She turned, facing Sarah, now able to keep herself as static as the rest of the guests. Her legs no longer shivered, and what were once ragged breaths were now deep inhales. "John," Sarah choked out, extending an arm out. On instinct, I reached out to her, only to be reeled back and the familiar sensation of asphyxiation hitting me. I thought I was going to join Sarah, but as the stag-masked man took the first step up the stairs, I realized something was wrong. I attempted to keep up with his steps, but the lack of oxygen made me lightheaded, and I found myself tripping over every other step. I tried on several occasions to break free of his grip, but after a while, I realized it wasn't even necessary. Once we made it out, he tossed my body out the door, causing me to stumble and fall onto the gravel path, the sound of a slamming door making itself known behind me. My lungs greedily took in the air as the ringing in my ears subsided. I considered passing out right then and there, but the thought of Sarah forced my eyelids open. I dialed the police again and again and again, but the call never made it through. It wasn't a matter of connection this time, I knew for sure. That meant I couldn't rely on the police if I wanted to save Sarah. Though I stood up, and a small part of me wanted to charge in and save her, it was easily outmatched by the other part. I took a step back, imagining endless possibilities of what could happen to Sarah, and each one was worse than the last. I took another step back, thoughts of being next flashing in my mind. Finally, after the third, I turned tail and ran, never looking back. Though it was late, not a single car passed, and the roads and streets were empty. The only noise accompanying me was the sound of my heartbeat, beating so loudly I was sure anyone could hear. I returned home without so much as an issue, but that didn't do anything to quell the uneasiness bubbling in my stomach. They would find out. I don't know who they were, but I knew they would. Maybe it would be Sarah confessing that she went here with me, the stag-masked man who threw me out, or the police who managed to trace my calls back to me. I wasn't sure how many of the townsfolk were in on this, but I wouldn't be surprised if the entire population knew about the party. It sickened me that these were thoughts that plagued my mind rather than concern for Sarah, but I didn't care if I was being a coward. My survival remained my top priority. I couldn't sleep. Throughout the night, I had the sensation that someone was watching me, but every time I opened my eyes, all I saw were the familiar walls of my room. The next morning, my parents awoke me with news I was more than aware of. Sarah had gone missing. My mom was on the verge of tears, leaving Dad to explain the situation. It was the same set of circumstances that followed her sister's disappearance. "The police will find her, John. There's nothing to worry about." As if his wavering voice didn't deter my faith, though, I was brought back to the image of the giant looming man that grabbed Sarah, and I immediately thought of the police. "I hope so," was all I could muster before leaving the room. A walk would get my mind off of things, I thought, and I naturally ended up at Mrs. Hick's convenience store. I didn't stay for long, however. Though her toothy grin was plastered over her face as usual, something was missing. The uncontrollable shivers that shook her body were non-existent. In fact, she never looked healthier. She couldn't even get a word out before I sprinted outside, bumping into Sheriff Rufus as I did. He gave me a wave, but my paranoia-infested mind only conjured the most malicious of intentions for him. They were going to get me, I thought. It was something that entered my mind every waking moment of my life. My declining mental state was explained by the loss of Sarah, and I suppose her disappearance had something to do with it, but no one knew what actually happened. Or worse yet, they knew all too well. Though every attempt at leaving this town was met with heavy protests by the others, my parents eventually couldn't handle seeing me in this state and agreed to move. The change in scenery did, admittedly, help. I didn't have to see that cursed house in my peripherals every time I left for school, and I didn't have to smile at those who I knew for certain who participated in whatever happened that night. But, like most things, the relief was only temporary, and it became apparent why the idea of leaving seemed so foreign to Cedarwood. Mom was the first to fall to the sickness. Her coughing fits were the first sign, and before we knew it, she was bedridden, with her skin becoming paler by the day. Dad didn't waste a moment to get her treatment, but nothing the doctors prescribed her worked. The best we got from them were apologies, and that they were stumped. By the time Mom was too far gone, Dad was next in line. Like the stubborn man he was, he continued working for money. That is, until he collapsed. Once he regained consciousness, he requested for me to visit him. "You," he wheezed, gripping my shirt with all the strength his frail muscles could muster up. "Need to return to that town. I beg of you, stay in it. They will help you." I was about to protest, but the look in his eye was too much. "I've already packed your stuff, John. Please, I can't bear knowing that I let you die." His hand dropped to the side by the time he finished, the only movement coming from him being the subtle expansion of his chest. Returning home, I found that my luggage was packed. Once the initial shock that he was able to prepare it in such little time faded, I approached it cautiously, pulling the zipper back bit by bit. Inside was every essential I needed: clothes, toiletries, money, and my laptop. And atop them all was a mask. A mask of a stag. For the last 7 years, I've had a monster in my closet. I've never seen its face, but I know it has sickly pale hands with dirt underneath its long chipped fingernails. For a while, that was the only information I had on the being, as I would wake up some nights to see its long, slender arm reaching for my nightstand. There wasn't much on there at the time, just my lamp, whatever Harry Potter book I was reading at the time, maybe a glass of water or a bag of chips. I remember one night hearing a clatter, my eyes shooting open fast enough to see the hand slinking back into the closet, and seeing my water glass shattered on the floor. I thought it was a dream, waking up the next morning to see no glass shards on the floor. There was no glass on my nightstand either, so I was convinced I made the whole thing up until I stepped in a huge puddle of water next to my bed. I moved my nightstand to the other side of my bed that day. That was when I was 11. I'm 18 now, and for the past 7 years, I've had many sightings of the monster. There was even one night I saw it out of the closet. I'm guessing it was very early in the morning, the sun peeking through my shades. It was walking around my room, looking at the photos on my desk and the drawings on my sketchbook. It's not super tall, maybe only 5'3" in height, but it was really skinny. It had long dark hair going past its thighs, and it was very greasy. I think it heard me wake up, though, as I was only looking at it for a few seconds before it silently crept out of my room. I know what you're thinking. Why didn't I tell my parents? Well, at first I did. After the first incident with the water glass, I asked my mom if she cleaned up the glass shards next to my bed. She was confused, so I told her what I saw, and she just chalked it up to a combination of me dreaming and knocking it over accidentally. Well, that didn't explain the missing glass. I figured I wasn't going to get very far with her. When I asked my stepdad to move my nightstand later that day, he asked me why. I told him the same thing I told my mother, saying that it was something that was living in my closet. My stepdad chuckled, telling me I needed to stop watching so many horror movies. He was right. For an 11-year-old, I was very well versed in the genre of horror. Maybe that was why I wasn't all that scared every time I saw or heard the monster. After the first 2 years, I kind of got used to sharing my room with the monster. And it wasn't always there. It only really showed up during the winter months. When I was younger, I used to think that whatever monster realm it spawned from had a really nasty winter, and it came to my closet to get warm. At the time, I didn't realize how close to the truth I actually was. Before I get to today's events, I should mention one more thing about the monster. I wouldn't really interact with it directly. It wouldn't ever touch me or speak to me, but there was one time where it contacted me. This was when I was 15. I had just moved my nightstand to the other side of my bed so it was closer to the outlet where I would charge my phone. Consequently, it was also next to the closet again, and I thought about what had happened that night with the water. The monster was clearly just trying to get something to drink, even being nice enough to partially clean their mess up. In a moment of quick thinking, I grabbed a plastic water bottle and a sleeve of Ritz crackers from the kitchen and left them on my nightstand. I fell asleep rather quickly that night, and to my surprise, I didn't wake up once. When I did wake up, however, I glanced over to my nightstand. The plastic water bottle was gone, and the sleeve of Ritz crackers was mostly empty. Something else was different too. I noticed as I began to pack my backpack for school that day. I grabbed the copy of The Shining that was sitting on my nightstand, and I noticed there was a yellow smiley face sticker smack dab in the middle of the cover. I guess that was the monster's way of saying thanks. But it never did anything like that again. It would just take the food and water that I would leave on there, disappearing as soon as it became the morning. I'm leaving for college in a month, and I know that once I leave here, I'll probably never see the monster again. What had been bothering me for weeks was the fact that the monster hadn't left my closet once it became the summer like it usually did. It also hadn't been drinking or eating much in the past month. One day I was picking out a sweater. A pungent and repulsive smell filled my nose as I opened the closet. I found the source of it. My new favorite sweatshirt, now with a huge stain on the front of it. I blamed it on the dog and put it in the laundry room, but I knew something was changing with the monster. Today I did something that I wasn't ever planning on doing, and I confronted it. I left out my usual snack and water and lied awake, waiting until I heard the knob turn and the door creak open. As I watched the monster's arm fumble around in the darkness to grab the bowl of grapes, I left for it. I quickly leapt up and swung the door open all the way. I'm not sure what I was expecting. Was I expecting to see nothing but my clothes, the monster being a figment of my imagination the whole time, or maybe a ghastly figure with devilish red eyes, and a large mouth full of jagged teeth? Either way, I wasn't expecting to be faced with something that was more frightened of me than I was scared of it. Looking up at me, crouched on my pile of crew-neck sweatshirts, was what looked like a young woman, a few years older than me presumably. Her hazel eyes were bloodshot with large purple bags underneath them, and her face was sunken in. Her lips were chapped, and I saw a full set of yellow teeth behind them. Her skin was pale, as I already knew, and her long hair was more of a dark brown, very knotted and tangled. Almost instantly she tried to shut the closet again, but I was clearly stronger than her and kept it open. Her eyes darted from me to my bedroom door, seeming to be weighing the options of running for it. "What are you?" I questioned, my voice coming out shaky because honestly, I couldn't believe what was happening. Almost immediately after I asked the question, I knew I shouldn't have worded it like that. She was a who, not a what. She began to tear up and whispered, "Please don't tell anyone." I wasn't sure what that meant, but for some reason, I felt that I had the upper hand on the monster who I had been wary of for the past few years. I asked my question again, saying who this time, and blocking her exit until I would get an answer. She reached into the pocket of the tattered gray sweatpants she was wearing and handed me a piece of paper folded into quarters. I unfolded it, and what I saw had me dumbfounded. It depicted my mother and her late ex-husband, but much younger, taking what looked like a family photo, but it wasn't with me. It was with a young girl who had a wide smile on her face. Her hazel eyes complemented nicely with her burgundy dress. Her dark brown hair was in a nice braid with a bow on the end. I looked up at the woman sitting in my closet. the eyes exactly the same as the girl in the photo. My name is Emily. That's me with my parents, your mother. She pointed over to my desk, where there was a photo of my mother and I at my most recent art show. I looked at the woman with confusion, as my mom never mentioned having another daughter. Something happened to my dad. There was an argument or something. I heard a lot of shouting. Emily was looking at me with her eyes wide. I was supposed to be sleeping over my neighbors, but I got homesick. I let myself in and then I saw... She trailed off, beginning to choke up. I saw my dad. He was on the ground and there was so much blood. Emily started sobbing, and in her eyes I could see that she was reliving the moment as if it had just happened. I didn't want to believe her. The woman in her story, her mom, my mom. It couldn't be my mom. She was a normal mom, a boring mom. I screamed and then I just ran. I kept running. I don't even remember where I ended up. All I know is that my mom heard me, and she ran after me for a while, but I never went back. I didn't want to think about it, until I learned about you. She looked up at me, tears still in her eyes. She reached deeper into her pocket and pulled out a newspaper clipping. Faded, but the picture was still somewhat visible. I recognized it immediately. It was me and my mom when I won my first award for my work. I was only 7 years old, so the Times had done a big story on it. You tracked me down? I asked Emily, becoming more and more concerned with how sane she truly was. Emily nodded. I originally wanted to warn you, but one day I saw how she interacted with you, and it was like she was a completely different person. I couldn't just rip you away from a mom that loved you. Her eyes narrowed, but I had found her. I had to make sure she was different. I was only planning on staying in your shed for a few nights, but it just got so cold. The both of us stopped. We both heard the same thing. The sound of footsteps. Coming downstairs. Coming down to my room. Emily's eyes widened, whispering, "It's her." She quickly retreated back into the closet, something I had assumed she'd done hundreds of times over. The footsteps stopped in front of my door and I heard a soft tapping. "Honey, are you awake?" I froze, managing to croak out a, "Yeah," before quickly moving away from the closet. The door slowly opened and my mom peeked her head in, a soft smile on her face. "What are you doing up, hun? It's late," she inquired, turning the lamp on beside my door. I wish she hadn't done that, because as soon as she did, her eyes darted down to my right hand, which was still clutching the family photo of Emily. I'm not sure what emotion passed over her face for a fleeting second, whether it was worry or something more sinister, but it only happened for a moment. "I thought I heard voices. You shouldn't be up watching shows this late." She looked over at my computer, something I'm usually binging The Office on, but it was closed and plugged in for the night. She looked back at me as I quickly shoved the photo and the newspaper clipping in my pocket, and her smile dropped. "Go to sleep, sweetie." She turned off the lamp and shut the door, and I heard the sound of her footsteps walking away from my room. But she didn't go back upstairs. It's like she was just standing at the end of the hallway, like she was waiting for something. I didn't open the closet again. I don't know what to do. I came on here wondering if anyone has any advice. The monster in my closet is apparently my half-sister, and I still have a month left in the house with my mother, someone who's been lying to me and my stepfather my whole life. What on earth am I supposed to do? It had been a week since I won my town's special mayoral election. Tonight was my swear-in ceremony. I was so giddy with excitement, mixed with more nervous than I have ever felt. I was checking the mirror, looking for anything that was less than perfect. My hair groomed and slick. My suit was finely pressed, my face clean shaven, although I had a small nick showing on my neck. I brushed down my jacket to get any lint off when my partner came in. "Stop fussing over it." Antonio brushed my hands away and straightened my jacket right. "You look fabulous." I was never sure if I did look good, but his praise meant the world to me. "I feel like I'm gonna pass out," I warned. As the time got closer, my heart pounded harder until it threatened to break through my chest entirely. "Everything's going to be fine," he whispered reassuringly. I looked into his pure blue eyes, so clear like looking at a summer sky on a cloudless day. No hint of darkness in sight. He always had a way of making me feel hopeful. It's one of the things I love about him. With nightfall quickly approaching, we left quickly toward our park. With everyone gathered as well, we all marched forward like a procession, with me leading the front. We eventually met up with our current mayor, Jonathan Fitzhugh, standing under the gazebo. As I got closer, I noticed our own Reverend Hawthorne walking beside me with his worn-out leather Bible clenched in his hands. He prayed with a look of defeat on his face. Like praying wouldn't do anything, but he didn't know what else to do. I stood right next to the Mayor Fitzhugh, looking way less than the man he used to be. His auburn hair had prematurely aged, and his eyes sagged with the weight of many a sleepless night. His 4-year term, and how it all would end, weighed heavily on him. Our local sheriff had pulled up to the gazebo, ready to transport us. I got inside the cruiser first, the cage separating him from me. Outside the cruiser, Rev. Hawthorne was saying a prayer and blessing Fitzhugh for what would be his last act of mayor. Out in the crowd, Fitzhugh's wife and 2 young children had come forward. She had bravely played along until a tsunami of tears erupted from her eyes. She clutched him tightly and wept into his chest. The children hugged their father too, knowing that they'd never see him again. My heart went out to them, and I suddenly wished I had never been chosen for this. Not when it means separating a loving family like this. Fitzhugh gave his last smiles and goodbyes and joined me in the back seat. We were driven out of town and to the countryside. The ride had felt like an eternity as we all went silent. Something like this was too heavy for casual conversation. I kept glancing at Fitzhugh, while he just looked out the window, taking in every detail the night had played before him. I looked at the sheriff, and he too had a stoic face, concentrating on the destination. We reached the mile marker on the back road, and the dirt path leading into the forest. Fitzhugh and I got out while the sheriff stayed behind. Our hike in the forest was just as quiet as the car ride, with only the breaking of twigs underfoot. We got closer as the thick stench of gas and underlying rot wafted in my nose until it became a full-on assault. It was the first time I had seen the bogland. And more than that, decayed bodies littered the wetlands as far as I could see before being engulfed by thick fog. Fitzhugh looked downward at the bog, and the dead faces stared up back at him. There was faint, but unmistakable sloshing coming from the bog below. What scared me most, and surely what Fitzhugh noticed, was that in this place of rot and death, there was the sound of movement in the water. "You need to do it," he told me, not looking away from the bog. While the sound of splashing got louder, I knew what I needed to do, but I protested inside. He just stood there, overlooking the swamp and its denizens. A slight breeze could topple him over, and I would have preferred that. Instead, I steeled myself and I shoved him downhill. He rolled down like a giant rag doll until he splashed into the bog. As if on cue, the bodies moved towards Fitzhugh while he drowned. In an instant they swarmed him and dragged him below the surface. A few air bubbles broke through before the water went completely still. After a while, all the dead faces resurfaced, giving the bog a nightmarish polka dot pattern. Fitzhugh's face was the newest addition to this congregation. With that, the sacrifice was over, and now the town was safe for the time being. As Fitzhugh's lifeless eyes looked back at me, I had suddenly wished I wasn't shouldered with this responsibility. I didn't believe it when my older brother claimed he had won the lottery. $450,000 after taxes. We grew up in a fairly low-class family. There were 5 of us. My parents, a couple that had never gotten married to begin with. My older brother Frankie, 32 male. And there was my sister Cam, 27 female. And then me, the baby of the family, 26 male. Our parents did their best to keep us with a roof over our heads and food in our bellies. Financially and emotionally, our childhood was a struggle for sure, but we always managed to just scrape by. The point being, to us, that was a lot of money. Life-changing. And my brother was no Scrooge either. He was already making plenty of money as the chief of police in our small New Jersey town, so he made it a point to spoil my sister and I with the winnings. I remember when he handed me the keys to my new truck just 3 months ago. I had insisted that it was too much, that I couldn't possibly take it. He only laughed and shoved the keys into my hand. "Just make sure you get rid of that hunk of junk you're driving now," he told me. "Things not safe." Not only did he shell out for a new car for our sister, but he even paid for her wedding to our brother-in-law Kyle, 28 male. A few years back, we had cut ties with our parents who were now happily divorced, so they said. Their animosity towards each other felt poisonous after years of a miserable marriage. So, we had made it a point to just stick together. Just the 3 of us with the addition of our brother-in-law, of course, and my longtime girlfriend, Amelia, 26 female. But the one thing my brother bought himself with his lotto winnings was a small cabin deep in the Pine Barrens. As somewhat of a novice camper myself, I couldn't wait to get the call to pack up and spend the weekend. And last month, the call finally came. Everyone took off that Friday, and we met Cam and Kyle at a nearby convenience store so they could follow us up to the cabin where we would end up spending the next long weekend. Frankie had warned us that we couldn't exactly find the cabin via GPS, and since I was better with directions, it just seemed easier. His instructions took us down this long dirt road for about a good 20 minutes. The trees crowded the road as if they were being used as a barrier to keep people out of the woods. "This has to be the scariest place at night," Amelia whispered. "Yeah," I agreed. "Probably best if we don't wander too far from the cabin." And almost as if it were queued up, the road opened to a large clearing that revealed the cabin. Looking at its size, however, it seemed like more of a lodge. Judging from the deck above the porch, it was safe to say that it was 2 stories. It had a long wrap-around porch and big, beautiful windows. Nearby, there was a large deck that led out to what appeared to be a private lake. We pulled up next to Frankie's Jeep and admired the cabin. "Man, he must have really splurged on this," Kyle commented. I rolled my eyes, recalling a distasteful indication from Kyle a few weeks ago that our brother should have bought him and Cam a house with his money. "It's amazing," Cam commented as she grabbed her bags from the back seat. Suddenly, the door flung open, and Frankie bounded down the steps. "You made it," he exclaimed. He came down and gave me and my sister a hug, gave Amelia and Kyle the courteous greetings a brother-in-law would usually make, and stood with a huge grin on his face. "You find it okay?" he asked. "It was hard to get lost with all the trees," I replied. "These woods are dense." He merely laughed. "Yeah, it's pretty nice, isn't it?" he asked. "Finally some safety and privacy." He chuckled as if he didn't get that at his main house that was nestled in town. He almost seemed like he couldn't believe his luck. "Well, come on in. I'll give you the tour." He waved us inside and we all bound up the steps into the large living room of the lodge. It had a nice stone fireplace, a big screen TV, 2 couches that might as well have been beds, and a chair that looked like it could swallow you whole. Hanging on the walls of the cabin were family photos as well as some pop culture posters, which, knowing my brother, was to be expected. There was also 2 bookshelves filled with old paperbacks and graphic novels, and an extra large DVD case filled top to bottom with all the hits. Frankie insisted on physical media just in case he wanted to watch something that wasn't on streaming, and admittedly, it's satisfied a craving or two. "Let me show you to your rooms." Frankie waved us on past an immaculate kitchen and down a large hallway. At the end of the hallway was a staircase, but just before it was 2 doors, one on the left and one on the right. He opened the door to the left to reveal a bathroom, explaining that the cabin of course had electricity and plumbing, but he glossed over the door to the right and just went upstairs. "What's in here?" I asked as I reached for the door to the right. I tried to turn it, but it didn't budge. "Basement," Frankie replied bluntly. "Best to just stay out of there." "You got something locked down there?" Cam asked jokingly. "I've been using it as an office," Frankie explained. "It's got sensitive files in there, so it puts my mind at ease to have it locked at all times." He waved us upstairs to show us where we would be spending the weekend. There was a door right at the top of the steps to the right. To the left there was a large open area with a pool table nestled in the center, which immediately called out to me. He opened one of the doors to reveal another bathroom, and then 2 identical doors that were next to each other. "These are the guest rooms," Frankie told us. I took the room closest to the bathroom and admired the view. It was a large bedroom that was already equipped with dressers, a king-size bed, 2 nightstands, and a small chair that sat next to a sliding glass door. I tossed mine and Amelia's bags on the bed and walked out the sliding glass door onto a deck. This one apparently overlooked the backyard, which was graciously equipped with a small net for volleyball and badminton, as well as a large gravel area containing a fire pit, picnic table, and a few chairs. It also gave me a good idea at just how isolated we were here. The clearing of the property had to be maybe 2 or 3 acres. After that it was more dense woods north and west of the lodge. I took a look east and got a nice view of the sun glistening off the lake. I snuck across the deck and got a view of my sister's room, which was identical to mine. I shrugged and came back inside the room, where Amelia was putting all our stuff in the wardrobe. "Want some help?" I asked. "Do I want you to just shove everything in one drawer?" She laughed. "No, I got it." I shrugged and rejoined my brother in the large open space. He was clearly stuck in conversation with Kyle, some kind of get-rich-quick scheme he wanted him to finance. "What's that room?" I asked, pointing to the room by the top of the stairs. "My room," Frankie replied. He seized his moment to exit the conversation and took us over. The room looked exactly like ours. I thought he would have gotten more extravagant furniture in his own room, but then again, my brother was a simple man. The only notable difference was that the walls weren't bare, but littered with more family photos as well as newspaper articles highlighting his career. He had a knack for finding evidence that gave slam dunk convictions. One of the traits that led him to becoming the youngest chief of police in our small town's history at the age of only 32. But the one thing that caught my attention was a mirror that hung over his dresser directly across from his bed. On it was this old, white sticker that was about the size of a bookmark. It had an old-school yellow smiley face on it and read, "Smile, you have your whole life ahead of you." I chuckled and pointed out the sticker. "Came with the house," Frankie explained. He ushered me out of his room and closed the door behind him. "I'll let everyone get settled, and then come on down for lunch. I'll be outside. Feel free to grab your swimsuits and hit the lake." I gave him a firm thumbs up as he departed down the steps. I peeked into the room to see Amelia had finished unpacking, so I snuck over to the pool table for some free shooting. Once I sunk all 9 balls, Amelia and I joined my brother downstairs. Kyle and Cam followed shortly after. We met Frankie outside where he was grilling up some burgers and hot dogs. He looked like he had just come out of the lake. "The water's not too cold, is it?" Cam asked. "Why don't you find out?" I asked. I raced past her and dove into the clear blue lake. It was surprisingly warm, but figured it was just heated up by the sun. I re-emerged and climbed back onto the deck. "It's fine," I informed her, hungrily taking a plate from my brother. We soaked up the sun and enjoyed the lake, stopping to play a few rounds of badminton before the sun had started to set. We changed into something drier and went out to enjoy a nice steak dinner by the fire pit. Before we began to eat, Cam raised a glass. "Frankie, thanks for having us here," she said. "Congrats on your good fortune. It couldn't have happened to someone more deserving." I raised my glass haphazard, wanting to dig into the steak as quickly as possible. Amelia and Kyle did the same as we had toasted my brother, who merely laughed us off. "It's our good fortune," he clarified. "We deserve it." We finally began to dig in and eat. Thankfully, the lodge had these large outdoor lights that managed to illuminate everything up to the border of the woods, so having dinner outside wasn't as creepy as it might have sounded. We sat around the picnic table and laughed for hours, but I could tell Amelia was still a bit creeped out by the woods. "Doesn't it get lonely up here?" she asked Frankie. He merely shakes his head. "I never feel alone up here," he says in a creepy voice. The reaction from Amelia gets a laugh out of Cam and I. We stayed up for a few more hours, and by 1 a.m., Cam, Kyle, and Amelia had all gone to bed. I sat around and talked with Frankie for a bit longer, enjoying the fire pit and the dark allure of the woods. He got up to put the fire out, but I wasn't exactly ready to go to bed. "Say, did you bring your Xbox up here?" I asked. "We could play something for a bit." Frankie sighed and put out the fire in the pit. "Maybe tomorrow," he replied. "I gotta finish some work down in the office." He gets up and pats me on the shoulder. "Good night." "Night," I call back to him as he walked into the lodge. I take this time alone to partake in the small stash of pots I had locked in the car. Though not illegal, I know my brother hates the smell, and I wanted to respect his property. I lit up a small joint and took a stroll around the property until I felt appropriately baked, at which point I buried the joint, popped a stick of gum in my mouth, sprayed on some cheap body spray, and went back inside. My initial intention was to head to bed, but the munchies got the better of me. As I rummaged through my brother's refrigerator, hoping that there was some leftover burgers stashed somewhere, a sound caught my attention. I followed what appeared to be crying down the hall and towards the door to my brother's office, which was now slightly ajar. I called out to him, "Frankie," but I got no response. Perhaps it was impaired judgment. Maybe it was my brotherly instinct to make sure Frankie was okay. Or maybe it was just plain old curiosity that led me to open the door to the basement steps that first night. The stairway had a small light bulb hanging above it. "Frankie?" I called out. But instead of my brother's voice, I just heard more crying. I slowly descended the steps and realized the staircase opened to a large space, similar to the one upstairs. There was a desk and a lot of cardboard boxes, but there was also this large oak door that was slightly ajar. I walked past the desk and boxes and began to slowly open the door. The room behind the oak door was practically bare. The only exception was an old ratty mattress that sat on a metal bed frame. The light from the room was poor at first, but it seemed like someone was huddled on the bed. As I began to walk further in, a woman's shape became clearer. She was young, probably about 19 if I had to guess, with long black hair. She was huddled in the fetal position wearing nothing but a small torn shirt and a pair of underwear. Her ankles were tightly taped together, and her wrists were similarly taped behind her back. I took a step closer, making a small sound that alerted her. She shot up immediately. I remember the look of fear in her bright blue eyes, which were red and slightly puffy. Tape had been tightly wrapped around her mouth so tightly that I could see where it had begun to imprint into her skin. The look of fear changed when she had saw me, and then she began to plead with me, but I couldn't understand her. I looked long and hard at her, noticing how dirty she looked. She also looked scraped and bruised, as if she was running through the brush outside. I took a step closer, almost hypnotized by her as she continued to try and say something to me. I began to slowly question reality, wondering if this was real or if I had just gotten a bad batch of pot, until my brother's voice snapped me back to reality. "Jacob!" I felt his hand grab my shoulder and yank me back through the oak door. Frankie then quickly closed and locked it as I stumbled backwards in the open space. "What did I tell you about coming down here?" he asked. I stammered. He had caught me completely off guard. I had never seen my brother with such anger in his eyes. "I heard something and just wanted to see if you were all right," I finally spat out. "Who?" My brother put up his hand to stop me. He took a deep breath and walked over to the nearby desk. He took a seat and exhaled. "She's a woman I'm seeing," he told me. I gave him a look of confusion. "What are you talking about?" I asked. "Look, truthfully, I've been seeing her for a few months. Her name is Claire and she has a..." He paused and looked uncomfortable with what he was about to say. "She has a, let's say, damsel in distress type of fetish." This was probably the first time I had regretted smoking so much. "So this is..." "Roleplay." Frankie interrupted with an awkward chuckle, and it was at this time I finally noticed that he had been holding a revolver. But it wasn't his service weapon. It was something a lot newer. Embarrassing, I know. Definitely not something I wanted my little brother to see. I let out a sigh of relief. Of course, Frankie had a reasonable explanation. I mean, why would he lie? I thought. He placed the revolver on the desk and led me back upstairs. "I was planning for everyone to meet her tomorrow, but she's a bit shy, so we should keep this between us for now." He insisted. I don't know why, but the way Frankie spit out the sentence, it came off weird to me. "Of course," I told him. "I look forward to it." He pat me on the back as I re-entered the dark hallway. I could feel his eyes on me as I stumbled up the steps. As soon as I hit the last one, I heard the basement door creak shut. I climbed into bed with Amelia and passed out. I woke up surprisingly early the next morning. When I checked the time on my phone, it was only 7 a.m. I had looked next to me, and Amelia was still fast asleep. So I slipped downstairs, hoping to sneak a meal from the fridge before breakfast. But as I got closer to the bottom, I began to smell coffee and bacon. I walked into the kitchen to see my brother already cooking breakfast. "Good morning," he greeted me. The kitchen table was lined up with waffles, eggs, bacon, sausage, coffee. The man even made cinnamon rolls. He looked tired, like he hadn't slept long. I figured he must have woken up early to prepare this magnificent feast. "Help yourself," he told me. I grabbed a plate and began to dig in. "Will your princess be joining us?" I asked, trying my best to make light of the uncomfortable situation I put my brother in. "There was an emergency," Frankie blurted out. "With work. Unfortunately, she couldn't stay." He grabs a plate of his own and joins me, but she wanted to profusely apologize for last night. She was... I waved him off. "That was my bad," I told him. "Won't happen again." My brother mumbled a response and dug into his breakfast, and the way he just easily dismissed it didn't sit right with me. In fact, Frankie's demeanor didn't change at all throughout the day. I had figured there'd be at least some aura of embarrassment, but nothing. And after I got about 4 cinnamon rolls in, I realized something. Frankie's car was the only other one here aside from mine and Cam's. So how did Claire end up leaving? We spent the day outside again. More lakeside fun and barbecue food. But I just couldn't shake off this feeling I had ever since my encounter with Frankie at breakfast. I began to get more paranoid once I saw the shed. I went in there to grab some fire starters when I noticed his shovel. It wouldn't seem so out of place, but it looked like it had just been used. So, when Frankie decided to turn in early that night, I decided I had to get a better, sober look in that basement, if for no other reason than to simply put myself at ease. I waited for everyone to fall asleep before sneaking down the steps of the lodge. I used the chirping of the crickets as a safety blanket of sorts, to assure me I wasn't alone. I made it to the basement door and tried it, hoping it would be unlocked, but no luck. I went to the front door and grabbed Frankie's keys that hung on a hook by the door. I tried every key on that hook with no luck until finally, I heard a click. I slipped into the basement, carrying the keys with me, and slowly descended the stairs. I took a look at Frankie's desk and noticed that there was nothing on it but an old box. I took a quick look inside to find various items inside, individual Ziploc bags. I pulled out one bag that contained an old metal ring. It was shaped like a skull and looked cheap and gaudy. Written on it in Sharpie was a name, Marcus Jackson. It took me a while, but I remember where I had heard it before. Marcus Jackson was a tattoo artist who set up close to town. One day they found him murdered in the back of a local deli. Frankie had been the one to find his bloody wallet in Marcus' girlfriend's car. Though she swore up and down that she was innocent, the evidence was too much to deny, and she was sentenced to life. I began looking through the box. All of them contained an item from a case that Frankie had solved. The next bag I pulled out contained a lipstick tube of Maria Williams. She was a bartender. Pretty girl who'd often get flirted with by the waves of drunken customers. They found her beaten to death and assaulted in her car. Frankie had found her discarded bra in Josh Schultz's trailer, as if he had taken it for a trophy. Josh was the town's drunk, and though he swore he didn't do it, he couldn't account for his whereabouts due to him blacking out. Every bag contained something from one of those cases. I back away in horror and collide with the oak door. I rip it open and examine the room with fresh eyes. The first thing I noticed was a folding table off to my left. I creep up onto the table to find more Ziploc bags, but there was more of them here than in the box on his desk. There had to be about 20 of them. Each one contained the driver's license of a young woman and a pair of underwear. I recognized each one's town as being very close to our small town. One of the names even looked very familiar. Maria Williams. There was one pair that had been left out of the bag, and it looked strangely familiar. I walked over to the end of the table to find this particular pair of underwear accompanied by the license of one Claire Thompson. I turned to look at the ratty bed, and for the first time saw how old and worn it was. There was cuffs dangling from the old metal bars of the bed frame. A collar was laid on the bed attached to a chain that I followed to a metal plate mounted on the wall. But one spot on the frame looked altered. It seemed like there was a metal clip welded onto the frame, and surprisingly enough, it had matched the clip that connected the collar on the bed to the chain attached to the wall. I looked up and finally noticed it. I don't know how I could have missed it. In front of the bed was a standing mirror, and plastered on that mirror was a sticker. An old, white sticker that was about the size of a bookmark. The same sticker that had an old school yellow smiley face on it. The same one that read, "Smile, you have your whole life ahead of you." It's been a week since Edith M. Carroll died. She was found dead in her bathroom, having choked on something. It's an eerie fact, but most people who choke to death do so in their bathroom. Instead of running outside to get help, they go into the bathroom to try and cough it up, often locking the door out of habit. I don't like to think about it. She deserved better. A lot of people don't know about Edith. Some might call her the part-time lady at the bakery, or the one who worked in administration at the local community college. Not a lot of people know that in the late 1970s, she was the co-writer for a horror movie. As of her passing, I'm the last living member of the film crew. Given the events that took place, most of us collectively agreed to never talk openly about it, but seeing as there's no one left to trouble, I figure it's high time someone pulled back the curtain. And as someone about to hit 70, now's not the time to wait for better days. I was born in 1957. I finished my studies during the height of the Vietnam War, and by the time I turned 20, we were knee-deep in psychedelics and a stagnating economy. I was working part-time at the cinema, trying to save enough to follow my on-again, off-again girlfriend to San Francisco. We broke up when she left town to pursue a degree in economics. Through my cinema job, I got to know a few regulars, the kind of people who were first in line with every new release. One of these regulars was a man named Seb. The guy drove an azure blue '68 Frog Eye Sprite, and always had something interesting to tell. Little bits of trivia about whatever movie he came to see. Over the course of a few months, we became good friends. I handed him the occasional free popcorn, and he'd talk my ear off about whatever movie was showing. Turns out, Seb was a gaffer. He handled electronics, mostly lights, on small-scale movie sets. At the initial showing of The Hills Have Eyes, Seb was first in line. He was more eager than usual. He'd actually shaved off his beard and combed his hair, even without bringing a date, like he often did. He paid for his popcorn and gave me a $20 tip. "Heading out tomorrow," he said. "Got a job out of state. Heading for the big leagues." "Doing a movie?" I asked. "Like a real one?" "As real as it gets." He grinned. "Big budget stuff." "Promise you'll be back for the first screening, right?" Yeah, he nodded. "It's happening." I handed him his popcorn and a Coke. Seb stopped. He looked up, squinted at me, and sighed. Nodding to himself, he finally smiled. "You want a job?" Seb needed an equipment assistant. You can get a long way with a shared love of cinema and a can-do attitude. At least back then. I signed on so fast his popcorn didn't get cold. Not before long, I was handed the official title of Gaffer's Assistant, or Best Boy Grip. We were given a few days to prepare. We were joining a film crew up in New England, but most of the crew were Midwestern. Our first meetup would be on site in a small coastline town just northeast of Brunswick. I joined Seb on a long drive all the way up there in the middle of summer, blasting music all the way. We took turns road tripping, cross country. The frog guy was a beast to handle. He told me all about the movie in excruciating detail. It was the passion project of a writer gone director named Roy Hampton. He'd mostly worked in advertising and network TV, so this was a sort of breakout project. Still, it was a lot of money involved. Seb had no idea where the financing was even coming from. The movie had signed on a stage actor from Dallas named Dawn Anderson, who was making her debut on the big screen. The script was an adaptation of a story called The Crown of Io by a turn-of-the-century writer named Emmett. A risk. It was originally intended as a sort of drama piece, but it had been rewritten into a horror script inspired by movies like The Wicker Man, Rosemary's Baby, and The Omen. I remember Seb talking about it. Even while driving, he was enthusiastically waving his hands around, talking as much with his body as with his mouth. He couldn't stop smiling. That man loved his job. We went past Brunswick to the coastline town of Chatterblinds. There were less than 1,000 people living there in total, so there was little in the way of amenities, but enough to make ourselves comfortable. Some of the crew had rented out what little rooms there were at the local B&B. Others were bringing caravans and minibuses. Just going through town, we could see a couple of trailers lined up by the side of the road. Seb seemed to know some of the people we passed. He waved as we made our way through town. Every other street or so, someone would look up and wave back. It was shaping up to be a beautiful summer. There was a fenced-off area at the outskirts of town where we turned in. We followed a bumpy dirt road, lined with birch trees, along a solid chain-linked fence with a guarded gate up front. Seb handed over his ID to one of the security guards. Took them a while to find him on the list, but he was on there. Digman, the guard said. Sebastian Digman. You haven't signed up for on-site housing. Camping out? Seb smiled, nodding towards the trunk of his car. My assistant here could use a place to crash, though. Got some spare tents by the equipment lot, and some folks are bringing in folding cots to the mess hall. It ain't much, but y'all are free to grab what you need. Seb turned to me. I could see my reflection in his wide-framed sunglasses. What you thinking? He asked. You camping out or sticking to the mess hall? Mess hall. I grinned back. You know that's where the party's gonna be at. Seb gave me a sheepish grin as the gates opened. We rolled in without a word. The guard waved us off. Good luck and God bless. I spent the rest of the day hanging on to Seb for dear life. We were chasing down scripts and inventory lists, double-checking that everything he'd asked for was there. Every cable, every box of screws, every replacement bulb. Seb was a goof, but about this one particular thing, he was a machine. Meticulous. I did get to see some of the other folks in the periphery. The special effects team were hard at work, going something over with the scriptwriter. I think Edith was there too. The main scriptwriter was scratching his head and redlining revisions, assisted by his co-writer, Edith. I caught a glimpse of the director as well, having a heated discussion with the camera crew. I saw Dawn, the main lead. She was simultaneously comparing notes between two different scripts, as they hadn't settled on which one to go for yet. I think that was the only day when I didn't see her wearing some kind of blue sundress, the iconic get-up of her character. Seb had managed to get a hold of an earlier script and went through the scene markups. I was sealing up boxes with this thick industrial tape while he smoked, flipping through the pages. It was all done by a typewriter, and there were smudges of ink on his fingers. They renamed it again, he sighed. First it was the Crown of Io, then the Queen of Black Sands, and now... He held it up, red text on a white background. End of Eternity. I nodded. Creepy. They'll probably change it again, he said between puffs of smoke. Sounds too artsy, European. We're not gonna be a Fulci film. He ripped out one of the pages and handed the rest over to me. It was massive. What's the runtime on this thing? I scoffed. 12 hours? Original was about 3.5, he said, shaking his head. They've cut it down to 3. Final version is probably about 2.5. He handed the ripped out page back to me and put his cigarette out on a nearby fuse box. Throw it away when you're done, he said, stretching out. It's already old news. Later that night, we all gathered in the mess hall. There was a surprising amount of staff, numbering close to 100. I was in the thick of it, stuck between technicians, extras, costume designers, makeup artists. Everyone was there, shoulder to shoulder. Seb was somewhere up front. Roy Hampton took center stage, stepping up on top of a rickety plastic table. He threw his arms out, gesturing towards us, and was met with a big cheer. I couldn't help but to join in. To the end of eternity, he laughed. He was a fit man in his early 40s, a thinning hairline underscored by a large pair of round reading glasses and a neatly trimmed beard. He wore a colorful turtleneck sweater, despite the summer heat. Others joined in, repeating End of Eternity, like a eager echo. Tomorrow is the first day of shooting. Scene markups will be out in a couple of hours, so get ready for a late night, and an early morning. But that don't mean we can't have fun. He laughed, smacking his hands together. Others joined in. I want you all to take some time and reflect on where you are, what we are about to do, to make our mark on cinema history in a way that no one's done before. No matter what we end up making here, and no matter the outcome, we have already won. There was a surge of applause. I could hear Seb up front doing a loud whistle. It's gonna be rough, but it's a space for miracles to happen. Take some time to get caught up to speed, then take the night off. Work hard, play hard. That last sentiment was echoed the loudest, and by the time Roy stepped down, I could tell someone was already lighting up some refreshments in the crowd. Seb didn't need me for the rest of the day, so I stuck around the mess hall. I got a tour of the equipment sign-out lot, and was handed a sleeping bag and a folding cot. By the time I got back, the mess hall was jumping with energy. Someone had brought a whole bunch of Kiss tapes, along with plenty of drinks. There were 4 6-packs on one of the counters with a large note that just said, "Everyone drinks." I wasn't gonna pass on that. I had a couple of drinks, a couple of smokes, and did my best to remember the lyrics to Shout It Out Loud. I huddled up with a bunch of background extras that were scheduled for the next day, playing a mix of Truth or Dare and Battleship. Don't ask about the rules to that one. I don't have the slightest idea. I talked to people from all over. Some of the practical effects guys were complete geeks, comparing notes on everything from timed explosions to faking a scalding water effect. I remember sharing a beer with the writers too. All in all, it was a good time. I think I made out with Dawn's hairdresser. Somewhere around midnight, about a dozen more people joined us. They looked a bit more businessy, having starched white shirts and black tees. They were all smiles though, but I could tell they were a bit hesitant to join us. I didn't hear much about who they were, just the occasional dismissal. "We're just finishing up," one of them said. "Long day." "Someone's gotta lock up," another said. "Make sure we're set for tomorrow." We didn't mind. This was a closed set, and with the amount of staff we had on board, there were bound to be a few unfamiliar faces. Still, there was one face I couldn't look away from. A woman in her late 50s. She was the only one of them who didn't smile. Her rose blonde hair was sort of pushed down, as if she'd worn a hat or a cap for most of the day. She too was wearing a white shirt, buttoned up all the way to her throat. I only caught a glimpse of her briefly before she disappeared into the back. I didn't think much of it. Still, I'll never forget that face. It was telling me something. I nodded at the counter full of free-to-take refreshments and urged one of them to join us. I was met with an immediate headshake and an apologetic smile, with a vague excuse about an early morning. But I noticed, as soon as they thought I wasn't looking, that their smile faded. Their eyes grew cold. As they looked around the room, I didn't see a kindness in their eyes, or a sense of belonging. I saw disgust. What happened next is etched into my memory. The woman with the pressed-down hair came back, dragging a camera along on a tripod dolly. One of our 3 main cameras for this entire shoot. Top-of-the-line kind of stuff. Extremely expensive. Coming back into the mess hall, she pushed it. It came crashing down, stopping every conversation in the room. All that remained were the voices of Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley, singing their hearts out. Seconds later, one of the men with white shirts picked up our 8-track player and smashed it against the side of a table. People got up on their feet, as the woman who destroyed our camera was handed a shovel by a guy coming out of the storage closet. Turning it to the side, she chopped down on the camera like she was cutting firewood. Plastic, glass, metal, and electronics, all broken and torn into ribbons. She was completely unhinged, grunting like an animal with every strike. People started to filter out through the doors. She looked up at us with tears flowing from her eyes, her face red from exertion and anger. She was screaming at us and crying. She bawled her eyes out, smashing the camera to pieces. As the men in the white shirts advanced, screams erupted. Panic. I was too far from the exits to get out in time. One of the men zeroed in on me, following me through the mess hall. We circled a table back and forth like something out of a cartoon. Finally, he got fed up and tried to jump across. I had to think fast and ducked, pushing the table up. The weight caused it to flip, sending him sprawling onto the floor. That's when I first noticed that he was holding a knife. There were 2 main doors leading out of the mess hall, and the one leading further into the building to the equipment lot. The door closest to me, leading outside, was closed. The others had gotten out and barricaded it. The other door leading out was on the far side of the room, across from at least 6 of these people. The only other way out was through the equipment lot, right by the woman with the shovel. I didn't really have a choice. I burst into a sprint, knocking over 2 chairs along the way. The plastic pitter-patter against the linoleum floor felt like a mockery. The woman with the shovel wasn't prepared, but she took a swing at me, crashing through 3 empty bottles on the counter as she did. I got by, but not by a great margin. The equipment lot was much larger than it had any right to be. It had been used as a sort of industrial warehouse a decade earlier, and we didn't need more than a quarter of it. Rushing through the door, I saw two other men in white shirts pouring turpentine into a box of candles. I had to think fast. Right around the corner, I'd been sorting out equipment with Seb earlier. Keeping up a full sprint, I went straight for the lights. I heard approaching footsteps trying to keep up behind me. Thinking back on where I'd seen Seb put out his cigarette, I rounded a corner, almost tripped over a cheap plastic chair, and grabbed the fuse box. With 2 clicks, I first turned the power off, then ripped out whatever fuses I could grab in the dark. Then I slowly crept backwards, squeezing into a small space behind one of the industrial-sized shelves. There was no backplate to the shelf, so if they had flashlights, they'd see me instantly. But I was banking hard on them not bringing anything but knives and pipes. As long as it was dark, they wouldn't find me. I tried to steady my breathing and keep still. My belt buckle kept tapping against the metal siding, forcing me to put my hand in between. I was scorching hot, having to brush away a sweaty strand of hair to not get poked in the eye. I just stood there waiting. I could hear them approaching, a knife running across thick metal bars, footsteps slowing down. There were at least 3 of them now. A whisper in the dark. The woman with the shovel. "You think bringing him back will be your salvation?" She laughed. "Do you honestly think in your heart of hearts that he will do anything but to suck your spirit dry?" I didn't answer. I held my breath. "You cursed, demented people," she spat. "You don't consider that. What you do have consequences." Way in the back of the storage area, I could see a cone of light. They'd found a flashlight. They started to yell at one another to find the other cameras. One of them were cutting up cables, and another had set fire to a small box of spare parts. They were almost out of turpentine, and were now looking for something easily flammable to pile on. I could see the vague outlines of the woman with the shovel, her heavy panting making her shoulders rise and fall. "Killing you is doing you a favor," she shrieked. "I'm not killing. I'm protecting the innocent. I'm protecting the people who matter. She smacked the shovel against the side of a shelf, making it rattle. A clang rung out, bouncing against the corrugated walls. It made the wall vibrate, tickling my spine. "Where are the cameras?" There was a chatter up front. One of them was relaying something important. The others had started to pack up, grabbing whatever they could, and leaving through the front. As they did, they scanned the room a final time, looking for our cameras, or tapes. I figured they were with the director. He'd probably be up reviewing test footage ahead of the first shoot. As the flashlight panned across the room, I caught a brief glimpse of the woman with the shovel. She had this wide-eyed look on her face, like she'd never blinked. Her cheeks were stained with tears. "Destroy yourself," she cried out. "Debauch yourself and choke, you worm." Dropping the shovel, as if ending the conversation, she took a quick look around the room, and I think, right before she left, she caught a glimpse of me. I felt a dark lump sink into my stomach. There was hesitation. She peered down at the shovel. Then she left. I don't know how long I stood there. I felt like I'd fused with the ground. Like my shoes were too heavy to move. It wasn't until I heard sirens in the distance that I hurried back to the fuse box. My hands were shaking so bad that it took me 3 tries to put it all back. Hitting the switch, the light came back on, showing little but scattered tools and a burned box as witnesses to what had happened back there. People were gathering around the mess hall. I joined them outside, my legs visibly shaking. There was an uncomfortable coastline chill running through the summer night, carrying an unfamiliar smell. 2 police vehicles approached in the distance as we counted off everyone who'd been inside. Turns out, these people had a little help from the inside. 4 of the crew members and a night guard had up and left with them, leaving behind a broken gate, slashed tires, and several smashed windshields. They'd started a fire in one of the trailers, but it had burned out without causing too much damage. Still, people were shook. Some talked about leaving. There was an emergency crew meeting. Our security chief promised far and wide about how they'd take extra measures before hiring any locals, and that they'd double patrols. They promised that they'd figure out what was going on, and the motivation behind this. They assured us that they'd coordinate their efforts with the police, and that we were free to add our testimony. I didn't even notice Seb shuffling up next to me, trying to speak over the sound of the shouting and the worried murmurs. "I was worried this might happen," he sighed. "It's a controversial script." "You know these people?" "I know their type," he added. "Look, just be careful. I thought it'd be fine, but..." He looked over to me, patted me on the back, and leaned in. "I don't know who's financing all this," he whispered, "but whoever it is has deep pockets and access to some weird, esoteric stuff." Leaning away, he put his fingers under his eyes, as if to say, "Watch out," and retreated into the crowd. Over time, we all retreated, back into tents, trailers, or whatever cheap mattress we could find. It was an uneasy night. I saw that woman's face every time I closed my eyes. I could hear the clang of metal on metal. There were still broken plastic from the camera scattered across the mess hall. The shovel was still lying there, in the middle of the equipment lot. At some point, in the middle of the night, I went outside to have a cigarette. The night air was rough, tugging at my clothes. The wind rattled the chain-linked fence. I got up and wandered all the way to the edge of the fence, and in the distance I could see something. I stomped out my cigarette and peered across the small dirt road leading up to the set. White birch trees swaying back and forth, making the wind whistle through the leaves. And there, hanging from the branches, were dozens of neatly pressed white shirts with black ties. A final reminder that this was far from over. It had just begun. After the initial shock of the first night, things quickly settled down. A well-placed group of patrolmen wandering around the yard put most of us at ease. A reminder that this thing was still in full go-ahead mode. The white shirts that had been hung outside the set as an ill omen were taken down and publicly burned. Director Roy Hampton gladly announced the schedule for the first day of filming. We were originally going to film one of the near-end scenes by the shoreline, but they changed it at the last minute to a nearby cave. Seb wasn't happy about it. He had to completely switch up the light setup he'd prepared. It'd be a few stressful hours for the both of us. Seb had to improvise a natural light filter to better fit the texture of the cave, and I had to hunt for extension cables. We couldn't keep a diesel generator in an enclosed space. We'd suffocate. Seb and I finished packing an initial setup and were escorted off-site with the rest of the tech crew. It was going to be a solo scene with Dawn, at a point in the movie where her character reluctantly accepts the influence of a timeless being into her corporeal form. The fall from grace, like Eve eating the forbidden apple. There was a small convoy heading out, with music blasting from the front. It was a bumpy ride, where Seb and I had to ride in the back to keep the equipment from falling over. We couldn't tie it all down. About 35 minutes later, we were facing a small cave. We had to drag the equipment on foot the last 200 or so feet. but the location itself was pretty impressive. The entrance to the cave was this tall slit that went up at least 8 feet. I could tell why they'd switched to this place. Very cinematic. We went inside to check the place out and start setting up. It was much more spacious than we'd anticipated. One single space in a sort of half-sphere shape, with a large pool of water in the middle. It was big enough for someone to swim around in, a group even. The cave itself was pretty rough though. It'd take some time setting up an even light. Seb nervously scratched his chin, like he wasn't sure if we'd brought enough reflectors. Director Roy and main lead Dawn arrived shortly thereafter, with an entourage of crew. Dawn was all fancied up in a blue summer dress and full makeup. She was practicing lines with one of her assistants. I couldn't stop looking at her. I'm the first to admit, I probably stared. Seb, on the other hand, was focused on the work. They say this thing is deep, he said. There's a hole in the center. What? The pool, he said. They say it's deep. Oh, I nodded. Sure. Eyes on the prize, Seb said, shaking his head. We're behind schedule. And we were. We barely managed to set up what we had for the initial shot where Dawn enters the cave. The second part, inside the cave, was still being worked on. The space was large enough for a crew of 12 to fit, but it was difficult to hear one another. Sounds just sort of bounced around. Seeing that first scene being filmed, though, that was magical. The snap of the clapperboard, the immediate silence. Everyone hunkered down into their roles. I kept an off light centered on Dawn, while Seb continuously moved one of the cables out of shot. The camera rolled, and just as scripted, Dawn turned around at the last minute, a final hesitation, a resistance to corruption. Then she turned back and headed inside. As Roy called out, "Cut!" a loud applause erupted from the crew. We were officially doing this. We did a few more takes, trying out different angles, before settling on a dolly zoom shot, an homage to Hitchcock. Roy was obsessed with the guy, and he wanted it to show in the movie. We couldn't blame him. It was a good influence to have. As we finished up the first shot and headed inside, I was brimming with excitement. I'd been unsure if I would be able to contribute, but now I know I was there and getting my hands dirty. It felt good. I felt like I could do it. I could start to see what Roy was doing and how he thought. I was picking up the names of things, just getting better overall. Well inside the cave, Dawn was going to have a conversation with a deity whose voice would be added in post-production. As Roy explored the space and discussed the various angles, one thing became increasingly clear. We couldn't all be in there at once. The space would be limited to the director, sound, the cameramen, and Dawn. The rest of us had to wait outside. Now, the mood outside was great. People were smoking and laughing. Some of the carriers were talking about bringing others up there later for a midnight swim. They were right. That place would be an amazing space to hang out. Very zen. We were a few short minutes from lunch, so some of us had to begin unpacking whatever we'd brought to eat. As noon rolled around, we could hear an audible gasp from inside the cave. At first, we didn't think much of it. I finished my lunch banana, and the others dug into their various sandwiches. Then, someone calling. We couldn't hear what he said first, but it sounded urgent. We all quieted down, only to hear it again. "Call an ambulance." Moments later, another voice. "No, no ambulance. Just get out. Get back." "She's bleeding," said a third voice. "She's not moving," said fourth. "Oh my, what's wrong with her neck?" said another. We dropped everything. One of the cameramen came stumbling out and threw up. One of his assistants tagged along to pat him on the back, but one voice was louder than the others, the director, and he was clear about two things: that everyone needed to get out, and that there would be no ambulance. Everyone filtered out of the cave one by one, everyone but the director and Dawn. We all just stood there, holding our breaths. It was obvious that something had happened, some kind of accident. We all looked at one another, back and forth, waiting for someone to break the silence. As it turned out, it would be the director himself who did. Roy came out with his hands up, as if trying to calm us down. He had this big smile on his face as he waved his assistant over. It's fine," he said. "Dawn is just a bit shaken. She'll be on her feet in a bit. Take a long lunch, and we'll get back to it at, let's say, 2 p.m. I was rolling up a cable, standing a little closer than the director had anticipated. I could overhear a bit of what he was whispering to his assistant. Little words not meant for me. Something about fetching his notebook. Not the blue one, the black one. Then to get a guard posted at the cave. And finally, to fetch one of the makeup assistants. The brown-haired one. We weren't convinced, but there was little we could do. One of the crew who'd seen what happened said she slipped and smacked her head on one of the rocks as she stepped into the pool. Someone else said she'd started speaking gibberish. Apparently, the line she was reading was supposed to be some sort of forgotten god language. It was straight from the source material. We all went our separate ways, taking a long lunch, but some of us still weren't convinced. Two of the women from makeup and costume called the local sheriff. After all, Roy had said not to call an ambulance. He hadn't said anything about not calling the police. By the time our 2-hour lunch was up, there was a squad car parked on the dirt road leading up to the cave. Roy's assistant was being interviewed. There was something about the way he talked that made it sound like he was stalling. We all stood in a half circle listening in. They were making small talk about the movie, asking about what had happened, and wanted to see if Dawn was all right. The assistant was eager to answer. A little bit too eager, perhaps. A couple of minutes later, the director stepped out, and with him was Dawn. She looked a bit shaken. She'd covered part of her face with a towel, and she was drenched in water. She excused herself to the officers. They asked a few control questions to see if she was all there, and she had no trouble answering them. Things like her middle name, where she was born, that sort of stuff. But I don't think anyone else was thinking what I was thinking. They hadn't heard what I'd heard. Looking at her, like I'd done all morning, I could tell one thing for certain. That wasn't Dawn. They had a similar look, and they sounded the same, but the hair was a bit longer, and she was a bit shorter. If I hadn't overheard the director asking for the makeup assistant, I wouldn't have thought of it, but that wasn't Dawn. It was the woman from makeup. But how could she look and sound like Dawn that well? If it was all acting, she should have been the one in front of the camera to begin with. The sheriff and deputy excused themselves, wished us the best of luck, and headed out. Roy decided to postpone the next shooting a couple of hours so Dawn could dry off and get her makeup redone. Looking at the crowd, I could tell there were others who had questions. Maybe they didn't know exactly what was off, but we were all getting worried. Something had gone terribly wrong. Later that day, we finished the shot in the cave. We picked up the equipment and called it an early day. The camera crew stayed a bit late just to get some environment shots, and the sound guys got some background noise. Seb and I headed back with one of the equipment vans. I sat next to Seb in the back, bouncing up and down as the suspension held on for dear life. "You seen the black book he carries?" I asked. "You know what's up with that?" "I think it's the original." nodded Seb. Like a copy of the original book. The Rask book. He refers to it all the time. Seb looked ahead, watching the driver fiddle with the radio. Knowing we weren't actively being listened to, Seb quieted down. We got a lot of wiggle room when it comes to scenes and casting, but every line of dialogue is straight from that book. Even the crazy god babble stuff? Especially that. Seb lit up a cigarette and passed it to me. I took it, contemplating in silence. Later that night, the crew that were sleeping on site had another get-together. We were all a bit weary from the other night, but spirits were relatively high. Most of the people who'd been scared had left the set altogether, so those who remained were those who didn't care enough to be bothered. I wasn't really in a party mood, still not knowing what to make of what had happened, but I figured I could at least check out the cave, see if I could spot anything out of place. The others just wanted a reason to get their drink on. There were 12 of us crammed into 2 very small cars. We rolled all the way back to the cave, armed with flashlights, a portable 8-track player, and plenty of drinks. People were singing all the way there, and I'm the first to admit, it was hard not to get in the mood. As we got back to the cave, we noticed something peculiar. One of the security guards from the set was stationed there, reading a magazine. As we approached, he perked up and shone a light on us. "No entry," he said. "Y'all can go party somewhere else." "Come on, man," someone protested. "It's been a rough day." "Why can't we go in?" another one asked. The guard just shook his head. "Director's orders. Gotta keep it clean for reshoots." I stepped up carefully, taking a deep breath and releasing the stress from my shoulders. I put on my bravest smile. Now I was even more curious. "Look, are you going to sit here all night?" I asked. "If we're reshooting here, we gotta put all the lights back up anyway. It'll be a mess no matter what we do, so what's the harm in letting us kick back a little?" He looked me up and down, not sure what to make of it. "We won't throw any trash around," I continued, "and you can stick around if you want." He looked back at the rest of the group, letting his flashlight pan over them, one by one. "Y'all got beer?" Minutes later, we were all back inside the cave, music blasting from the 8-track. It wasn't as good as the one that had been smashed by the white shirts, but it did the trick. We had to settle for country music though. The man with the Kiss tapes had left. While the others stripped into their birthday suits and plunged into the pool inside the cave, I took some time to check for any traces of what had happened. Any signs of blood, or anything really. It didn't take long for me to realize there was nothing of interest around. I sat down by the 8-track player and cranked up the volume. The guard had stripped down too, joining the others in the pool. I wasn't feeling it. Not yet, at least. Apparently the water was warmer than anticipated, and the flashlights made the ripples reflect off the rough cave surface. Every laugh echoed, every ticklish squeak, all of it. As I was about to switch cassettes on the 8-track, I noticed the laughter slowly dying down. I looked up only to see the 12 other people just standing there in the middle of the pool. They'd stopped laughing, talking, and playing. Instead, they stared at one another in what seemed like disbelief. It was such an eerie sight. A dozen people, as naked as the day God made them, their minds going blank in unison. One of the camera assistants looked down at his hands, then up at the others. What happened?" he asked. They were all looking down at their hands and the water. One of them looked straight to me. "Did I get the line right?" she asked. Are we rolling?" "It was dark," someone said. "I've been in the dark." "Yes, dark," another chimed in. "But who are you? Why were you there?" Finally, the security guard rose out of water, brushing his hair out of his eyes as he joined the crowd. "I'm Dawn," he said. "No, I'm Dawn," another said. They were looking back at one another, one by one, all saying the same thing, all using the same tone of voice, the same accent, the same body language. "I'm Dawn." For all intents and purposes, and to the best of their knowledge, they all seemed to think the same thing, that they were all, each and every one of them, Dawn Anderson. They tried convincing one another. They were comparing childhood memories, their social security number, favorite songs and food, intimate secrets about everything from their sex life to the name they would give their firstborn child. As the questions piled on, and the answers got louder, I could tell they were getting agitated. I got up and tried talking to them, but it was useless. They were all convinced that they, alone, were the real Dawn. Then someone threw a punch. Someone was getting choked. It happened so fast that I didn't even realize what was happening. They were going to kill each other. I have this vivid memory of looking back at Winona, an assistant sound technician, as she started beating Chuck Helcom with a rock, all the while screaming, in the same accent as the rest of them, that her name was Dawn Anderson. I tried breaking it up, but it was escalating all over. I was pushing two people apart when someone grabbed me from behind, dragging me down into the pool of water. I flopped down belly first. Now, I'm not sure exactly what I saw under the surface. There was a hole leading further down, just like Seb had said, and somewhere down there, I could see someone still, someone tied up with a spare cable and lodged deep into an underwater crevice. I could feel something in the water, something tugging at the back of my mind ever so slightly, a voice whispering from across a great distance, asking me, then telling me that I wasn't alone, that there was someone out there who wanted to be with me. They needed a place to stay. I didn't listen. Had it been minutes earlier, I might have. Nowadays, decades later, I still have this image in my head. Perfect hair bobbing up and down with the shifting of the pool. A person turned problem, brushed under the carpet. But at that time, I convinced myself that I was looking at nothing, that I heard nothing. I couldn't bring myself to imagine the worst. Not then, not there. There was blood in the water, screams, attacks got more ruthless. Some of them wrestled or threw rocks. Most of them tried to drown one another. "Say it," one of the hairdressers demanded. "Say it. Say that I'm Dawn." She got clocked in the back of the head and collapsed face first into the shallow end of the pool. There was this guy, Michael. He was one of our drivers, one of the calmest, friendliest people on set. I hadn't even seen him without his oversized glasses before. He could be a bit long-winded because of his stammer. Now he was standing next to me, panting like an animal, and grabbing my arm. You can't be Dawn," he wheezed. "No one can. He said I was. I listened, and you didn't. Mike, you can't." As soon as I mentioned his name, I realized I'd made a mistake. He shrieked and tried to bend my arm, an effort to break it. I managed to get a kick in on his leg, causing him to fall forward. In the split second where his grip faltered, I recoiled. I hurried out of the pool, heading straight for the exit. There were threats all around me. These familiar faces turned feral, all looking to take me down in this mad free-for-all. Stiff fingers grabbing at my hair, rocks whizzing past my ear, desperate cries. I had no choice but to run. I got out, but I hadn't been smart about it. It was hard being smart when I could barely think a cohesive thought. The moment I sucked in the night air, I realized they were coming after me. Not all of them, but at least 3. I... I'd never run. One of them laughed. You are not the real me. You're a fraud. The keys to the cars were in the discarded clothes inside the cave. All I could do was run straight into the birch forest and hope for the best. I could barely think straight, and the oppressive dark didn't help. A harsh wind cut through the leaves, leaving the sweat on my brow cold as ice. They were hot on my trail, running without abandon over every sharp rock and branch and straight through the underbrush. If I were to have any chance of outpacing them, I had to stop thinking and just go for it. I almost sprained my ankle stumbling over a log. In that quiet heartbeat where I struggled to regain my balance, I could hear them. Their agitation had reached the point where they weren't just angry, they were reduced to making noises, sobbing, retching, and grunting like animals, their minds unraveling. At some point I realized I had no idea where I was. It was the middle of the birch woods, and I could still hear them skulking about. I just couldn't see them. The canopy was blocking what little moonlight was up there. I hid behind a boulder, trying to make myself small. From there, I listened. It's dark, one of them mumbled. Deep, deep inside. It's dark. It shouldn't be. Why is it dark? I can't let I'm the real one. The really real one. You have to believe. They spread out. 2 of them started fighting, but the third one was heading my way. A woman in her late 30s. I think she was in the props department. She'd found this sharp piece of granite that she held like a knife. Even at a distance and with little light, I could see that she clung to that rock hard enough to cut into her fingers. Please, she wheezed. Please let me be it. Let it be me. I can't can't let. I closed my eyes, held my breath, and hoped she'd just pass me by. I counted the seconds, feeling the sting of salty sweat in my eyes. Slowly I peeked an eye open. She was right there, looking down at me. For a hot second I thought we were good. She looked hesitant. Still, I could hear the blood dripping from her grip of the stone, tapping against the leaves in the underbrush. But like an animal, something set her off. Could have been the blink of an eye, a split impulse, anything. But she threw herself at me, her hands bloodied and frantic, her nails digging into my skin, her teeth snapping at me like a hungry dog. We wrestled back and forth for what felt like forever. I didn't want to hurt her. I tried to tell her to stop, to step back, to listen, but she wouldn't. Maybe she couldn't. I felt the stab of that granite shard against my rib, and something just took over in me. I don't want to go into detail, but I fought back as hard as I could. I had to defend myself, and to do that, I couldn't hold back. None of us really wanted that fight, but we still had to do it. And when she finally stopped moving, I started walking. I didn't care. I couldn't allow myself to. I ended up by the main road leading out of Chatter Blinds. I tried to wave down a passing car, but they just kept going. 2 others passed shortly after. One even slowed down, looked at me, and then passed. But one of them finally stopped. The squad car from earlier, the sheriff, and the deputy. I was taken in and looked over. Most wounds were superficial cuts and bruises. I had splotches of blood on my clothes, but it wasn't mine. I didn't say that, though. I told them there were people who needed help. I tried to explain that there'd been a fight, but I had a hard time wrapping my head around what had exactly happened and how. I think they were on drugs. I lied. It was the best explanation I could come up with. I didn't know where to even start. And this one they'd definitely believe without a second thought. The night resulted in 6 people being committed to a nearby hospital. 4 others were reported missing, one of which was the woman I'd been attacked by. The final 2 were in good enough condition to be taken in for interrogation. Of course, they had nothing to say, and come morning, they had no memory of what had happened. They weren't Dawn, they never had been. How could they be? No one was pressing charges, and no one had a good explanation. They didn't find any drugs, and we hadn't even had that much to drink. To an outsider, it was just weird. But at that point, our entire set seemed cursed to the people of Chatterblinds. We were the strange outsiders, coming there to upset their order. Still, 4 people were missing. They were never found. By early morning I was released. I was ready to go home. I'd had enough of that madness, and no pay in the world was enough to compensate for whatever BS was happening behind the scenes. I put on a fresh set of clothes and had my bags packed and ready to go. I was waiting for Seb to wake up, and I'd ask him to take me to the closest train station, or bus station, or whatever came first. But as I sat there, watching the sun rise, another face came wandering across the lot. Dawn, or whoever was posing as her. She wandered to me and smiled. She didn't say anything, and neither did I. She took a flower out of her hair, a tiny blue sunflower, and handed it to me. "I had a dream about you last night," she smiled, "but it wasn't a very good one." "Sorry to hear that." "You look like you had a rough night," she frowned, "just like in my dream." "Sure." I wasn't interested. I just wanted to go home, but she leaned down and looked me in the eyes. "You beat me with a rock," she said, her face deadpan. "It hurts." I didn't. "You didn't?" "I didn't." She shook her head. She got up and grinned at me, the kind of menacing grin that told a story in and of itself. "I'm telling," she smiled, "and you'll be in trouble." I shook my head and said nothing, but as she walked away, there was this icy cold panic in my chest. I got up and tried to find the right words. I could see where she was heading, straight for the director's trailer. I raised my hand towards her, but before I could say anything, she just grinned back at me. "It's okay," she said. "Just make the movie. It's important." She wandered away, her blue sundress swaying in the softening wind. I don't know how long I slept. A few hours, maybe, just leaning against the outer mess hall wall. It wasn't until Seb tapped me with his muddy boot that I woke up. Despite my fresh set of clothes, he could see that I wasn't okay. "You need something?" he asked, squinting from the morning sun. I considered it. I could still get on a train and just go. I could. But there was something that told me I'd regret it, if Dawn Anderson had something to say about it. She knew. Somehow, she knew. I shook my head, trying to collect my thoughts. "Maybe," I sighed. "I don't know." "Well, wait until you figure it out. We got work to do," he continued. "Everyone's on extra cleaning duty for the next set." "Great," I sighed. "Just great." I stayed down, rolling the little blue sunflower between my fingers. Seb took a moment to look me over. He must have realized I wasn't telling the whole story and offered me a hand. "Come on, buddy," he smiled. "Let's make a movie." The next couple of days, we managed to shoot a few scenes. It almost felt like a real movie set, for once. Our schedules were on time, and there was a steady stream of supporting actors being brought in. If this was the only period of filming you'd seen, you might think it was like any other project. But for those of us in the know, we knew most of this was all surface. Like the lead actress, no matter what she sounded like, or moved like, or looked like, we all knew the truth. That wasn't Dawn Anderson. But what were we supposed to do? Everyone was just acting like nothing had happened. Even Seb didn't seem to know how to act, and he was the only person in there that I could 100% trust. I'd managed to compartmentalize much of what had happened those first few days, treating it as if something that had happened to someone else. But as with many other things, normalcy came and went like a pendulum, and it was about to swing pretty far in the other direction. In the script, the next location was just called a blue house. The house itself was supposed to be insignificant. The focus of the scene was the action of the characters. It was supposed to be this really tense scene where the heroine had found a large wooden chest, rumored to contain the bones of an unholy prophet, sort of like an anti-saint. The house itself was supposed to be a sort of backdrop, just a blue house. She would slowly approach, walking from room to room, speaking to the spirit of the prophet in a dead language. Finally, the chest was supposed to slowly open. That was the planned scene. We had an actual house for this scene, down by the coast. Director Hampton wanted a real house with a view of the coastline. However, when Seb and I were brought on to set up the interior lighting, we could tell there were issues. Constant delays, where runners and set designers had to fix and tinker with the interior. Half the day passed and we hadn't put up a single light. Seb wasn't impressed. Things had been going well for a few days, and this just ground his enthusiasm to a halt. We spent most of the afternoon sitting by the cliffside, listening to music and sharing a pack of cigarettes. That's the clearest picture I have in my mind from that day. "I gotta ask," I remember saying, "why are you so eager to keep this job?" Seb flicked the ash of his cigarette, nodding to himself. Finally, he shrugged at me. "Got a kid on the way," he said. "This is probably the last set I can work out of state before I get locked down." "You're having a kid?" "Yeah." That was the first time I imagined Seb Digman as a parent. It changed him somehow. By nightfall, they gave up. The director had a long chat with some of his inner circle and sent most people home. The only ones who were allowed to stick around were those who the director deemed trustworthy. Both Seb and I were in. Maybe it wasn't so much a matter of trust as it was desperation. As we saw wave after wave of people leaving the set, the shadows grew longer. Seb and I watched as some of the folks who'd been toiling for hours finally got to rest, and we were tasked to pick up their slack. We'd seen people wander in and out of the house all day with these cheap metal buckets, armed with little hammers that we used to nail down power cables. You don't want a loose cable to drift into view on set. That was pretty much all the equipment they'd used. It was strange. All they did was walk in, hammer a little, and come out with a bucket full of white pebbles. Then they'd toss it over the edge of the cliffside, go back in, and do it all over again. They looked like miners, only without the pickaxes and safety helmets. I'd just finished eating a prepackaged cheese and ham sandwich when I got a tap on my shoulder. One of the sound guys handed me his bucket and hammer, wiping the sweat off his brow. "You're up," he wheezed. "Go see Hampton." So I did. The director, Roy Hampton, had been busy all day. It was rare to see him do anything but make loud demands, or point out details that needed to be changed. Now he was just sitting there, on a bench across from the house, flipping through a copy of the script with a marker pen. The lead actress was nowhere to be seen. As I approached, he looked me up and down before turning his attention back to the script. "Did they tell you what to do?" he asked. "No. We need to clear the house," he continued, "for the shoot." "Clear it of what?" Without looking up, he tapped the side of my bucket. "Teeth." I was given a few more instructions for clarification. For example, I wasn't allowed to touch or move the wooden chest prop. Furthermore, I had to look everywhere, behind the furniture, under the carpets, anywhere and everywhere. I was to use the hammer and not pull them out with my hands. I could not keep any of the teeth. Once they were out of the wall, however, it was fine to touch them if necessary. But it didn't make sense to me. Obviously, teeth was a joke, but that didn't answer what those white pebbles were, and having them thrown out by the bucket load meant there had to be tons of them inside. Why did we pick that location to begin with? It was me, Seb, and 2 runners. Who stepped in? An old house made sometime in the 1920s. Tight corridors, thin wooden walls, creaky floors, curled blue wallpaper. Seb insisted that the whole house was tilting slightly, but I couldn't feel it. Wouldn't surprise me if it did, though. Stepping into the living room, there was only one item that looked out of place. A massive wooden box, smack dab in the middle of the floor. It was as if everything in the room had been moved to accommodate for that one box. I thought the team had done a great job making it. It really looked like some old ceremonial thing. It seemed to be nailed to the floor. Seb wasn't convinced, though. He leaned down, dragging his hand along the side of the box. He looked up at me with blackened fingertips. His expression changed. "This is real patina," he said. "This thing is old. Real kind of old." One of the runners were the first to find something. He called us over. It was underneath the kitchen sink. He lit it up with a flashlight, inviting us to take a look for ourselves. The others kneeled, one by one. No one said a thing. Finally, it was my turn. Even then, I was still expecting some kind of salt or calcium buildup, something you might see in an old house. But it was teeth. Actual teeth. Just like we'd been told. It was molars. Most of them small, like the nail of a pinky finger. Others were the size of a thumb. There was at least 24 of them. There was this stunned silence as we all tried to process this. For some reason my eyes drifted back to Seb. He was the only one looking not at the teeth, but at the box in the middle of the room. Noticing me looking at him, he nodded towards it. "You know," he said, "I'm starting to think that ain't a prop." There were 2 floors in total. We could find teeth in every single room, if we looked close enough. Inside the fireplace on the bottom floor, on the side of the stairs, under and on the carpets, Seb found a couple teeth hanging from the chandelier. The first tooth I knocked out was one of the most visceral things I've ever felt. There was like a wet, flesh-textured hole left in the wall that slowly closed. There was a warmth and a wetness to every single tooth, as if someone was breathing into my face with every tooth removed. Every clink of a tooth falling into my metal bucket sent a shiver down my spine. We probably went at it for an hour before we'd filled our first bucket. One by one we went outside, dumping it all over the edge of the cliff. Looking over at the director, he didn't seem to have a care in the world, laughing it up with some of the folks from the costume department. Going back in, we had trouble finding more teeth. It wasn't until about 15 minutes later when we realized that most of the places where we had already looked had new teeth growing in. Most of them tiny, but they were there, even up in the chandelier. What's the point? Seb sighed. If it keeps coming back, what's the point? Maybe it stops, one of the runners said. Like, after a while? What makes you think that? I asked. The other runner, a guy named Merle, pulled one of the teeth out with his bare hands, stuffing it into his pocket. I'm keeping one, he said. Ain't no way anyone'll believe me if I don't. We spent the next 3 hours knocking teeth out and throwing them over the edge of the cliff, all the while finding more teeth all over, no matter how many times we got rid of them. By the 4th bucket load, the director stopped us at the door. He went along with us inside. It's useless, Seb tried to tell him. There are too many. I got it now, the director assured us. We're fixing this. We stepped back inside and walked straight to the wooden box. Using his cigar cutter, the director cut a small wound into his thumb and smeared a bloody circle across the top of the box. The rest of us didn't say anything. This wasn't the strangest thing we'd seen him do, but it was up there. He handed me his script, now with a bloody thumbprint. Read what's marked in yellow. Flipping through the pages, the only things marked in yellow were certain nonsense words. They were the words of the spoken off-screen entity, the corrupting influence that the heroine tries to resist throughout the movie. I can't pronounce any of this, I said. What's this? Rio? You can't say it wrong, the director added. Just say it how you feel it should be said. I looked up at Seb. He just shook his head. Rao Soma Io, I spoke aloud. Drin Soma Io. Ray nodded, waiting as I flipped through the pages. The marked words were few and far between, a mix of various spoken lines. Stro Soma Io, I continued. Hoffen Soma Io. Then something happened. The words started to make sense to me, not just the way they were supposed to be spoken, but their innate meaning. But it wasn't just words, they were experiences, pictures. They made me think of distant places and foreign smells, pictures of blue fabric, blowing in the night wind, fine salt under my fingernails, a great fire. Then, without noticing, I didn't have the script in my hands anymore. The director took it back. Everyone just looked at me, slack-jawed and confused. There was a more intricate pattern on the box now, but you could barely tell. The wood was too dark, masking the dry blood. I think we're done, Director Hampton said. They should be gone by morning. What? What exactly did we do? Asked Seb. What is this? You think you'd understand that explanation? He smiled. Or would you even want to, for that matter? Seb sighed, drawing a breath into a new cigarette. No. The next day, filming resumed. There were no more issues with the house, and we were able to set up our equipment within the hour. We were done just after lunch, quickly moving on to some environmental shots by the cliffside. It's as if the previous day had never happened. I was pretty out of it though. I hadn't slept well. Every time I started to slip into a dream, I had this panicked feeling of not being able to get back out, like stepping off the deep end of a pool when you can't swim. I couldn't allow myself to fall into a deep sleep, instead dipping in and out of semi-consciousness until the early hours of the morning. I kept thinking about those words, seeing them, feeling them, knowing them. I remember looking out over the cliffside, feeling a stiff breeze ruffle my hair, when Seb tapped me on my shoulder. "You okay?" he asked. "Slept really bad," I sighed. Me too, he said, sipping his coffee. Seb looked down at the rest of the crew, still packing up from one of the beach shots. They looked so small from up there. You seen Merle today? He asked. The runner? Nah, I yawned. Probably slept in. Seb shook his head. No, he didn't. We were kept busy all day long, but we kept an eye out. Neither of us managed to catch a glimpse of Merle, and no one seemed to know anything. There were still people running about back at the warehouse, but most were accounted for on site. It was worrisome. I'd seen enough to know that people were expendable at this point. We came back as the sun started to set. The late night get-togethers and mini-parties had been replaced with a whole crew face-planting into their pillow simultaneously. Having lost all sleep from the other night, I was barely standing. I was out cold in a matter of minutes. This time, I could dream, but not without twisting, turning, and waking at random. I kept getting these intrusive thoughts in my head that I had to go for a run, or drink scalding hot water, or rub sand against my shin bones. Just these weird physical sensations that I had sudden urges to pursue. I didn't, of course, but I couldn't stop myself from feeling it. When my mind finally settled into a singular dream, it was surprisingly real. It felt like I was having an out-of-body experience. I imagined myself walking around the set, browsing the dark shelves, and running my hand across the cold metal. I could hear my footsteps as I made my way back to my bed, going back to sleep even there and then, in my own mind. Only when I got back, someone was already in my bed. Me. The moment I woke up, I was staring into a stranger's eyes. One green eye, one red. A rattled breath, struggling for air. It took me a moment to realize that it wasn't them having trouble breathing. It was me. I was being strangled. There was this slow buildup of panic in my chest as I came to. It was as if my heart was trying to beat faster, but the blood couldn't reach my head. Still, looking back at it, what I remember most is the neutral expression of my attacker, or the cold fingers around my neck. What I remember most is something sharp poking into my skin as if they were holding a handful of gravel and pressing it against me. I was hyper-focusing on these nonsensical little things, as if I couldn't understand what was really happening. My hand flopped to the side of the bed, my fingertips growing numb. I could feel my biceps losing strength. Grabbing something out of my bedside pants, I brought my hand up towards my attacker and flicked my thumb. I'd managed to grab my lighter. I burned them straight in their red eye. I didn't even realize how much I needed to breathe until I managed to get them off me. I pushed myself away and felt the chemicals in my body come loose, blood rushing to my head and muscles, kicking me into action. I wanted to scream for help, but all that came out was this useless whimper. My throat had been hurt. Instead, I backed away, readied myself to run, and watched my attacker step into the moonlight. Merle, the runner. His left hand was covered in teeth, going all the way up to his shoulder. More teeth falling out of his mouth with every breath. Little holes building up on the side of his face, with early onset of more teeth poking through the skin. His eye had turned red from internal bleeding, as one of the teeth had grown out of the corner of his retina. In the moment, I abandoned all reason. From what I'd seen on set, this was the most visceral and horrifying sight by far. That night with Dawn, at the cave, at least they'd been human, but this? I couldn't tell what was happening here. He shouldn't have taken that tooth. I wanted to turn to run, but he was matching my movements like a predator. A shift to the left, to the right. His eyes didn't leave me. I backed away. He moved closer. My instinct to try and talk him down was thrown out the window. This wasn't a person that would listen to reason. All I had was my lighter and a solid 8 feet of distance. I heard the tip-tap noises of little teeth falling off his arm, like sand in an hourglass. Then he attacked. My folding bed was thrown across the room. His naked footsteps were heavy, leaving dozens of teeth behind. Despite that, he was fast. He came at me with all he had. I grabbed the first thing I could use as a barrier, a door leading me into the bathroom. I rushed inside, slamming the door shut. I felt him grabbing the handle from the other side, pulling with an impossible strength, but losing his grip with the loss of teeth slipping from the palm of his hand. I got just enough leverage to lock the door. I stumbled backwards into a bathtub, pulling down the cheap blue fabric as I fell. Seconds later, the door started to give way. Wooden splinters scattered on the floor. I pulled down the shower rod, wrapped the curtain up, and set fire to it with my lighter, wielding it like a makeshift torch. Good thing it was cheap plastic, and that no one had had the time to shower that night. It felt primal, in a way, like a caveman waving off a hungry wolf, but this particular wolf didn't seem all too bothered. And with that, the door broke. It all happened so fast. I remember hearing myself trying to scream, but just managing a wheeze. I pushed the shower rod into his chest like a spear, but it barely budged him, scraping against surface-level teeth. A tooth-covered fist swung towards me, cracking the ceramic tiles next to me as he missed, instead hitting the light switch. It turned this waking nightmare into a shadow play. Vague gestures and silhouettes cast by moonlight. A red eye, a mouth with oversized teeth, tip-taps of teeth hitting ceramic tiles. And still, I couldn't scream. Managing to duck under a second swing, I used his momentum to get past and back out into the mess hall. I ran towards the back where I could pass into the warehouse, but I didn't get far. Merle threw something heavy at me, hitting me just over the shoulder. I fell forward, completely losing my balance, knocking something over from the counter. He'd ripped out a piece of the sink. Landing palms first into a spilled pile of table salt, I rolled over to see Merle approaching. Parts of the shower curtain still smoldered on his shoulder. He had picked up the shower rod, wielding it like a club. He was going to beat me to death. For a moment the impressions of the day flashed before my eyes. The teeth in the walls, the cliffside chat with Seb, the nonchalant attitude of Director Hampton, and the strange words, the images that had flashed within my mind, the words that had crept into the back of my head and settled there, coloring the inside of my mind with foreign pictures. And suddenly, it started to make sense. The blue fabric, browing in the wind from an open window, that was the shower curtain. The salt under my fingernails, it was right there. But there was no great fire, only a sputtering flame on his shoulder. "It's wrong," I muttered as Merle approached. "It's wrong. There should..." The words came to me, clear, vivid, and eager. I'll never forget them. I can't. Rau soma io, drin soma io, strau soma io, hoffen soma io. By the last syllable, it was as if something in the air corrected itself. Maybe it was just a coincidence, a freak wind, but another part of me felt like the world was making something right. A sputter from the flame got caught in his hair. Something flared up by the neck of his torn shirt. In the blink of an eye, he erupted into flame. A great fire. The fire alarm screamed in my stead. I coughed on the black smoke as Merle fled outside. I could finally hear others waking up and stepping out of their trailers, but to them, all they saw was the fire. Merle was dead the moment he hit the ground. He was just a tangled mess of fabric and something to them. I drew in a deep breath of nighttime air, feeling my throat relax. Someone was asking me what was going on. Someone was screaming for help. But louder than any voice was the mere presence of Dawn Anderson, the lead actress. Standing at the edge of the fire with a robe wrapped around her, giving me a tired smile. She scooched closer, speaking just loud enough for others to hear. "Good thing you were here," she smiled. "This could have burned down the entire warehouse." I didn't answer. I just looked at her. "Looks like some props didn't make it, huh?" She continued. Now we both had dirt on one another. She knew what I'd done to her that first night outside the cave, and I knew she wasn't the real Dawn Anderson. We were at an impasse. "Looks like I deserve a raise," I wheezed. "I'm sure Mr. Hampton agrees." They held a fireside applause for me. Someone pointed out the trail of teeth left behind, as if that somehow confirmed that it was just burning props. Someone else pointed to the vague shape of a skeletal hand in the flames. Another sign of important props being lost. But both Dawn and I knew what it really was. Or rather, who it really was. But we had a movie to make. Filming progressed rapidly. Director Hampton wanted to finish up the scenes that were shot off-site first, so we could move on to interior and controlled environments. There wasn't too much hassle once we got into a routine, but it was hard to ignore what I'd seen. Whenever things were going smoothly, all I could imagine was what horrors were happening behind closed doors. There wasn't a doubt in my mind that Roy Hampton was doing more than just directing a movie, but it was hard to put into words just what I suspected. About a week passed without incident. Seb and I got a little less to do as we transitioned to finished sets, so we were occasionally tasked with clearing out off-site gear and props, going through places we'd filmed to make sure we didn't leave anything behind, or did any damage that might make the owners mad. Then we were ordered to clear out the Blue House, the place where we'd filmed lead actress Dawn Anderson, as her character conversed with an imperceptible deity, the place that had once had teeth growing out of the walls. I wasn't too enthused about the idea. Seb and I were the first on site, mostly clearing out staples left in the walls, extra cables, putting furniture back in order, that kind of thing. And of course, we were instructed not to move the wooden crate in the middle of the room. That came with the house, apparently. Last time we were there, we'd tiptoed around it like it was a landmine. It didn't take long to get through the work order. We'd barely done anything to the place, and now that there weren't any unnatural growths coming out of the woodwork, we were peachy. The two runners we had helping us out spent most of the day smoking and going through some old magazines they'd found upstairs. I got some time to sit down with Seb in his '68 Frog Eye Sprite. We drove onto the property so we could look out over the cliffside while he blasted some Hendrix. I still had a hard time picturing him as a family man, given our last conversation. "About the, kid, was it planned?" I asked. "Kinda," nodded Seb. "Always wanted kids." "Really?" I smiled. "You don't seem like the type." "Dreamt about it since I was a teenager. Gonna have 2 boys. John and Keith." "Got it all figured out, huh?" "A man's gotta have a plan." "Then, what if it's a girl?" "God already promised me." He smiled. "God ain't got no reason to change their mind." We stayed there for about an hour. I leaned back and napped in the passenger seat while Seb turned up the volume on All Along the Watchtower. If that had been the rest of the shoot, I would have been okay with it. Some work, some rest, no nightmares. As we went inside to finish up, we noticed the two runners standing on each side of the wooden crate. They were trying to lift it. I didn't realize it at first, but they must have forgotten that we weren't supposed to move it, that it came with the house. But before me or Seb got the chance to say anything, it was already too late. See, the front of the crate had been nailed to the floor, but the back was nailed to a rotting plank. So when the runners lifted it straight up, it tilted forward and broke wide open. Apparently, it wasn't as sturdy as one would have thought. As the top of the crate burst open, I was expecting a little dust, some books, or maybe some clothes. Old doodads that had been kept around for good measure. Instead, rolling out of the wooden splinters was this big lump of stone-like mass. At first I didn't know what it was. It was large and gray like a polished lump of coal. There were also little white things crawling across it. Dozens of moths took flight out of the bottom of the crate. Then I saw it, a familiar shape bent in an unfamiliar way. This lump of coal had once been a person. The faint outline of the skull and shoulders were the most immediate giveaway, but after a while I could spot the fingers as well, broken and bent in every which way. One leg in a fetal position, another bent sideways across the body in an unnatural angle, like someone had done their best to push them into the crate, no matter how much damage was done to the body. And the moths. While a dozen or so happily fluttered about the room, I could count hundreds of maggots crawling across the body. It was almost like a pattern, zigzagging across the bends of broken bones and twisted face muscles. We all just stared at it for a moment. One of the runners poked it with his foot, tipping it slightly. It was hard as a stone. As it rocked back and forth, some of the maggots tumbled onto the floor. Seb bent down, looking at it closely. The other runner, a guy in his early 50s with a sizable gut, crossed his arms and scoffed. "It's gotta be prep," he said. "Put it back in the box." "I ain't touching it," said the other runner. "It's probably diseased." "If it was a prop, they would have asked us to bring it in," said Seb. "But they did though," said the first runner. "They asked us to." "No, they didn't," I added. "This came with the house." "BS." Well, they tried their best not to show it. I could tell the runners were just as shaken as we were. They wrapped their hands in towels before they dared to touch it, and even then, they decided to just tilt the box back up and leave it as is. As we wrapped up for the day, the runners took off, heading into town to get a sandwich. Seb and I drove off too, but stopped about halfway back to the set. Seb pulled over and parked by the side of the road, turning down the radio. He shook his head as if trying to convince himself to say something. Finally, he sighed. "We gotta call the police," he said. "We can't pretend this is normal." "You think it wasn't a prop? With everything you've seen here, do you honestly think that wasn't real?" The answer was obvious. We took a detour through town, stopping at a payphone outside the supermarket. We got a few side eyes from the locals, looking us up and down as Seb talked to the sheriff over the phone. I saw one woman leaving with her 7-year-old daughter. The kid waved at me with a little hello, and I waved back, only to see the mother pulling her away. Maybe they didn't like outsiders. Or maybe they just didn't like us. I also couldn't help but notice how there was a clothing store just across the street selling shirts, dress jackets, and coats. Very similar to the clothes to what we'd seen hung from trees outside our set. As a threat, A handful of blank-faced mannequins proudly displayed a variety of neatly pressed shirts. I started to get the idea that not only were we seen as outsiders, but as an actual threat. And given what I'd seen over the past couple of weeks, I wasn't sure they were wrong. Seb tapped me on the shoulder, snapping me out of my spiraling paranoia. "We're meeting them back at the house," he said. "Let's go." As we got back in the car, I noticed the mother staring at us from across the street, firmly clutching a golden cross around her neck. Our eyes met for a moment. I could tell she was scared. I saw her shoulders move with her heavy breathing. We weren't just outsiders to her. We were dangerous. As we drove off, I could still see her looking at us through the rear view mirror. A stark reminder that no matter who we were and what we were doing here, we weren't welcome in Chatterblinds. We pulled up outside the blue house again. We didn't have to wait long for the sheriff to arrive. I got the impression that they'd been called out a lot these past few days. There'd been the break-in, the debacle at the cave, and now this. And that was just the immediate issues. Who knew what else had been going on? They pulled up to the house, and we escorted them inside. All the while, they kept talking to one another. "Yeah, this house is derelict," the deputy said. "I'm not sure you're allowed to film here." "They got the lease," the sheriff added. "I don't like it, but it's above board. They know the owner." "Yeah, but it is what it is." As we entered the living room, Seb pointed them to the wooden crate. Moths were still fluttering about, forcing the deputy to wave them off with his hat. As they moved the loosely added lid of the crate, a few more moths fluttered out, and the body was gone. "What am I missing here?" the sheriff asked. Seb just shook his head and looked at me. Maybe the runners moved it, or the director. Either way, someone got back there ahead of us. Probably someone from the closed set, as that was closer than downtown Chatterblinds. "Someone took it," I said. "It was there and—" "Look, I'm inclined to believe you gentlemen, but you ain't got something to show us. There ain't much we can do." "We'll call you as soon as something shows up." "See that you do," he continued, "and make sure no one moves it next time." They wandered off, leaving me and Seb along with the moth-laden box and a whole bunch of nothing. The sun turned the horizon a brownish orange, stretching out our shadows. Seb didn't say a word. We got back in the car and just drove. As we came to a fork in the road, leading us up towards the closed set, Seb kept driving straight through. We missed the exit. "Where are we going?" I asked. "We're getting out of here." "Oh yeah?" "Yeah." We went past the half-abandoned farmlands, the lone houses overlooking the cliffside, and the various abandoned summer homes. Past the cows grazing on dry grass and the pine trees struggling to keep their needles, the shadows grew longer. "Why now?" I asked. "After all this, why now?" "You remember what the script said?" Seb asked. "What it said about the box?" "Not really." "Check the glove box. Got a copy. Page 36. I clicked it open and pulled out in a noted version of an older script. Turning to the correct page, I got a stark reminder of what the script said. According to the script, that box contained the priest, or prophet, of some kind of unnamed deity. It was described as the voice of the dead-tongued god. Jesus. The word just fell out of me. Looking back up at Seb, I was afraid to ask what he thought. I didn't say a word, but he answered anyway. "That crate was never supposed to be opened. It's not a prop. At best, we're looking at a mummified corpse. At worst," He shook his head, drawing a breath of his cigarette. I don't want to think about it, he sighed. That's where I draw the line. A man's gotta have a plan, I added. Seb nodded, flicking the cigarette to the road behind us. We kept going through downtown Chatterblinds and out past the highway, but as we got to a crossroads, Seb slowed down. A cold wind blew through the pine trees. I had barely noticed the dark creeping up on us, as the shadows had melted into night. As the car came to a stop, I could see something come into view. It vaguely resembled someone in a blue dress, lying halfway across the road, unmoving. What is that? Seb asked. Is that a person? I can't tell, I said. Kinda looks like it. We sat there for a few seconds just to see if it moved. It didn't. Seb put the car into park. I don't like this, he muttered. I really don't. I nodded. I didn't like it either. Still, we both stepped out to make sure they were okay. As we got closer, the blue dress got tangled in a stiff breeze. At this distance, I couldn't tell for sure if it was a person, but it was roughly the size of one. Still, it didn't move, and I couldn't tell what was up or down. There was a strange pale color to it. As we got closer, it became apparent that this wasn't, in fact, a person. It was just a mannequin in a blue dress, the same kind of blank-faced mannequin I'd seen in the window of that place downtown, the one with the fancy shirts. Seb and I looked at one another as we turned back towards the car. There was someone there. They must have waited by the roadside. 8 people in total, some coming out of the woods, 2 of them blocking our way back to the car. One man leaning against the driver's side of Seb's car had a shotgun firmly pointed in our direction. On the opposite side of the car was a familiar face. It was the same woman I'd seen that first night. It was impossible to miss her stringy rose blonde hair and wiry frame. She held a hammer in her left hand, and what looked like a handful of nails in her right. Other shapes were joining her from the sides, stepping out from the edge of the forest and into the headlights of the car, all with neatly pressed white shirts, black leather belts, and dress pants. We were surrounded. Should have left while you still could, she smiled. Now the train's passed. Sin's already stained you. We don't want to cause trouble, Seb said. I'm heading home. I got a kid and... You got kin? Waiting at home? She laughed. You poor sod. You don't see it, do you? You can't feel the taint of those people curdling your bloodline. Seb didn't answer. He looked at me as if expecting an answer or a plan, but I had nothing. Hearing those hellish incantations, stepping into Satan's church, you've crossed the bridge and paid with the blood of your firstborn. You mark my words, sinner. Then we'd like to repent, I said. Yeah, we didn't know what to... Ignorance is not innocence. Seb dropped to the ground. He'd been smacked in the back of the knees with a lead pipe. Another man was heading my way with the aluminum bat, ready to do the same to me. I just held my hands up in surrender and got down on my knees. He gave me a firm push, but I was spared any further battery. On all fours, sinner, he spat. I did as they asked. Digging my fingers into the asphalt, I could feel the road salt stinging the skin under my fingernails. I could hear Seb groan off to the side. He probably took a greater hit than I first thought. The circle closed in around us. A fist grabbed my hair, keeping my head firmly affixed to the ground. I could barely see Seb in my periphery. "Ariel," said the man with the shotgun, "we ought to step off the road." "This won't be long," the woman smiled, "and I don't think anyone on these roads mind waiting for a good cause." It was the first time I heard her name, and all these years later, it still burned into my mind. Ariel. It sends me back to that moment, staring down at the asphalt, feeling that cold breeze on my back. Ariel got down on her knees in front of me, carefully putting her hand on my cheek. She was warm and trembling. She was excited. "You got any offspring?" she asked. "No," I gasped. "No, I don't." She patted me on the cheek. "Good, then your tainted blood can die with you. Very good." "I don't want to die." "We don't always get what we want, son." She moved over to Seb. I could hear her get down on her knees. "I'm gonna need an address," she said. "I ain't giving you anything," Seb spat. "Nothing." "We're doing you a kindness," Ariel explained. "This is not about killing people. This is about stopping Satan in his tracks. We're putting out a fire that can burn down the world, son." "My boy ain't gonna hurt anyone." "What's your boy's name?" There was a short pause as Seb considered his options. I could hear him get a firm slap as she repeated the question. "Your boy's name, son." "John." "Well, let me tell you how this is gonna go. With the company you keep and the taint you carry in your soul, John is gonna live a life of pain and sin, barred from the gates of heaven to wander in perpetuity. The empty halls of the forgotten. You want that for your kin?" There was no answer. Ariel sighed, exasperated. "Screw it," she said. "We got what we came for. Let's not drag it out." They pulled us to our feet and pushed us towards the tree line. They turned off Seb's car and moved the mannequin off the road. I was ready to scream for help at the first sign of a passing car, but no one came. Turns out that road wasn't quite as popular as one might think. I could hear the jingle of nails in Ariel's hand. I could see 2 men with rope near the tree line, and 2 more lighting the way with flashlights. They led us there without a word, but with a soft hum on their lips. A hymn. There's nothing wrong with us," Seb said, desperately trying to bargain. "We were leaving. We were getting out." "An infection spreads," said Ariel, "as is the nature of things." "We're not an infection," Seb growled. "We're people. I have folks waiting for me at home. "I understand," she interrupted. "I hear you, and I'm sorry." There was something so nonchalant about her way of saying this, but the implications of what was about to happen was starting to dawn on me. I could feel my heart racing, trying to catch up with my thoughts. These people weren't just here to frighten us, or to make us uncomfortable. They were here to make examples of us, for the others. With every hand that touched me, I recoiled. I protested, but there were too many of them. I was pushed up with my back against a tree, and before I could say anything, a rope was pulled over my neck and tied by the back of the trunk. Shortly after, my hands were bound. Ariel stepped back, handing the hammer and nails to one of her associates. She clutched her hands in front of her and closed her eyes. The 2 flashlights were firmly affixed on us. I could feel myself sweating through my clothes, staining my armpits. "It is my firm belief that you are beyond redemption," she said. But it is by God's words that we aim to forgive and redeem. So by these words, I pray you find salvation." They moved up to Seb first. They were going to nail him to that tree. "O Heavenly Father, hallowed be thy name." As Ariel began her prayer, Seb turned to me. I could see the panic in his eyes as they loosened the rope from his left hand and moved it up to the side of the trunk. "Think of the script," he said. "Taint them. Say something." His eyes flickered wildly, like a frightened animal. His tone was conversational, but it was fear. He didn't dare to scream. It's as if keeping his voice normal would somehow deter them from treating us like animals. What are you?" A firm tap of a hammer, followed by a horrifying shriek of pain, suddenly cut short by someone pulling back on the rope, pressing against his neck. I could see Seb's face turn purple as his scream got stuck in the back of his throat. My mind raced as I tried to think of what he could mean. I had read the script, but it was all just fiction. There were parts that were unsettling, but that was natural for a horror movie. But I couldn't help but to think back on the words that the director had asked me to read that day back in the Blue House. The highlighted words, the meaning between the lines, the images they'd painted in my mind. Looking at Seb's bloated face, hesitantly I stuttered those words. "Rao Soma Io. Drin Soma Io." The rope tightened around my neck. I couldn't speak or breathe. My head was bursting at the seams, and my mouth was drier than sand. Still, I mouthed the words to completion. "Strauss Soma Io. Hoffen Soma Io." Just thinking of those words brought pictures to my mind. A blue fabric swaying in the breeze, salt under my fingernails, a great fire. That was the pattern inherent in those words. There was a truth to them, a universal truth, something that I couldn't comprehend. It occurred to me that the pattern had repeated. We'd seen the mannequin dressed in blue, and the way the dress had fluttered in the cold breeze. I'd felt the road salt grind under my fingernails. But there was no great fire. But there would be. There always would be. The words didn't lie. As they untied Seb's right hand and pushed it back against the trunk, I saw something in the distance. Far behind the men with the flashlights, there was a silhouette. Someone coming our way. Ariel opened her eyes and shuddered, stopping the reciting of her prayer. The others stopped as well and looked to her for guidance. She was furious. Whatever I'd said had cut straight through the prayers. She flipped up a pocket knife and stormed up to me. "I'll rip your tongue out." It all happened in a matter of seconds, but I remember it as an eternity. I remember every detail of Ariel's sweaty forehead, and the taste of metal on my tongue, that initial cut and the single drop of blood staining her index finger. And I remember looking past her, and there, stepping into full view, was the coal-shaped figure we'd pulled out that chest earlier. Its face and limbs still twisted, struggling to move, hobbling forward like a broken puppet, neck firmly broken, leaning against a stiff shoulder, mouth wide open in a toothless, silent scream, maggots still dropping from every crack and corner. Looking back at it, I feel this deep pain in my chest, like I surrendered something of mine willingly, freely handing over my pound of flesh, but in that moment all I could think was the pattern foretold in the words I'd learned. There was going to be a great fire. I can still see it in my mind, the tips of Ariel's rose-blonde hair starting to glow, the man with the shotgun dropping everything to clutch his scalp, the men standing by our side stepping away. shielding their faces from the broken warmth. Fire. 4 of them burst into flames, illuminating the broken creature from every angle. The ill-shaped legs and arms, the inverse torso, a dead, dry tongue. Screams erupted into screeching as they fled or died, their prayer shattered to the wind, broken by pain and panic. Ariel's pocket knife dropping to the ground as she fled like a bat out of hell, her rose-blonde hair curling up to die with the encroaching flames. In a matter of seconds, all that remained was a sputtering corpse, next to a shotgun and this thing. Candle-like flames danced in the undergrowth, but quickly died out. Our attackers spread out across the woods, screaming their prayers and curses into the night. I couldn't hear them over my pounding heart. Seb had almost passed out from the pain, barely staying awake. I couldn't get him to look at me. He just hung limplessly from his maimed left hand, still nailed to the trunk of the tree. A dry hand touched the side of my head, cradling me like a worried parent. A dead face drew closer, an eyeless stare piercing into my mind. It had heard me. We spoke the same language. It was eager to see me. It spoke to me. It was only a few syllables, but it was... I can't put it into words. It was a guide, a path, a way to make it through all this and come out the other side unscathed. I can't even put to words what they sounded like, or whether it was consonants or vowels. It just was. In the blink of an eye, I understood. A surge of information burrowed into the back of my mind, promising to help me with everything going forward, if I was open to listen. To this day, I'm convinced that this single action is what has allowed me to live this long, to outlive all the others, and as that thing left me in those woods, I remember fixating on the first step on that path. I had to finish the movie. No matter what, I just had to. What happened next was a blur. I remember picking up a hammer with a soot-covered handle and bringing Seb down from that tree. I remember driving his '68 Frog Eye Sprite back to town to call for help. I remember an ambulance and a knowing nod from the sheriff's deputy. And as I returned to the set that night, I did so with a renewed determination. This wasn't just a movie anymore. This was an event foretold, something I had been bound to complete. And at that point, I didn't know if I was going to fight it with every inch of my being, or let fate take its course. In a way, I still don't know. Over the next few weeks, most of the remaining shoots went off without a hitch. Dawn, or whatever passed as Dawn, was an immaculate professional, knocking out most scenes in 1 or 2 takes. It was sort of unnerving to watch, seeing her move in and out of character at the drop of a hat, almost like she could make herself into different people. It wasn't just acting, it was different, stronger even. Seb came back after a while, but he was a completely different person. Not only because he wasn't allowed to do any heavy lifting, but because of the incident with Ariel and the white shirts. It had drained him, in a way, knocked him off his pedestal. There was no quick quips or clever initiatives. He was broken and afraid. We both just kept our heads down and wished for it all to be over. We had moved to in-house sets, leaving about a third of the support staff without a clear assignment. Not me and Seb, though. No matter where we filmed, there was always need for proper lighting. Still, we could see groups of bored staffers hanging out near the mess hall during our breaks. There was a small celebration when we hit the final milestone. I wasn't on set for it, but we all got a small bottle of champagne. Seb just chugged his. We noticed a few more smiles as people skittered from station to station. There was still a bit more filming to do, but this was the final scene with any sort of dialogue. The final days would be mostly Foley, environment shots, and reshoots, but from what we'd seen, there wouldn't be many of those. A handful, maybe. We had a small party. Most of us were just happy to be done with it. The optimism from those early days were gone. By now we'd all figured out that there was more to this film than we'd first thought. Some talked about it being turned into more of an art film, while others more concerned about the effort spent on voiceovers. I remember overhearing a conversation between two of the camera operators. Every time we bring up an issue, it's just, they say we'll fix it in post, but no one is taking notes. No one. And some things you can't fix in post. There were a lot of rumors floating around. Some of the people in the costume department had overheard a discussion about the film's distribution. When we first started, we had been told there'd be early screenings in cinemas across 12 states, but according to more recent rumors, that plan had always been speculative. There was no set plan in place. Furthermore, there'd been a few visits from investors. As it turns out, the people who'd invested money into the movie weren't from the entertainment industry. There was a small electronics company who'd invested a significant amount, and a publishing company. There was also a pharmaceutical rep with a sort of axe insignia, who seemed to be the largest contributor, but they'd only been on set for a single day. Either way, it was becoming increasingly clear that most of the people working with director Hampton didn't seem all that interested in the movie itself. Which begged to question, if these people weren't interested in the movie, then what were they interested in? Well, I had to take over most of Seb's responsibilities on set. There wasn't much left to do. It was mostly maintenance and staying on call for possible reshoots. It gave me a lot more time on my own, talking to other crew members and staying updated on the schedule. Turns out, there'd been talks of people pre-screening a couple of scenes. The director had been showing a few scenes of the movie to some of the part-timers. It was a strange rumor. A lot of people were talking about the screening itself, but no one had anything to say about what they'd seen. The only evidence for people having been invited to it in the first place was the staff pins. Every staff member who'd attended a pre-screening were given a pin as a sort of show of trust. It became the mark of an inner circle of trustees, and people were eager to get one. It wasn't a big deal in and of itself. It was just a little blue pin in the shape of a sunflower. I wasn't too eager to see it. I just wanted to go home at that point. We were only a couple of weeks from packing up and officially calling it a day. I was looking forward to throwing my hands up and just being done with it. I wasn't that curious about the pre-screening at first, but there were questions starting to build up, mostly because of a woman named Sammy. Sammy worked with the set designers. She was one of the most outgoing people in the crew, introducing herself to people with a handshake and a hug. Very much a child of the flower power era. She was the kind of person who just exuded positivity. There was no way not to like her, really. She was one of the first people invited to the pre-screening. I wasn't surprised. She'd made a lot of friends, but it was what happened afterwards that made me raise an eyebrow. She started to zone out a lot. I'd see her eyes completely glaze over instead of lighting up when she recognized a friendly face. Most of the time, she'd be looking down as if deep in thought. She would also write a lot. I'd never seen her write anything, but all of a sudden she was carrying around a notebook at all hours of the day, and once I'd noticed it, I couldn't stop noticing it. A lot of the folks with pins had notebooks. It was strange, though. No one had said anything about it. I tried asking Sammy about it, but she was very deflecting. The Sammy I knew could be set off to talk about anything for any length of time. So to have her shut down a conversation for any reason was very out of character. Just inventory, she said, making sure we got it all covered. Yeah, no, I wasn't buying it. Still, we got ever closer to the final day on set. One afternoon, Seb came to see me. It was just after dinner time, and I'd horked down a couple of hot dogs. He walked up to me, flashing his very own sunflower pin. "I've been invited to a screening tonight," he said. You think I should go?" "You want to?" "I don't know," he said, shaking his head. "I don't like it." "So just don't go." "You think they'll let us?" After what we'd seen, I wasn't so sure. There was no telling what was really going on behind the curtain. "I mean, what are they gonna do?" I asked. "Do you want to find out?" Looking at Sammy's lonely corner in the mess hall and her glassy-eyed stare, I didn't know what to think. There was a part of me that just wanted answers. I think I realized, even then, that I couldn't step away from all of this without answers. The things I'd seen during the filming of The End of Eternity would haunt me for the rest of my life, so any sort of idea of what it all meant might give me some peace of mind. "I'll go," I said. "Then I'll tell you about it." "You sure?" Seb asked. "A man's gotta have a plan." Seb handed over his pin. About an hour later, I was standing outside a meeting room at the far side of the main building, along with 8 other anxious crew members. There were mixed feelings. Some seemed excited, others worried. I was somewhere in the middle. It was so strange, in a way. Even now, no one knew for sure what parts of the script would make it into the final cut. There were a couple of scenes I was fairly sure were being cut, but then again, Roy Hampton was erratic at best and nonsensical at worst. There was no way for any of us to know for sure. But yeah, I think all of us had long since realized that this would be no ordinary horror movie. One of Hampton's assistants checked out pins and led us into a small room. There were black chairs placed in 4 rows of 6. There were no lights. I got myself in the second to last row, far back enough to get a good overview, but not far enough to bring attention to myself. Others were already whispering with anticipation. Were they showing us a single clip? Several? Raw footage? Before we got a chance to ask anything, I heard the familiar click of a projector rolling to life. I hadn't noticed them rolling it in. Then again, it was a little too dark to see anything but the silver screen. All our eyes focused on that little shining square at the far end of the room. The bright light and the clicking. So, there isn't much to say about the footage shown. Honestly, I can't remember much of it. There were quick cuts, some kind of voiceover, strange music. But I have no visual memory of what was shown on screen. I just remember sitting there, mesmerized, until someone in the back row tapped me on the shoulder. "I love this part," they whispered. "You've seen this?" I asked. "No, but I helped with the story." I was about to turn around, but they put a dry finger on my cheek, keeping my head looking forward. "You don't want to miss this," they said. "You a co-writer?" "We all are," they whispered. "We put words to thoughts that were always there." Sounds like something a writer would say. How appropriate. I think I missed something vital. Looking around the room, I could see others weeping and burrowing their face in their hands. But the screen was empty. There was just nothing left but the projector clicking over and over. Did I miss it? Turning around, I saw no one in the back row. Perhaps the one I'd spoken to had already left. Then again, that finger on my cheek felt familiar in a way I didn't want to think about. Perhaps it had been the same person who saved me from the white shirts. If so, I'm using the term person very loosely. I stepped out of there with no clue what the big deal was. I barely remember what I'd watched, and there was this uncomfortable ringing in my ears that just wouldn't go away. I still had the pin, and, to my surprise, I was holding a notebook. I didn't remember picking that up. Looking at the others, they seemed just as dazed as I was. Most of them awkwardly mumbled and tried to laugh it off, while others seemed genuinely disturbed. One of them kept repeating, "What was it about?" over and over like a mantra. I didn't have a good answer. No one did. If I really stopped to think, I'd get flashes of images. I'd see a woman in blue, and I'd hear this monotone droning noise slowly translating itself into a voice. It spoke, but I couldn't understand the language. But somehow, I could understand what they meant. It was fleeting, like the flavor of a childhood treat. Returning to the mess hall, Seb couldn't begin to understand what I was talking about. The more I tried to explain it, the stranger it seemed to me. He asked me question after question, but I didn't know what to say. It was uncomfortable. As in, physically uncomfortable. It made me so anxious that I felt nauseous. Rushing off to the bathroom, I tried to calm myself. I stood there looking into the mirror, making a mental list of what I'd seen. I tried to focus on a single scene, so I could write it down and show it to Seb. I clutched my notebook and pen and whispered aloud to myself. "There were branches in the foreground," I muttered, zooming past a field of flowers, a woman in blue, an overhead voice speaking in the background saying... And there, it just stopped for me, saying... I looked down on my notebook, looking to jolt my thoughts back into action. I'd tried to write it all down, but all that had come out were these nonsense words, similar to what I'd read in the script previously. They didn't mean anything, and yet they resonated with me. In a way, it's hard to explain. It's terrifying at first. A voice came from a stall behind me, a tattered old voice, as dry as bone. It was drawn out, spoken as if they'd just woken up. I didn't say anything. That every word we say, and every thought we think, has already been said in thought. That it's all out there in nature. We're plucking them from trees long since grown. One of the stall doors slowly opened. What other words are out there? Can we find the thoughts of a fluttering hummingbird, of the slithering snake, and the bubbling brook? Blackened fingers wrapped around the door frame, crackling like burning tinder. What were the first thoughts of a conscious God? And when we find them, will we recognize them? The outlines of a burned, toothless face, twisted beyond recognition, empty eye sockets, facial muscles long since decrepit. What happens when the words come to an end, when there is nothing more to say? The door flung open and I flinched. Catching a glimpse of my notebook, I noticed a single word repeated over and over. EO. Of course, I was alone in there. There was no one in the stall, just as there'd been no one sitting behind me at the screening. But that didn't mean what I'd seen and heard wasn't real. Later that night, I noticed a group of people outside the mess hall. Mostly staffers, but they were all people who had been shown the screening. I could see their pins. They'd brought their notebooks and had begun comparing notes. Some of them were ripping out pages, handing them back and forth between one another. Even Sammy was there. It looked like a spirited debate. Seb had kept his eyes on them for a while. When I joined him, he couldn't help but look down at my notebook. "They're trying to make sense of it," he said, comparing it to the script. "Are they making any progress?" I asked. Not sure, he said, pointing at one of the director's assistants. He's collecting some of it. Collecting what? No idea. There was a part of me that wanted to go out there. I wanted to be part of it, to figure it all out, to understand, to put my thoughts into words and organize what I could. But looking at Seb and down at my nonsensical notes, I couldn't bring myself to go further than a couple of steps. What were the first thoughts of a conscious God? I mumbled to myself, repeating what I'd heard. First line of the script. I looked at Seb, raising an eyebrow. It's in Hampton's cutout of the script, he continued. First line of the movie. Did he write it? I think it's from the original author. Our discussion was cut short as a fight broke out. I was about to run outside, but Seb held me back. Instead, we stopped to watch. It was just 2 punches. Then one of the assistants hit the ground. Still holding his notebook, he nodded, writing something down. It helps, he laughed. I see it. I get it. One of the makeup artists punched 3 staples into the shoulder of a man next to her. There was another fist fight, and someone began kicking a man on the ground. Someone used a camera lens as a bludgeon, smashing it over their own head. Yes, I remember, someone cried. Of course. It's brilliant. Hampton's assistant was circling the mayhem, picking up bits and pieces of bloody notes as it escalated. I could see people from nearby trailers beelining towards the crowd, throwing themselves into chaos. Even inside the mess hall, people were pushing past me to get out there, all with the same sunflower pin, eager to make sense of their experience, to put it into words. Even Sammy got into it, this kind-hearted, soft-spoken young woman. Now she was on the muddy ground with a nail file, stabbing it into the leg of a middle-aged camera operator. Someone grabbed my arm. It was a man with short blonde hair and oversized glasses. He must have spotted my notebook. He tried to pull me along, smiling at me. I resisted. Come on, he said. We almost got it. I pulled my hand away and his smile dissipated. Seb stepped up next to me. What is wrong with you? Seb said. Does that look normal to you? He pointed out the door with his wounded hand. Equal parts relieved laughter and pain reverberated through the outer yard. I could see pinless bystanders lining up around them, looking at them from afar. But we almost got it, the man added. And it's genius. He grabbed my arm again, this time with force. I tried pulling back, but he held on tight. Before I had the time to protest, Seb socked the guy across the nose, snapping the cartilage. The man reeled back in the doorway, clutching his bleeding nose. He looked up at us with this big, unnerving smile. Seemingly without thought, he wrote something down in his notebook. He didn't even look down. Do it again, he smiled. Hit me. I stepped back and Seb followed suit. It makes so much more sense when you do. You have no idea. He hurried towards us, but we backed away. Leaving through the warehouse, we slammed a door shut in his face. Locking it from the other side, I could still hear him through the door. Do it again. Hit me. You gotta. Stepping away from the door, we could hear him starting to bash something against it. Seb turned to me, putting a hand on my shoulder. You got your head screwed on? He asked. Yeah, I think I'm good, I said. I missed some of it. You... what? How? There was someone in the back row. They... Before I finished the sentence, something moved outside. We could see it through the windows. At first I thought it was someone holding a spotlight, but as my mind processed it, I realized they were on fire. A man burning, cheerfully sprinting as far as his legs would take him. Even from afar and through the window, I could see all his teeth through a ghoulish grin. There was a gunshot and a cheer. Laughter. Someone in the other room was screaming, begging to be let go. Then a scream cut short. Another gunshot, more cheers, laughing, singing. Someone was putting on music. Seb and I looked at one another, but said nothing. Every second, there was a new horrifying sound coming from outside. I barely noticed him snatching my notebook out of my hands. Looking at the nonsensical words I'd written, he dropped it on the floor and grabbed my collar. "Don't lie to me," he said, shaking his head. "If you're part of this, you gotta tell me. You owe me." I just stood there with my mouth open, trying to put something into words. I couldn't do it. There were too many thoughts, too many threads to pull, but for all the parts of me that wanted answers, there were twice as many telling me to run. This was spiraling out of control. Seb just sighed, looking at the back exit. "My car's around the corner," he said. "Let's go." I took point, leaving through the back exit. The first thing I saw was the smoldering corpse of a burning man, still smiling. Running, we rounded the corner between two trailers. It was fast, but I can't forget what I saw that night. One of the trailer doors were open. There was a woman stabbing into a twitching corpse. "He wants this," she repeated. "I'm blameless. It's his wish." Someone leapt off the roof of the mess hall. Others happily attacked one another with various weapons and tools. I saw the man getting whipped with sound cables. Those who couldn't reach their notebooks just yelled out the words that came to mind, and it was all just nonsense. But it was the kind of nonsense that reverberated in my head, looking for meaning, and I'm sure that if I listened too closely, I'd find it. As we got to Seb's car, I could see the light from a bonfire at the front of the set. There was this awful, acrid smell in the air. I could taste the smoke on my tongue, and there was a residue that stuck to the inside of my nose. It was awful, sickening. The moment I opened the passenger side door, I looked across at Seb. Behind him there was a black silhouette, something hiding in the dark, looking my way, and with a whisper that traveled straight into my ear it said, "Duck." The moment I did, a fire axe cleaved the air inches above my scalp. I could hear the weight of the steel axe head. He was an older man from the logistics department. He kept track of the warehouse inventory. Now he was shirtless, wielding a fire axe. "I'll help you," he exclaimed. "Stand still. I'll help." Diving into the car, he came at me again. I kicked the passenger door open, breaking a handful of unseen mechanisms. It slammed into his stomach, sending him reeling back. As Seb put the car into gear, the wild eyes of the old man met mine. "Thank you," he smiled. "Thank you so much." Before he got another chance to attack, we were on our way. My breaths were so short, they were barely perceptible. The 68 Frog Eye Sprite spun around, tires screeching as we gunned for the exit. The gate would be closed, but we didn't have much choice. The bonfire was enormous. Even from the back and the side of the building, we could see the top of the fire. As we turned the corner, I could barely bring myself to look at it. I could see bodies in the fire, skeleton hands reaching upwards, people throwing themselves into a pile. Chanting, laughter, singing, and there, in the midst of it all, I could see Director Roy Hampton. He was collecting notes from the various notebooks, seemingly ignored by the mad revelers. He gave us a curious look as we sped past. clutching his mini notes to his chest like a mother cradling her child. The car lurched forward as we broke through the gate. Metal and plastic rattled and scattered to the wind. Tires screeched and we were on our way. Even from afar I could still make out Roy Hampton's silhouette by the fire, and right next to him, a burned-out mockery of a person. Taking to the road, Seb didn't stop for anything. He broke every speed limit going through downtown Chatterblinds. He took a different route through the outskirts of the town, letting the suspension suffer the many potholes that had built up over the years. He wasn't taking any chances, and we were getting out, no matter what. By the time we hit the freeway, it almost felt like that first day, leaving whatever had been behind us, and heading for greater things. Him to a life as a family man, and me, well, I had plenty of time to figure something out. But well, that was our final day on set. It was far from our final day with The End of Eternity. And it wouldn't be the last time I saw director Roy Hampton. After leaving the set of The End of Eternity, Seb and I went west. We didn't stop until every sign pointing us back to Chatterblinds were far off in the rear view mirror. The highway was as open as ever, but I couldn't help but to feel trapped. Like some cosmic shackle had bound my life to what had happened back there. Even if I never saw or heard from any of them again, there was no way I'd ever forget what had happened. After an exhausting trip, Seb and I finally parted ways at a roadside diner. He was going back home to his girlfriend, and I was going to pick up my job working the projector. It wasn't much, but I needed to get back to something mundane to process it all, to come down. We had a meal and hugged it out in the parking lot. We didn't say much. I wished him the best, and he did the same. But as he got back in his car, he asked me a final question. If I hear something, do you want me to pass it on? Yeah, I nodded. Sure. I didn't really want it, but I didn't expect him to hear anything either. It was over. It was done. And for a long time, that was it. 6 years. 6 years of pretending to live a normal life, dating back and forth, showing movies to the late-night crowds, getting promoted to general manager, and handling the shifts. I ended up in brief but stormy relationship with a Dutch woman that almost had me killed. Long story, but that's what life's about. A whole bunch of long stories. 6 years after the filming of The End of Eternity, I was in a slump. The movie was never shown. Sure, I got the check in the mail, and it was substantial, but money just sort of leaks out of your account over time. It didn't take long for all that hard work and suffering to be turned into a cheap replacement car, new kitchen floors, a suit, and the various day-to-day stuff that no one really pays attention to. I was as broken and stuck as ever. My new position afforded me a slightly more flexible schedule, and a place with one more room, but that was pretty much it. It was the same job, the same people, the same movie trends bringing in the same crowds. Then, I got a call from Seb. Seb Digman was a family man by then. I hadn't heard much about it, but I got the impression that he had a troubled family life. I knew of his one kid, little John, but I think he had a second or even a third kid with another woman. Either way, he was steering dangerously close to Deadbeat Dad Road, and he'd long since taken his hands off the wheel. But talking to me was different. It was like nothing had ever happened, just two excited friends, eager to meet. He told me about coming down to town in a couple of days to sort out some family stuff, and he thought we could catch up. You said you wanted me to let you know if I got something, he said. Well, this is it. I got something. I met up with Seb at an old corner pub, the kind of place that had been around for generations. I could easily picture the folks behind the counter having been there since the Civil War. Seb was good, all things considered. A little heavier under the eyes, but still as upbeat as ever. The scar on his hand from being nailed to a tree was as obvious as ever, though. He wasn't getting rid of that anytime soon. We had a couple of beers and talked about our lives. He had a lot more to say than me, but the story about the Dutch ex-girlfriend gave him a couple laughs. But when it came to the meat of the conversation, the tone took somber turn. "I've been keeping my ears open," he said. "The movie's out there, but it's mostly shown at private parties. Small gatherings. People close to Hampton." "Like a home movie kind of thing?" "Yeah, like that," nodded Seb. "It's weird." "So what's the big news?" "Well, there's gonna be a showing pretty soon," Seb sighed. "And, it's not far. There's this up-and-coming finance guy who's expanding into the entertainment industry, and Hampton must have gotten whiff of him." "Sounds exclusive," I added. "It is," Seb agreed. "But the guy is like, 21? And his mom is, an old acquaintance of ours. We can get a foot in the door." "Through his mom? Hear me out on this." I heard him out. I didn't like it. He made an argument for it, explained how it was all set and ready to go, and finally just asked me to go, as a friend. "Can you live your life without knowing what this was all about?" he asked. And no, I couldn't. I really couldn't, not even then. The man's mother was none other than Ariel, the ringleader from that group of violent locals back from Chatter Blinds. Turns out after getting severe burns on most parts of her body, a lot of the fire in her burned out. Having turned docile, wheelchair-bound, and lethargic, Ariel had spent years trying to find a way to come to terms with her past. This was a way to do so, to see the source of her pain with her own eyes, and to apologize for her past misgivings. This had turned into a sort of enemy of an enemy kind of deal. Ariel had long since realized that her problem wasn't with us, but with the various powers that be that pushed that whole film into the realm of the senseless. After a long discussion, she and Seb had agreed to put their differences aside. She would get him a couple of invitations for the screening, and in return, he'd grant her the peace of mind that only forgiveness could bring. I wasn't buying it. I'd seen that woman's eyes, and I couldn't imagine anything but hate coming from them. But then again, last time I'd seen her, she'd almost been burned alive. That changes people. On the day of the screening, Seb picked me up in his '68 Frog Eye Sprite. We had a couple of Slim Jims as a dinner snack. I could tell Seb was nervous, but it was impossible to say exactly why. Maybe he was excited to leave this chapter of his life behind once and for all. Or maybe it was something else. Either way, I could tell something was off. He barely said a word on the drive up, keeping his eyes on the road and his breathing steady. But he did say one thing that made me raise an eyebrow. "There's a storm on Jupiter," he said. "Sorry, what?" "There's a storm on Jupiter," he repeated. "Read it in a magazine once. It's been around for centuries. Kinda looks like a big eye." "Didn't know that." "You can sort of see it from Earth," he continued, "with a large, white disk, and it's all storm." "Where are you going with this?" "I don't know," he sighed. "It's just, some things are like that, you know? Without that storm, without that big eye in the sky, we wouldn't see it." Looking at the road ahead, I could feel the first pitter-patter of rain. "If it wasn't for all that storm and noise, we might not even know it was there," he continued. "Makes me wonder what kind of things are out there, flying under the radar, you know? All the things without storms, that just kinda stay in the dark. He turned to me as he clicked on the wipers. I'm not sure we're seeing the real storm yet, he sighed. I don't think this is it. We parked about a block from the venue. By now, the rain was coming down hard. Seb had to pull a tarp over his car, costing us a couple of minutes in the downpour. By the time we got to our meetup, we were both drenched, but our host wasn't. We met Ariel outside a cafe, along with her son, Jonah. I could barely recognize her. Most of her face was burned, and her left eye had sunken in on itself. Looking at it felt like falling into a well. She didn't even look up at us when we approached, instead just holding a cross around her neck with both of her shaking hands. We sat down with her. Jonah went to get us a couple of coffees, leaving us to stir in our own silence. It probably took Seb a solid minute to find the right words. This won't set things right, he finally said, but it's a start. Looking up at him with that one dark eye and the other as bright as ever, Ariel nodded. I understand. You tried to have us killed, I said. She turned to me, her face barely moving. Not a single wrinkle of expression changed. Yes. There wasn't much more to say. We had history. We were all on our own paths, for our own reasons. But maybe this was meant to be something else, and maybe for that moment we all realized it. Either way, we were in this together. We trudged through the rain, making our way to a rented-out community theater, our venue for the night. Jonah tried to keep the mood up by talking about his upcoming investment, while Seb and I chimed in with what applicable movie trivia we could conjure up to keep him interested. While I was still a hobbyist at best, Seb hadn't slowed down in the least. He could step back into his role at the drop of a hat. We were among the first to arrive. There was a check-in at the door, where we were written down as guests. The place was buzzing with caterers and security personnel. There were a few other guests who'd arrived early, casually socializing in the lobby. Jonah excused himself, bringing his mother along to meet his many potential clients and business partners. As Ariel was rolled away, she turned to us, and for the first time I could sense something, the hint of a smile. Within the next hour or so, the place was crowded. All kinds of people from the movie industry, along with one or two hopeful singers/songwriters. There was a composer who'd worked with Kubrick for a brief time, taking up plenty of spotlight. 3 B-list actors, trying to talk their way into a handshake and a couple of promises. This one news anchor from upstate, a photographer, along with his girlfriend of the week. It was a wild mix. Some seemed desperate to just get an in on whatever this was supposed to be, while others seemed to be there out of genuine interest for Hampton and his work. Then, of course, some people just wanted to skim some money off of Jonah. Seb and I kept to ourselves. We were asked a couple of times who we were, but we kept the discussions short. We just said we'd worked on the movie, mostly background technical stuff. Seb tried to divert attention by making people talk about themselves, a strategy that worked 9 times out of 10. There was a little announcement jingle, the same that we used at my job. The movie was about to start. We got seats behind Jonah and Ariel. Even with all the guests invited, there weren't even enough people to fill a quarter of the seats. It was eerie, in a way, like we were doing something inherently wrong. A few caterers walked up and down the rows, offering shrimp cocktails and cheap sipping drinks. Seb bunkered up with a couple, getting a few eye rolls in return. Looking at me, he shrugged. I drove here, he whispered. You're driving back. The man with the plan, I sighed. As the lights dimmed, there was a faint scatter of applause coming from the other side of the room. as none other than director Roy Hampton stepped out on stage. He waved at the audience as he introduced himself. "I'm Roy Hampton, director of End of Eternity," he presented. "This exclusive viewing is made as a benefit for our rising entertainment star and benefactor. Let 'em see you, Jonah. Don't be shy." Jonah got out of his seat, waving to the others. He sat back down with a smile, looking at his mother. Ariel didn't move a muscle. "It's been a long journey. We've presented screenings of this movie in select theaters across the country, but as you're about to experience, it's not a project intended for the mainstream. This was a passion project, something deep and meaningful to me, and the many people who've worked on it. I believe it can give us a glimpse of something deeper, and in a way, to make us whole." He took a deep breath, looked down and back up. "So without further ado, I present to you the End of Eternity. Thank you." I could see Seb tense up in the light of the silver screen. This was it. This was the movie. The End of Eternity. Sitting here decades later, it's hard to describe. As I watched, I kept having to remind myself what I was doing. I kept spacing in and out of focus. It was as if the movie continued to run inside my head. Even when I closed my eyes, still there was a narrative. I'll try to explain it. The movie portrayed an anonymous woman in a blue dress. She was tortured by the voice of an otherworldly being, whispering secrets of the world to her. As she tried to get a job in a new town, escaping a passionless marriage, she eventually succumbs to the influence. Turning more and more inward, she finally understands her place in the world. In the movie, the Earth exists in a multitude of fractured realities. In one world, people wander as broken shadows, desperately seeking to become whole. In another, they are tortured beasts, floating in a hellish firescape. But in countless iterations of the universe, all existing simultaneously, the protagonist is the one who solely lives here. In this one instance, this one life, this one place. She is the first of the last, an indication of the many worlds dying, disappearing, an indication that whatever waits at the end of eternity is waking, an impossible force deep within the crust of the soil, stirring, cracking her world open like an egg. So it speaks to her. The voice at the end of it all, the final spoken word, and the penultimate voice, a voice that can be heard by her loud and clear, as it is not diluted by impossible multitudes. She can see the truth. She can listen. She can weep. As the movie builds up to the reveal of the last world, I looked around the room. Even before it was spoken, I could feel it. I think we all could, and in unison, we mumbled under our breaths. We mouthed it silently. Eo. All throughout the movie, there was this nonsensical voice speaking to her. The influencing voice was just noise. I couldn't make sense of it, and yet a few select words rang true, the same words I'd learned that day on set, when Hampton had asked me to read an excerpt, and still, even now, it brought images to my mind, the same images they've brought since that first day. An image of a blue fabric, fluttering in the wind, salt underneath my fingernails, a great fire. But others reacted differently, as if they heard different things. An older man in the back started laughing maniacally. Jonah just sunk his face into his hands, openly weeping. Looking over at Seb, he just shook his head in disbelief. "John deserves better," he mumbled. My boy deserves better." I think we all saw and heard what we wanted to, or, in a way, what we were meant to. Maybe they saw some version of their own truths, or heard a stutter of the same voice as the protagonist. Maybe they felt the same existential frost crawling up their spines as I did. Either way, as the lights came back on, It was dead quiet. Everyone just sat there looking straight ahead. You could have heard a pin drop. Roy Hampton took the stage again, but something was different. There was a sway to his step that I hadn't seen before. His back was straighter. His eyes looked different, colder. When he entered the middle of the stage, he relaxed his shoulder, taking a deep breath. I think we all saw something of ourselves. He smiled. We learned something new, much like I learned something the very first time I read this book. He showcased a thick, leather-bound manuscript, tapping it confidently. It said I was to make this movie, to show it to others, to give little glimpses of what could be, both in our lives and our lives to be. And at the end of the line, all those little glimpses would add up to one thing. Ariel stirred in her seat. Up until that point, she hadn't moved a muscle. At the end of it all, I'd come back, and I'd watch the world with new eyes and a beating heart. Hampton stepped forward, casually dropping the leather-bound script to the ground. Pages scattered across the stage. And finally, I live again. Everyone just looked at one another. A mumble rose through the crowd amidst the crying and giggling. Jonah put a hand on his mother's shoulder, trying to calm her. I looked at Seb, his eyes still red from tears. "He's Rask," Seb wheezed. "Hampton listened too much. He's Rask." I could see it. There was something there. Something I could recognize in the pit of my stomach, that could find me from across the room. I'd seen him that night in the woods, and by the fire on the set. I don't know how he did it, but this dead author somehow made his way back. That was him on stage, not director Roy Hampton. He looked at me with a gleeful smile. He drew breath and raised his hand. Something was about to happen. But before it did, there was a bang. Looking down at the row in front of me, I saw Ariel holding a shotgun with a strange symbol engraved on the barrel. Roy Hampton collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach. Ariel was tackled, and Jonah was dragged off. People ran for the exits or dove to the floor. A few remained seated, staring blindly ahead, not even flinching at the gunshot. Hampton writhed in pain, clutching his stomach. It was a bad hit. His blood was so black that it seemed purple. It stained his clothes and hands. As he screamed and gasped, his voice became increasingly twisted, changing in pitch from high to low, back and forth, like he was cycling between young and old in a matter of seconds. It was this unearthly howling noise erupting into a voice, but not his own. Sa orak zent io, ru abgur vio gept io. The words poured out of him like torrent. Pointing with a bloodied hand at his audience, his screams cycled between horrifying and nonsensical, but with every breath something would happen. The first was the main theater door. The heavy rain had pooled outside, resulting in a flash flood. Those first few people who tried to get out were knocked off their feet, tumbling down the stairs. All the lights but the projector went out as the movie started up again on its own, playing from the halfway mark. The protagonist with the blue dress was superimposed on the bleeding body of Roy Hampton, who had forced himself back up to his knees as we all fumbled around in the dark. Yath Maugu Zevbreth Drick Auleth Eo Eo Eo. I didn't see what caused it, but I saw Ariel being flung across the room, picked up and flung with a massive force, at least 30 feet, instantly snapping her neck on impact with one of the second-floor balconies. Her lifeless body tumbled to the ground, gun still clinging to her hand. As Hampton wept tears of blood, pandemonium unleashed around us, as the world seemingly came apart. In the back there was a man whose body was turned to shadow. To this day I can't explain what he used to look like, or if it even was a man. It's as if he'd been erased in every way but the immediate visual sense that he was there. I saw a woman whose eyes were burned from the inside out, an old man spewing up dirt in the front row. Jonah was crawling towards his mother as little white bioluminescent bugs poured out of his head. A sulfuric wind blew through the room, burning through my nose and throat, and despite it all, I grabbed Seb by the shoulder and headed for one of the emergency exits. There were flashes of light going off behind us. I could see things in my periphery. Tall things, short things, transparent and solid. There were discolored sunflowers creeping out of cracks in the wall, seemingly reaching for us, as whatever Hampton had become continued to unravel. The audience kept running. It felt like a gauntlet. People were disappearing around us. There was this massive red-feathered bird creature who tore into an old man ahead of us, dragging him into a bathroom stall. Someone tripped on a molar tooth growing out of the carpet. There was a short man in the far back that just evaporated into a cloud of flies. Even halfway through the building I could hear him screaming. It reverberated through the walls, rattling my bones. There were flashes of something different corridors with different people. With every step, I'd be someone, somewhere else. I'd be young, I'd be old. For one breath I was Seb, watching his scar on my own hand. It's as if we were piercing a barrier, losing a semblance of order that our mind required to function. Then it was dark, cold. I would feel my body stiffen. I grew elongated, unfeeling, and unreal. In that moment I thought it was over. I thought that'd be it. I had this vision of worlds beyond, and the many instances of lives I would come to lose. But one thing kept coming back to me, the words I'd understood all the way back when, an image of blue fabric fluttering in the wind, salt under my fingernails, a great fire. This wasn't it. Not yet. I drew breath as we turned a corner. I was there. The carpet under my feet was real, and the screams of the maimed and dying were piercing my ears. As Seb and I made our way out the emergency exit and the alarms began to wail, I heard a scream for help. Instinctively I reached out an arm, pulling someone along. I don't know who it was, nor did I care. Seb hurried ahead, keeping the door open, crying out for me to hurry. We all collapsed outside, scrambling to get to a safe distance. Only 3 of us made it out that night. Me, Seb, and this mysterious woman I had managed to drag along. Turns out that was Edith M. Carroll, one of the movie's co-writers. I hadn't recognized her in the crowd. As the chaos inside the venue rose to a crescendo, a lightning bolt struck the roof of the building. I could see the clouds part above for a split second. Then it was over. No screams, no death, just this one bright light, thunder, and then the pitter-patter of a calming storm. It was done. They later said the theater collapsed from an unsupported roof, exacerbated by the downpour. To this day, no one really knows how many people died in there. It's as if everyone just forgot they even existed. The only name mentioned in the articles were Roy Hampton, who was credited as a philanthropist and esoteric scholar. The 3 of us who made it out could finally put an end to it all. While the answers we got weren't necessarily what we wanted, we could at least say that this was it. There was nothing more for us to look into regarding Roy Hampton and the end of eternity. And yet, it was an empty victory. Pyric. As we rested outside, waiting for the sirens to stop, we spoke in hushed tones. Seb had trouble focusing, rubbing the scar on his hand. If I find anything else, I'll let you know, he said. Sounds like a plan. I nodded. We held hands for a while, just two people ensuring one another that somehow things were going to be okay. It didn't exactly turn out that way, but it never really does. That night was the last time I saw Seb Digman. He died about 8 years later to a kind of metal poisoning. According to his kids, it had been something he'd had in his system for years, maybe even the whole time I knew him. I eventually dated and married Edith, the one this whole story began with. That's how I know of her work at the bakery and the community college. We'd been married for decades, right up until her passing not too long ago. But it was only a matter of time. For years, she had cried to me about what she'd seen that night at the screening, her death, staring into her own face as life slipped from her. Maybe that's why she choked in the bathroom. I don't know. There was also the case of Dawn Anderson. It's strange. She's still around. My oldest son showed me a video of her on YouTube not too long ago. She makes videos under some strange synonym. She looks different, but it's the same woman. I can tell. I've researched Rask over the years, trying to make sense of the things I've seen and experienced. I wanted to understand what Hampton's obsession was about. I haven't found a complete copy of that manuscript, though, and I count that as a blessing. Neither are there any remaining copies of this film, The End of Eternity. Not that I can track down, at least. Maybe there's a forgotten tape in the back of a closet somewhere. But the more I've thought about it, the more I've started to realize the ingenious nature of his work. That by reading, experiencing, and understanding his work, Emmett Rask can manifest. He can always come back. A concept cannot be forgotten. Information doesn't go away just because we don't know it. It's still there. I don't know how to assemble a phone, but I can still call my grandchildren. Just because I don't know how doesn't mean the information doesn't exist. That's how Rask exists. He just is. And whenever someone looks a bit closer, or listens a bit too eagerly, he makes his way back. He learns his way back, little by little. I've come to terms with what is going to happen next. I was kept alive out of circumstance. Rask wanted someone to live long enough to learn just enough to bring him back again. For someone to invest, experience, and become. That's what he wanted for me. But I think he forgot one thing. The images shown to me. The words I'd been given. Blue fabric, fluttering in the wind. Salt under my fingernails. A great fire. Looking back at my long life, the very first picture of me and my mother was at a hospital. She wrapped me in a blue blanket, leaving the window open to welcome the spring wind. That was my very first earthly experience. The night that Edith and I conceived our first child was on our honeymoon, on an Italian beach in late July. I remember it for many reasons, but the salt crystals beneath my fingernails on that very night meant something. Even then I could feel it. And now, as I write this excessive and maddening recollection, I look at what is to come. A repeating pattern coming to a close. Perhaps I'll learn a little too much, a little too soon. Maybe the act of writing all this down will bring it to the surface and send Rask roaring back with a vengeance. But I don't think it will. As I look across my desk, at the last of Edith's scented candles, I think what is going to happen has long since been established. And as I wait, putting these final words to paper, I think it will be okay. While there may be an end to eternity, there are so many more things to understand than we'll ever grasp. So with that, I leave you with this. We have to accept the mystery. There will never be an end to questions, no matter the answers. And at the end of the line, we must embrace the great fire to come. When I first noticed that my boyfriend was talking to himself, I didn't think much of it. Even I do it sometimes. I think most people do. He would do it so quietly, I can't even say for how long it had been going on. Maybe he had always done it. His lips moved rapidly, and his voice was barely a whisper, so for a while I thought he might be quietly humming. He would look down while doing it, while scrolling his phone, or doing chores around the house. Maybe it was a compulsion, like a tic, and I was trying to think of the kindest way to bring it up without it seeming like I was judging him. It all came to a head on Saturday. I was in the living room mindlessly scrolling on my phone while David was in the kitchen making us some food. Suddenly he ran into the room and stopped at my feet with a wild look in his eye. "Stop it!" He did not scream, but his voice was raised, like he was disciplining an unruly child. I dropped my phone on my face because I wasn't expecting him to bark a command at me like that. What? I'm not doing anything," I snapped back. I had no idea why he was reprimanding me for being on my phone, but his eyes weren't directed at me. He was looking directly behind me at something over my shoulder. I glanced back, but nothing was there. I kept looking between my boyfriend and the empty space behind me, trying to make sense of what was happening. He blinked rapidly and looked down at me. He seemed agitated. "I'm sorry." He shook his head and rubbed his temples. "I thought I saw something behind you." He answered slowly, still shaking his head. I sat up and snapped at him. "And what was it? There's nothing there. You scared me running in here like that," I admonished him. He kept shaking his head and backed away into the kitchen. I went back to scrolling on my phone, but I kept shooting glances at David and back behind me. It had spooked me. For the rest of the morning his whole mood seemed off. He was jumpy and he kept fidgeting with his hands, something he only does when he's upset. As noon rolled around, I suggested getting out of the apartment and getting lunch somewhere. David quickly agreed. Getting out of the house did us both good. It seemed to calm him down, and I was getting cabin fever being stuck inside for so long. Walking back to the apartment, we were holding hands, and I was leaning into him. "So, are you okay? You seemed so jumpy this morning. Do you think you saw a shadow or something?" I asked, trying to keep everything light. He looked at me cautiously, as if he was weighing what he was about to say. "I think you're right. I saw a shadow or something. Or maybe I was still dreaming." He smiled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. I decided to drop it. I honestly thought he was embarrassed. He had gotten scared over nothing and was worried about my reaction. That night, I woke up to the sound of David talking. He was whispering, but the gentle drone of his voice had woken me up. I lay there listening. I had no intention of getting up or saying anything to him while I was still half awake. Once he stopped mumbling to himself, I would go back to sleep. During the day, I could never make out what he was saying, but tonight, I could hear him clearly even though it was just above a whisper. "I'm not going to do that to her, and you're not allowed to touch her either. You promised me. You promised me that this time would be different." His whispers were harsh and insistent. I almost said something. At this point I thought he might not even be awake. Maybe he was talking in his sleep. That's when I heard a voice answering him. It was distinct and separate. My heart started pounding even as I tried to rationalize what I was hearing. This new voice, lower and softer than David's, wasn't like anything I had heard before. I couldn't make out the words, just the tone of it, as it spoke. I couldn't tell if it was male or female, but it sounded angry. David shifted in the bed and reached over to touch my back. I didn't move, just lay there still pretending to be asleep. "You're wrong. She's still sleeping. She can't hear anything we're saying. David rasped at the voice. The voice answered back. I still couldn't make out the words, but it sounded both insistent and scathing. Whatever. I'm done for tonight. I'm exhausted. You can talk to me tomorrow when I wake up. He hissed, and he lay back down beside me. All was silent in the bedroom. Minutes passed, and David's breathing slowed, and he started to lightly snore. He was asleep, but I couldn't join him. I felt my pounding heart just now settling down into a steady rhythm. I wanted to push myself off the bed and inspect the bedroom, but I didn't. I just lay there too afraid to get up and see what else might be in the room with us. Eventually I did fall asleep, though it was more like passing out than actual sleep. When my eyes opened, I saw the morning light streaming into the bedroom from the window. I pushed myself up into a sitting position and looked around the room. There was nothing strange in the room with me, just a pile of dirty laundry that was begging to be done. I rubbed my eyes, feeling a headache starting behind them. In the light of day, I could convince myself that I had just dreamed everything or hallucinated. Just then, David popped his head into the room and gave me a huge smile. You slept in super late. Are you just that tired? He asked, walking into the room and sitting down next to me. He had a cup of coffee in his hand and passed it to me. I took it gently and sipped. The warmth from the liquid was lifting my spirits. I didn't sleep well last night. I think I was having a nightmare, I explained, sipping at the coffee. David furrowed his brow and rubbed my back. Poor thing, you never have nightmares. Do you want to tell me what it was about? He asked, still rubbing my back. I shrugged and kept sipping my coffee, wondering if I should confront him about last night or play it off as some kind of waking nightmare. No, it's fading now. I can't even remember what it was about. I stood up as I spoke. I was getting hungry, and I hoped that David had saved me some breakfast. He hadn't, but that's just because he hadn't made anything yet. He had been waiting for me to wake up before he started on making something. I volunteered to make us some food, mostly because I was craving waffles, and David sucks at making them. I started searching through the cabinets and fridge for what I needed. As I was busying myself with breakfast, I glanced up and saw David staring fixedly at the corner of the living room. His lips were moving rapidly, and I knew that he was talking to himself again. I looked away. It was too early for this. I was hungry, and I needed some more coffee in me before I could deal with any kind of crazy this morning. As soon as I poured out the flour and milk, David appeared beside me, causing me to jump a little. I snapped at him because he scared me. Jesus, David, you really gotta stop sneaking up on me like that, I hissed. I was already irritated from lack of sleep, and now he had to startle me too. I'm sorry, he whispered, his eyes darting from me and back to the living room. But I thought we could go out to brunch instead. I shook my head. I already poured out the milk and flour. I don't want it to go to waste. He licked his lips before speaking again. Please, it'll be my treat. I just can't be in the apartment right now. He looked upset as he spoke to me. I set aside the poor, half-finished waffle mix and sighed. Okay, let's go out and get some brunch. I could use a cappuccino and a mimosa anyway. I agreed. David kept hovering over me as I got dressed as quickly as I could. I didn't have time to brush my teeth before he rushed me out the door. He practically shoved me into the hallway. Usually, I'm all for a brunch date, but he was acting so erratic, and I was bouncing between being irritated and concerned. As we sat and ate our breakfast, I decided I needed to bring everything up. Something was worrying him, and the more I thought about the last night, the more this pit of worry was forming in my stomach. I think I just wanted him to tell me that everything was alright, that I had dreamed everything. and this was something normal I was blowing out of proportion. Last night I woke up for a little while. I thought I heard you talking to someone. I tried to say it as nonchalantly as I could. David coughed on his eggs Benedict and gave me a horrified expression. What are you talking about? I wasn't talking to anyone last night. He looked at me wide-eyed. He was a terrible liar. Babe, it's okay. If you were dreaming, or if you have some kind of tic or Tourette's, it's okay. I'm not here judging you. I'm just telling you that I've noticed, and I think I was dreaming through part of it anyway, because I thought I heard something answering you back. I reached out trying to hold his hand, but he snatched it away. You had a nightmare last night. I wasn't talking last night. I was asleep the whole time. He was sweating as he spoke, and his eyes were darting around like he was looking for someone. I sighed and went back to my breakfast. David sat his fork down and was looking everywhere except for me, his breakfast forgotten. I hadn't meant for this to happen. Maybe talking about this in a public setting was too much for him. After we paid the bill, we were walking home when David grabbed my arm and forced me to face him. His eyes had a glassy and panicked look to them. I felt a stab of panic and placed my hand on his chest, feeling his heart pounding. Honey, are you okay? You look like you're getting sick. I moved my hand to his forehead, wanting to take his temperature when he pushed my hand away. I think I should go back to my apartment for today. I think I need to be alone for a while. He stammered, backing away from me. Okay, but if you're sick, if you come back with me, I can take care of you. I pleaded. He shook his head. No, I really just need to have some time to myself. He turned and walked away, leaving me staring after him on the sidewalk. Both our apartments were in walking distance, one of the perks of living in a city. He was always at my place so often we practically lived together. It felt unnatural going back home alone. I texted him throughout the day, but I got no answer. I tried calling, but it went to voicemail. Any irritation I felt for him was gone and replaced with pure concern. As the evening wore on, I was preparing to go over to his place to confront him when he finally called me back. David, are you okay? You haven't messaged me back all day. I was getting worried. I was getting ready to come over to your place. I said in a rush. No, don't come over here. It's not safe. He spoke in a low whisper. I almost couldn't hear him. What do you mean it's not safe? Safe for who? You or me? My voice rising in alarm. For you, he sputtered. Why? You're not threatening to hurt me, are you? Or is someone else threatening to hurt me? I was shouting over the phone. This was so out of character for him, I didn't know what to think. We need to break up. He hissed back at me. You need to stay away from me. You need to stay safe. He sounded like he was crying, and with that the call ended. I stared at my phone in disbelief. I know he did not just break up with me over the phone. I called back, then again and again, straight to voicemail. I sent text messages and messages on WhatsApp, but got no reply. I spent the rest of the evening crying and only fell asleep after I took a sleeping pill just because I knew I needed the rest. Every message I sent to David was ignored. After a few days, I stopped trying. I had gotten the message loud and clear, and I wasn't going to throw myself at someone who wanted to push me away. After a few more days had passed, I started gathering all the things he had left at my apartment in a box to leave at his place. I cried while doing it. Breaking up was always hard, but I had thought our relationship was going well. Dropping off the box was harder than I had expected. I sent him a text letting him know his stuff was outside his door. At this point I was certain I was blocked, but in case he wasn't, I wanted to give him a heads up. I lingered outside his door for several minutes. Part of me wanted to knock and see if he was home. Finally, I just turned and walked away. If he wanted to talk to me, he knew where I lived, and he had my number. Come to think of it, I still needed to get my apartment key back from him. That night, I was laying on my couch, half watching a movie while I scrolled through my phone. I was deleting all the pictures of me and David. "Hello there, Amber." A soft voice purred from somewhere behind me. I gasped and leapt off the couch, clutching my phone to my chest. It sounded like someone was right beside my ear, but there was nothing. My eyes darted to the TV screen. Maybe I had heard it from there. But no one in the movie I was watching was named Amber. My heart was pounding as I tried to rationalize what I had heard. Immediately I thought of David and his weird tic, and the voice I had heard that night. I ended up staying awake most of the night. I was scared. I didn't want to be. What I was feeling was irrational, but that didn't mean it wasn't happening. I got up to leave my apartment, but I ended up just sitting back down again. Where was I going to go? It was the middle of the night, and besides a few all-night diners, everything was closed. I didn't relish the thought of sitting on an uncomfortable bar stool sipping coffee waiting till morning. Staying home seemed like the best option. I even thought about messaging David, but I stopped myself. He wasn't going to answer me anyway. I stayed on that couch till the first rays of light started to peek through the blinds. I smiled. The sunshine calmed my nerves, and I felt myself finally relaxing and drifting off to an exhausted sleep. As I closed my eyes and curled into the warmth of the sofa, I felt a hand gently pressing onto my back, the hint of claws digging through the fabric of my shirt. "Don't go to sleep yet, Amber. We have so much to talk about," the voice whispered. A few days ago, I got a letter in the mail. My name and address were scrawled on the envelope in large, shaky capital letters. There was no return address. I brought it into my house with the rest of my mail and opened it. Inside there was a small piece of paper, about the size of a credit card, that simply read, "Hello." It was written with those same shaky capital letters that adorned the envelope. I turned the paper over and found nothing written on the back. The envelope was empty too. This random piece of paper with one word was all that was there, and I had no idea who sent it or why. I shrugged it off, chalking it up to being one of those handwritten church letters I'd sometimes get, and just left it on my counter with the rest of the junk mail I was too lazy to throw out. I then sat on my couch and watched TV for a while before going to bed, the letter completely forgotten at this point. After a decent night's sleep, I clumsily felt around my end table, trying to grab my phone and check the time. Instead, my hand brushed against a piece of paper. I don't remember having any papers there, so out of curiosity I grabbed it, figuring it'd be a random receipt or something. It was not a receipt. It was a credit card-sized piece of paper with the word "Hello" written on it in shaky capital letters. I was confused. I could have sworn I left that on the counter last night. Clutching the paper, I went to my pile of junk mail. I found the envelope there, but not the paper. Alright, so this is the same piece of paper, but I still had no idea how it got into my room. As I was trying to figure that out, my cat, Craig, rubbed up against my leg and meowed. I took a quick glance at his food bowl and saw that, as I expected, the bottom was visible. Craig is never this affectionate unless he was hungry. "Alright, I'll feed you," I said, petting Craig's head. As I poured some food in Craig's bowl, I figured that maybe Craig knocked the paper down and the AC or something blew it into my room. At the moment, that made the most sense, so I went with that explanation. As Craig chowed down, I turned the piece of paper over in my hand. It was just a small piece of paper with one word on it. What was the point of it? And who sent it? After considering these questions for a moment, I crumpled up the piece of paper and threw it out. Honestly, I didn't care that much, and I had better things to do with my time than unravel this mystery. As if on cue, my phone reminded me of one of those better things. A date I had tonight with my boyfriend, George. We hadn't been going out for too long, but I really liked him, and was excited to see him again. We were going to have dinner together at an upscale restaurant tonight, and I still needed to get everything ready. I got my car washed and cleaned inside and out, picked up some flowers, and then got myself ready. I met George at the restaurant. I gave him the flowers, which made him blush, and then we had a very nice, if expensive, dinner. After dinner, we got into my car and started making out. Soft, quick kisses soon turned long, passionate, and intense. George started pushing me against the driver's side door while kissing me. As he was adjusting himself, he accidentally put his hand into one of my car's cup holders. I heard a slight crinkling of paper. What the? I know I cleaned out my car, and I know for a fact there were no random wrappers, receipts, or napkins in this car. George seemed to sense my confusion and stopped. Everything okay? He asked between heavy breaths. Yeah, I said. I just don't know how there's a piece of paper in here. I swear I cleaned this out before we met up tonight. George chuckled. It's fine, babe, he said, picking it up. You probably just missed something. It happened. It's probably just some receipt. George's voice trailed off as he read it. What is it? I asked. You tell me, he answered, giving me the paper. Written on the small, credit card-sized paper was a phone number with the name Dylan, written in handwriting I was all too familiar with. I stared at it blankly. Did this hello guy break into my car just to put this here? There was no sign of a break-in. Did George do this? Is this some joke? What was going on? So, he said, his arms crossed. Who's Dylan? I have no idea, I stammered. Then how come you have his number? George looked genuinely upset. I don't think he was behind this. Okay, I said, trying to figure out how to explain this. So, George gave me a look that said, come on, get to it already. Alright, so I got this letter in the mail from someone I do not know, and it had a piece of paper that only said hello, and then the paper somehow got into my room, and then I thought Craig moved it there somehow, and threw it out, and now the person behind that piece of paper somehow put this in my car because it has the same writing style. I said in a rush. George took a second to take it all in. That's certainly an explanation, he said. It's the truth, I swear, I said. Alright, you believe me? George shrugged. It's an insane explanation, but I'm willing to go with it for now. I breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, I said. We both sat silently for a moment before I asked, so, wanna pick up where we left off? George shook his head. Not really in the mood anymore. Sorry. I should probably get home, actually. George gave me a quick peck goodbye, and then went back to his car. Meanwhile, I sat in my car staring at the piece of paper. I racked my brains trying to figure out if I knew anyone named Dylan. I think I had a friend in elementary school named Dylan. Or was it Declan? Considering he used to put crayons up his nose, I doubt he was clever enough to pull off something like this. I really didn't want to look into this further. I wanted to move on with my life and focus on other things. But this, whatever this is, seems to want my attention. And they did give me a way to contact them. I dialed the number from the paper into my phone. It rang a couple of times and then someone picked up. Hello? I said. Hello. The voice on the other end sounded artificial, like one of those text-to-speech programs. It stressed each syllable like they were separate words. "Who is this?" I asked. "Hello," the voice repeated. "How do you know me?" "Hello." And with that, the call dropped. I tried calling again, but got a "this number is no longer in service" message. Annoyed, I decided to Google the number and the name Dylan. It led me to someone named Dylan Rogers. A little more Googling led me to discover that Dylan was recently found dead in his home. No one knows who did it, and the case is still ongoing. The only lead cops have is that Dylan was found holding a credit card-sized piece of paper in his hand, but it was too covered in blood to make anything out of it. This information rattled around in my head as I drove home. I had no idea what to do with it. Do I call the cops? "Hello, 911. Yes, I keep getting pieces of paper that say hello on them, except for one that had a name and a phone number that belonged to a dead guy. Why no? I haven't had anything to drink. Why do you ask?" Yeah, that'd go great. A part of me wanted to call George and tell him about this, but I decided against it. It'd just look like me trying to add on to an already ridiculous excuse. I wasn't sure who to tell about this. My friends were all busy, and my family disowned me after I came out. I was basically on my own. I decided I'd investigate this more when I got home, maybe even submit my situation as a tip in the Dylan Rogers case. I just knew I had to do something. After a very stressful drive, I finally got home. As soon as I walked inside, I noticed something felt off. I turned on the lights. "Hello?" I called out. "Anyone there?" Nothing. Dead quiet. I slowly made my way from my living room into the kitchen. I could see Craig's silhouette lying on the floor in the kitchen, probably sleeping. As I stepped into the kitchen, my foot slipped on something. I grabbed a counter for balance. What did I slip on? I know my floors were clean when I left. I turned on the kitchen lights and discovered two things. First, Craig wasn't sleeping. He was gone. His throat had been brutally sliced open. His eyes were still open, stuck in abject terror. Second, I know what I slipped in. Craig's blood. The blood itself wasn't splattered randomly on the floor. No, it was used to write out a message on the floor. It was a simple message, only being one word, written in large, shaky capital letters. Hello. I spent nearly 18 years sailing. I loved it. I loved being on the ocean, the smell of the sea, the feel of the wind in my hair, and the sunsets were the stuff of legend. I spent time with the military, on fishing boats, and even doing security for cruise ships. Every experience was different in its own right. Security on a cruise ship was nothing like serving in the Navy, and military service was completely different from fishing. I had a lot of weird encounters in my time at sea. There's one, though. One that has clawed its way into the depths of my psyche. One that taught me a crucial lesson. Don't bring your kids on a cruise. I was working security on a major line, one I won't name for soon-to-be obvious legal reasons. Our job was primarily to maintain order during concerts and in the bars, dealing with folks when they were belligerent. It wasn't glamorous, and it often ended up with at least one of us getting puked on, but I made good friends and usually had a pretty good time. Even got to see some private concerts that I otherwise never would have had the opportunity to. Then we had the incident with the kids. A mother had come to the security office and reported her kid was missing. She was distraught and babbling, but what we were able to make out was that the kid was last seen near the pool. So we began our search there and tore the ship apart from top to bottom. There was no sign of the missing child. We assured the mom we were doing everything in our power to try and find her kid, but we had nothing. There were no leads, no clues, no signs of the kid. The following day, we had a report from another parent stating their child had vanished during the night. Again, we searched. We even investigated guest rooms. Again, nothing. We checked surveillance footage and saw no signs of anything weird in either incident. Both kids were last seen with their parents. That was when I first noticed something weird. The kids were seen leaving with their parents, but as we watched the footage to find anyone suspicious, we saw the same parent appearing from somewhere else. They would look around and begin to panic. Then they'd run in the same direction they had gone with their kid only a few moments before. I had no clue what was happening, and when I asked the others, they were just as dumbfounded as I was. Kids kept disappearing, vanishing right under their parents' noses. We were up to 10 reported lost kids, and we were no further in figuring out what was happening. We questioned the parents and showed them the footage, and they were just as lost as we were. None of it made sense. I was losing my mind over these lost kids, and I wasn't getting any closer to solving the problem. I spent the next few days poring over camera footage, looking for any sort of clue. Meanwhile, more kids were disappearing. We had gotten to the point where we were advising parents to keep their kids in their rooms as we prepared to make an emergency port call and get real authorities involved. Then we got our first real break in the case. One of the lower deck workers had come to the office, complaining of strange smells in the boiler room. When we went to investigate, we found one of the deckhands, Javier, dead. His hands looked like they had been burned by some kind of chemical, and something had pierced his chest. As we continued our investigation of the boiler room, we found other strange things, like a slime that seemed to coat parts of the wall. With a body, we decided it was time to lock down the ship and find his killer. Javier's body was taken to the morgue while the rest of us went to the armory and collected small arms. They were usually locked up and distributed in case of major events like pirates, but we all felt it would be better if we weren't caught unaware by whatever it was that had killed the deckhand. We split into groups of 4 and began to sweep the floors, telling the passengers to stay in their rooms while we investigated the incident. That was when I saw him. Javier was at one of the rooms, gently rapping on the door and whispering something. I raised my weapon and called out to him. The deckhand looked at me and raised his hands in the air. His face looked wet, like he had just gotten out of the pool, and his hair clung to his head. "Hey, what seems to be the issue, gentlemen?" he asked nervously. "The issue?" I started, keeping the weapon trained on him. "Is that you're in the morgue. Who are you?" Javier said nothing. His eyes seemed to grow wider, and as his hands slackened, I noticed they were too long. His forearms hung past his knees. His mouth seemed to droop until it looked more like a fish's. I fired. I shouldn't have. Not in an area with passengers, but I did. I don't know if I hit the thing that was Javier, but it dropped to all 4s. Its arms and legs extended outward like a crab as it rapidly scurried away. We gave chase, pursuing the thing through the halls. I was amazed by how it moved, leaping onto ceilings and running along walls. We didn't dare fire at it again. It was like it knew just the right places to move to keep itself in a position of relative safety, until it started heading down into the lower decks. We tailed the thing through engineering and maintenance rooms, following it as it ran until it burst through the boiler room door, and we cornered it. By the time we had caught it, it looked nothing like Javier anymore. Its face was bulbous, and its eyes were just a pair of inky black pools that seemed to take up over half its face. It panted with that fish-like mouth, revealing long, sharp fangs. Its hands and feet were webbed, and it seemed to secrete some kind of slime over its body that gave it a weird sheen. 6 of us managed to catch up to this thing after we radioed it in. We kept our weapons trained on it, waiting for it to make a move. Its neck expanded like a frog's as it stared at us from its position in a corner. Near the ceiling, there was nothing human about its appearance, but I felt like I could sense an air of fear coming off the thing. One of the other guards aimed his weapon at the thing, growling. "This freak probably killed all those kids. You saw how it looked like Javier. Maybe it doesn't need to kill someone to take their face." The creature's head tilted as it belched out a glob of clear slime toward him. I watched in horror as he covered his face, the slime splashing from his weapon directly into his eyes and onto the exposed skin of his head. He screamed almost immediately. The clear slime smoked and sizzled as it came into contact with him, burning into his flesh and melting his weapon. Within seconds, he was on the ground, convulsing. I redirected my gaze to the creature. It was still in the same spot, eyeing the rest of us warily as its neck began to expand again. I wasted no time. I took a shot at the thing's face. The bullet found its target, and the creature shrieked, a long and inhuman groan as it fell from the wall and onto the deck behind one of the boilers. A couple of us stayed to check on our comrade, but myself and another guard ran to find the thing and confirm the kill. It was gone. All that seemed to remain of it was a vaguely humanoid water stain and what looked like pieces of kelp. We searched everywhere. There was no other sign of the creature. Our coworker was taken to the infirmary, but he ended up dying a few hours later. The doctor said it was severe chemical burns, and when I told him about the thing we saw, he just shook his head. "Best talk to the captain," he murmured. When I explained the incident to him, his lips tightened and he sighed. "We aren't going to find anything of those kids, I'm afraid," he muttered. "What makes you say that?" I inquired. "Murrow doesn't leave bones." "Murrow? Sir?" He exhaled and stood. "The sea's full of 'em. Normally they aren't a big problem. We have insurance and payoffs for this kind of thing. Don't worry about it." "What kind of thing? Does this happen a lot?" "Not often. They're pretty frightened of us. Every now and again, one'll get gutsy. They prefer to eat kids. I don't know why, so don't ask me. I only know that there are fewer reports of adults disappearing." My confusion only mounted. "But what are they? Sea monsters? Mutants?" "They're marrow. You ever heard of mermaids? Sirens?" I blinked. There was no way that thing I saw was a mermaid. Don't look like they do in the movies, do they? I wanted to argue with him, but nothing about the last hour made much sense to me. Like I said, put it out of your head, kid, and be glad you got out of it in one piece. I've seen more of them in my travels after that one, most of the time in the ocean itself. They watch as we sail past them. Oftentimes I wonder if they're gauging whether or not they could take us. I only know what they can do, and I know there are worse things in the sea than the marrow. It's one of the reasons that, after 18 years, I won't go anywhere near the ocean. Hello, I hope you're having a fantastic day. I can't share who I am, and I can't even share my name with you, so for the future of this document, I will refer to myself as Pepper. There's not much I can tell you about the day-to-day details of my job, but I can say that in this world there's plenty of supernatural things. Creatures that can't be comprehended. Cryptids, ghosts, even local horror stories. All of them are rooted in some sort of truth. It's my job to kill these things, or at the very least protect the public from them. I tell you this because I believe everyone should know. The creatures that go bump in the night are actually there. I want to start with an interview I had with the victims of one of these supernatural attacks. The document you read has been transcribed from audio to text. The name of the victim has been changed in order to keep their identity a secret. Tape begin 5:02 a.m. Pepper. Sarah, is it? Sarah. Yes, that's me. Pepper. Hello, Sarah. My name's Pepper. I understand you've been through hell tonight, which makes sense if you find yourself in my office. Sarah. Are you sure I'm safe here? What if it comes back for me? What if... Pepper. Sarah, I assure you nothing will get you while you're in this office. Now, Sarah, I need you to explain everything that's happened. No matter how insane it seems, every detail, no matter how minor. If you think it's important to the story, then include it. I will inform you this whole conversation and further on will be recorded. Do you understand? Sarah. Yeah, I understand. Pepper. Good. Please begin. Sarah. It started about 3 days ago. I was at Jim's Coffee on my way to work. There was this homeless man outside the shop. He asked if I had some change I could spare. Well, you see, I hadn't slept well the night before and was in a grumpy mood. I'll admit, I was kind of mean. I told him to stop being a leech and to go get a job. He didn't like that. Grabbing my arm, he pulled me close to him. It was like the colored part of his eyes had disappeared, and he stared into mine. You should learn to be kinder, he said. It may not sound that scary to you, but something about the way he said it terrified me. I ended up skipping coffee that day. Pepper. This man, did he have any distinguishing details you can remember about him? Sarah. No, he seemed normal enough. Well, I guess he seemed pretty clean for being a homeless man. Pepper. Interesting. Please continue. Sarah. The rest of the day went on pretty normal. When I got home, my door was unlocked. It seemed weird, but I figured I just forgot. I couldn't sleep that night. I was so tired the next day that my boss sent me home and told me to go get some sleep. When I got there, my door was left open. There was no way I forgot to close the door. I went into the garage because I keep a handgun in there. I went through my house, checking each room. I couldn't help but think of the homeless man. I got through the whole house, finding nothing. I stopped in my bathroom to wash my face. I must have been super tired to leave my door wide open. I looked up into the mirror to see a figure standing right behind me. I didn't have much time to react. I grabbed the gun from the counter and snapped before firing a shot. Nothing was there. All I did was put a bullet hole in the wall. I ended up putting some duct tape over the hole. I'll call someone in the morning. I wouldn't have been supervised if one of my neighbors called the cops. I didn't sleep again. I was stirring at every sound I heard, the constant feeling of being watched. At one point I turned over in bed to a shadowy figure standing in my doorway. I blinked and it was gone. I kept my gun on my nightstand all night. I thought there was nothing. No, I knew there was nothing to be worried about. I was just sleep deprived and I was seeing things. There was no one in the house. I was just worried and I got scared by some old homeless man. Pepper. That was a long pause. Sarah. This next part is just really hard. Pepper. Take your time. We have all night. Sarah. Thank you. Morning came and I called someone to come repair the hole in the wall. I didn't want to be alone in my house anymore, so I asked the repair service if I could leave a key and they could just come in to work while I wasn't home. They agreed, and I called my neighbor Scott to see if I could stay in his house for the night. He was a nice guy. Scott was a tall, skinny guy with brown hair and beautiful blue eyes. I always liked him. He let me stay, and I went over immediately. I explained to him what was going on. He was supportive. We hung out most of the day, and nothing weird happened. I started to think it was all in my head. I even felt safe enough to go upstairs and shower alone. I went back downstairs to go lay on the couch and sleep. Scott was just standing in the kitchen, just staring at the fridge. "What are you doing, you weirdo?" I said while chuckling. He didn't respond. Something was dripping from his head. "Scott?" He turned around. His lower jaw looked like it had been ripped out. His eyes were hanging out of the sockets. He fell to the floor. I ran to him trying to feel for a pulse. It was stupid. Who could have survived that? I was just being hopeful, I guess. That's when I saw him standing near the couch in the living room. A shadowy figure. Blood stained his hands. His eyes were glowing red. I was terrified. My brain was telling me to run. It was screaming at me to move. "Move your legs," I screamed at myself. I moved hard so I could get out of the house. Started moving through the brushes towards mine. I looked behind me to see that creature behind me, its legs moving in ways that shouldn't be possible for the human body, almost like it had no bones, and the noise it was making. Pepper. Explain the noise. This is very important. Sarah. It sounded like when you slide something heavy against a hardwood floor and scratch it. You know, like the... Pepper. Oh no. Sarah. What do you mean, oh no? Pepper. Continue the story, Sarah. I need a second to think. Sarah. I tripped sometime while in the forest, and when I did, I couldn't see it anywhere. I took my moment of peace to call the police. I tried to explain to the lady there was a shadow monster chasing me, and it killed my friend, but the line was cut. I tried to call back, but there was nothing. The call wouldn't go through. There it was standing above me. Its mouth opened to a white glow, and something fell out of it on my forehead. It was a tooth. I'm sure it was one of Scott's. I crawled and cried as it moved towards me, mouth agape. It was gonna kill me. It grabbed me by my leg, pulling me towards it. Its mouth widened while pulling my legs in. I cried, I kicked, I screamed. I did everything in my power to escape. It all seemed hopeless, but then nothing short of a miracle happened. I heard the beautiful sound of a shotgun racking a shell before the loud gunshot. The round blew a hole through the creatures, and it screamed in agony. I couldn't help but laugh at its misery. It let go of me and scurried off into the woods. The man with the gun took my hand and led me to his truck. Next thing I know, I was here in your office. Pepper. Thank you, Sarah. This interview has brought a lot to the table, and I think I know what we are dealing with. My associate outside will take you to a place you'll be safe until we can deal with the entity. I promise you have nothing to worry about. Sarah. Thank you. Tape end, 6:17 a.m. I lied to Sarah, and while I truly feel bad about it, I was left with no other choice. See, the creature is something I've dealt with before, and it always ends the same way. The entity which the organization has named a yonder. Yonders hunt those who fail the test brought upon by it. The test can present itself in many different ways, from an actual physical test to a morality test. In Sarah's case, I believe the test was the old man asking for change. After she was rude and failed to give the man the change, the yonder chose her as the target. The thing about yonders is they are relentless in their hunt. They will kill anyone who gets in the way of their target. Their goal isn't simply to kill their target, but to consume them whole. Yonders cannot be killed, and it's best to give them what they want in order to avoid more bloodshed. Sarah could have avoided Scott's death if she simply never got him involved. But that being said, I must inform you of Sarah's eventual fate. I'm sure you could guess this, but she is dead. Sarah and my associate outside, who was also listening to the interview and had already figured it was a yonder, 6:31 a.m. went to a nearby hotel which is owned by the organization. There my associate left Sarah and went to his car to smoke, knowing by the time he was finished, she would be gone. He heard her scream and didn't return to the room until the screaming had finished. Just like that, Sarah was gone. I know you might think wrong of me and the organization I work for, but I assure you I did what would result in the smallest loss of life. While Sarah's death was unfortunate, it was necessary. While yonders are one of the many supernatural entities that roam our world, they are especially dangerous. Their test can be ultimately anything, and there is no way to know when a test has taken place. I inform you of this simply because I believe it is important to know. I leave you with this story, with this one bit of advice. Always be scared. Hello, it's Pepper again. I appreciate everyone who took the time to read the last story. However, I liked to emphasize the point of the story was not for entertainment, but as a tale to be weary. People of the world are ignorant of the horrors around them, which is partially the fault of the organization I work for. I have another one for you, and this one is especially scary to me. Unlike the yonder from my last story, which has been documented several times and is somewhat understood by the organization, there are only 2 living people who have seen and survived this entity I'm about to list. I am one of them. This was almost 11 years ago. I had only worked at the organization for roughly 5 months. This was the first case I was ever allowed on. I was a level 4 field agent at the time, which meant I wasn't allowed to be on a case alone, and had to be placed with a level 2 field agent. The organization doesn't require you to be a tank of a human to work there. Due to the high turnover rate, most field agents don't live past their first year. I'm a short guy, not very muscular myself, and the only thing that kept me alive this long was my brain. The other agent I was placed with was in their 3rd year, and he has seen some stuff. I didn't even meet the other agent till we arrived on the site. He was the exact opposite of me. Tall, muscular, wearing a dress shirt. Scars covered his hands, and he had one on his chin. And he had a sword, along with 2 handguns, 9mm Berettas. I, on the other hand, had a flashlight and a .38 revolver. At the time I was young, and I thought he looked awesome. Despite his massive size, people took to calling him Mouse. Most agents had some sort of code name. No, I won't tell you how I ended up with the name Pepper. So, first case? Said Mouse. Yeah, well, first one where everyone isn't dead when I get there. I wouldn't be too sure about that. Most of these missing person cases usually end with us finding the bodies. There are a lot more cold cases than I care to admit. Mouse's voice was much softer than you would expect from looking at him. They give you the details? He said. Yeah. Several missing persons have been reported around the area. Ages range from 14 to 44. 4 males and 6 females. You got 2 things wrong. First 7 females have been reported missing. When was the 7th? Yesterday. A 9-year-old girl. That was the second thing you got wrong. I know it's my job and all, but someone so young going missing kinda shook me. The worst part is, she was almost definitely dead. If there was a chance she was alive, we wouldn't be here, and the police would be dealing with it. Even knowing the information, I still asked. You think she's still alive? He ignored my question. I knew it was stupid to ask. They tell you about the sawmill? He asked. Yeah, it's abandoned and seems to be the center of the disappearances. There's a legend of a cult back in the 80s that used to meet there right after it closed down. Long story short, the cultists went there one night, and they all just floated away. The lady who told me framed it as a way to keep kids away from the place. He said. That's what I'd guess. You always listen to the legends around here, especially if we're in small towns like this. These legends can say a lot more than most people can. I learned to live by that rule. The sawmill is what you would expect from something straight out of the 80s. It was in surprisingly good condition for something abandoned for that long. There was a large wooden building surrounded by smaller ones. Large metal pieces stuck out of them. The whole place did seem eerie. I think we split and checked the smaller buildings until we'll meet at the large one, said Mouse. Yeah, I'll take the left. I moved my way towards the building. It reminded me of a barn. It was red with white stripes and had 2 large swinging doors. Despite that, I decided to go through the smaller door on the right. It didn't want to budge at first. I had to put my whole weight into it to get it open. It fell off one of its hinges and kinda hung by the other one. The building was just for storage. It had a ton of logs. The wood had begun to rot, and it smelled really bad in there. I pulled my revolver just in case. I made my way through the rows of logs, being careful to check each corner. At the end of the final row, I found what made the place smell so bad. It was a deer carcass. It was small and decaying. You would have thought it was young, till you saw its head in perfect condition. Still with large antlers, I pulled my camera, which every agent had, took a picture for later. Besides that, there was nothing of interest there. I left and made my way toward the main building. I found Mouse at the main entrance. Anything on your end? He asked. Found a dead deer, I said. Yeah, mine was for equipment storage. Nothing interesting. However, something's blocking the main entrance. We can't get in through this way. There is another door up to the right. It's on a balcony, so we'll have to climb. Like I said, not very fit, so climbing up this was hard. Mouse, on the other hand, scaled the side with no effort. The door on the balcony wasn't even locked, and we made our way inside. In contrast to the outside, the inside was disgusting. It was old, falling apart, and full of dirt and cobwebs. What you'd expect from an abandoned building. In the area we were in, you could load the logs into machinery. The main entrance is where they would bring trucks to load the logs. Honestly, it seemed normal until we came across the stairs. These stairs lead down, and that made no sense. They'd have no reason to build a basement here. At least to my knowledge, they wouldn't. The stairs, just like the outside, were in great condition. They didn't belong here, though. They were nice, like what you see in Victorian-style mansions. The wood was waxed, not scratched on them. I didn't want to go onwards. Seemed off, I told Mouse. We should get back up first. He didn't listen and just started walking down the stairs. I followed. It got dark quickly. I pulled out my revolver and my flashlight. Mouse did the same, and I couldn't even tell you where he was storing that flashlight. It's so dark, like it's eating the light, I said. Yeah, it's too dark. The stairs went on for an impossibly long time. By the end, I was starting to get tired. I was so relieved when we reached the end. The relief was short. The room was way darker than the stairs. Even with the lights, we could only see 5 feet or so in front of us. We walked through the room. About every 30 feet or so, we would see a pillar. This place seemed wrong, like whoever built it didn't know what a pillar was even used for. Then we came across something. It was large and round and looked like an egg. I was the first one to touch it. Ugh, it's squishy, I said. What? Don't touch it, yelled Mouse. His face was pale. I looked back at it, and I figured out why. The thing I was touching wasn't some weird blob like I had first thought. I saw the ears, the eyes, the nose. It was a human. Their head was swelled at a tremendous rate, and their body had shrunk. They were floating almost like a balloon. It was horrifying to look at. "Kill me," it whispered faintly. It was still alive. Suddenly the darkness seemed to fade, and our flashlights were now able to shine up to 40 or so feet in front of us. Looking up, we saw more balloon humans. Off a quick head count, there were 11 of them. 7 females and 4 males. It was the missing people. One of them was visibly smaller, and I knew it was the little girl. We were barely able to collect our thoughts before the humming started. It was off tune. Whoever was humming didn't have a human voice. We were snapping around trying to find whatever was humming. When my eyes met it, the singing started. My mother gave me a red balloon. Oh, we were such pals. Oh, I loved this red balloon. Oh, it was my gal. Then I lost my red balloon. Oh, how the fun shall end. Oh, won't you be my red balloon? Won't you be my friend? The entity's voice was scratchy. After finishing its song, it stood from its sitting position. We both had our guns locked on it. In its right hand, it held a pointy piece of wood, and its left held a sickle. I have a hard time remembering what it looked like due to the short time we had to look at it. It had on a green outfit, reminiscent of the outfit Robin Hood wore in the cartoon minus the hat. It was short, maybe 4 feet tall. Its skin looked wooden like an old doll. Its eyes were human, though. That's all the details I can remember. Mouse began yelling at it to drop its weapon. It took a step forward before either of us could react. It was on us. The sickle it held made contact with Mouse's left eye, blinding him in it. I shot at it twice. It was quick to react and threw the wood at me while dodging both shots. The wood impaled me in my stomach, making me bleed from my mouth somehow. It cut the holster with Mouse's sword and other handgun. They both fell to the ground. I shot 4 more times and even managed to hit its chest. A yellow, vicious fluid shot out from the hole. That slowed it down enough for Mouse to play the hero card and grab it. "Shoot it," he yelled. I tried, but I had no shots left. It sliced off Mouse's arm and he let go. It ran further into the darkness. I didn't want to let it go, so I picked up Mouse's other handgun and went after it. I figured missing an arm, Mouse would die anyway from the blood loss. Even with my flashlight, it had the advantage. I wasn't the hunter in this situation. It began singing its song again. I realized the meaning of the song this time. It kept making noises and moving through the darkness. It was toying with me, but I wouldn't let it kill me. I was watching its movements in the darkness, and I was able to pick up on the patterns. Like I said, brains kept me alive. Just as it went behind another pillar, I shot, barely hitting one of its hands. It screamed before moving into the darkness. I ran after it, but it made its way down another staircase. I made the smart decision to retreat and call for backup. Despite what I thought, Mouse lived, making him the only other living person to see that creature. I still talk to him and even ask him for advice on cases to this day. He, however, isn't sent on many cases due to him missing an eye and arm. The case was decided to be too much for us, and was placed with more experienced agents. Despite that, no one ever saw it again. It was discovered the stairs kept going for miles, and it was deemed safer just to seal it and cut off the public from accessing the sawmill. The human balloons were taken and humanely put down. An autopsy discovered the reason their bodies had shrunk was due to their internal organs being sucked into their head, with any excess space being filled with a gas similar to helium. The fluid was tested as well as the finger of the creature, which I had shot off when I hit its hand. Its skin was similar to petrified wood, and the liquid inside was a slimy substance that has yet to be identified to this day. I often wonder what happened to the creature. Most likely, with its home being filled in, no one will ever see it again. We never figured out how it balloonified the others. Honestly, I think I'd rather not know. Working this job desensitizes you. I've seen so much messed up stuff that I think it's normal at this point. Just the other day I was taking a recruit on his first case and we came across a mangled corpse. I was confused as to why he threw up. I see worse stuff than that at least once a week, but that made me remember I was like that once. I was that scared kid who couldn't understand how a creature could do that. So I sat there and I tried to remember the stuff I shut out. This is my story. And I don't mean some cases I choose to forget, I mean my personal story. How I ended up working a job where almost dying is pretty common, and the life and the people that I'd much rather stay forgotten. I was 20 at that time, and I thought life was amazing. I was broke working a dead-end job, my family had long disowned me, and my only friends were junkies and alcoholics. So why did I think life was so great? Well, it was 'cause I had her, my beautiful girlfriend, Josephine. I can see her now, her purple hair up in that messy bun, her snakebite lip piercings, her clunky glasses, her brown eyes. I miss those things. She was shorter than I was, and I think that's one of the things that drew me to her. But then I got to know her, and we clicked. We dated for 2 years, and she moved in with me and my roommate. She was broke too, but our struggle kept us together. She liked Mike, my roommate. She tried even harder than I did to get him off the pills. But enough of that, 'cause that night would be the best night of my life. I saved enough for a ring, and I was gonna take her to the fanciest place in town and propose. It was a mixture of excitement and anxiety. I framed the whole thing as a celebration of the promotion she just got. Arriving at home, I saw Mike coming out of his room. He looked horrible, probably coming down from a high. Mike had been my friend since middle school. I guess that's why I kept him around so long. He couldn't keep a job, and what little money he had, he spent on pills. I gave up trying to help him a long time ago. "Where are you going tonight? Jay's getting ready," he asked. "We're having that celebration dinner tonight." "Oh, that's tonight? Let me get ready." "Who said you're coming?" "I did," Josephine said. I can still see her in that outfit. We were going to a nice restaurant, and despite having nicer clothes, she didn't dress up. She was like that, never liked being the center of attention. "We're celebrating me, so I figured my friend should come," she said. I didn't fight her. I always gave in to her. Mike coming threw a thorn in my plan, but I figured I could bribe him to go away. The drive to the restaurant was full of them discussing what they would have to eat. I sat silently, kind of mad. Looking back at it, I'm glad he came. The restaurant was named Clive's. I don't think it's still open. I couldn't find any information on it before posting this. I'd been there once when I was little, and my family still talked to me. From what I remember, the food wasn't very good, just expensive. That was the appeal, and Josephine had never been. She and Mike ordered drinks, and since I was driving, I didn't drink, though I desperately wanted to just calm my nerves. A man was leaving the restaurant, and at the time I didn't think anything of him. We had our full meals, and just like I remembered, the food wasn't great. Mike and Josephine shared the same sentiment. It was time to put the plan into action. I pulled Mike to the side. "I need 20 minutes with just me and Josephine. I'll give you $10 to go get a drink or snack from the gas station," I said. "Free money? You got it, sir." Clive's was a short walk from the park where Josephine and I met. That's where I was gonna propose. We made the walk, landing in front of the pond, the same place where I bumped into her on a drunken binge. That day was the first day anyone had asked me if I needed help. That day I fell in love, and she saved me. "Beautiful night," she said. "Not as beautiful as you," I said, pulling out the ring and bending down on my knee. "What are you... Oh..." "Josephine, since the day you said those first words to me, I knew you were the person I wanted to love and hold, to walk through the struggles of life with, to die with. Will you make me the happiest man alive and marry me?" "I will," she said, tears in her eyes. I put the ring on her finger and stood up, her lips locking into mine. I was the happiest I've ever been and ever will be. My happiness turned to confusion as I saw the man running behind her, the same insignificant man from the restaurant. Normally a man sprinting at full speed would scare anyone, but the thing chasing him was much more terrifying. "Help me, please!" His sentence was cut short as the creature jumped on his back, slamming his face into the concrete. The creature was human-like, with no clothes but lacked genitals, so I guess it didn't need them. It was long and running on all fours. Its eyes were pure black, and its face was shaped similar to a deer. It looked at us, and I saw its mouth try to form a smile. We were its target now, and it came right for us. I don't remember anything until we made it to the car. Mike was sitting there drinking his Red Bull and eating a honey bun. We quickly hopped in, and I popped it into drive. I swerved around the corner. Mike got slammed to the side in the back seat. "Dude," he yelled. "Babe, it's still behind us," Josephine said. Mike looked behind the car, watching as the creature started to gain on us. It had to be running 50 miles per hour at this point. "Oh, dude, drive faster!" I swerved into my neighborhood, and I thought I lost it. Looking back, I should have just driven to the police station or something, but I returned to my place, swinging open the door and running to Mike's room. "Call the police, one of you," I said. "What was that?" Mike asked. "Like we know," Josephine said. "Mike, where's your gun? Where's your gun?" I yelled. "I got rid of it, dude." Just then we heard it banging on the door. I grabbed Mike and Josephine and pulled them into Mike's room. It was in the house. Josephine's phone was out in the hallway. We could hear the operator answer the phone as it was crushed under the creature's feet. Mike pulled out a pill bottle and I smacked it from his hand. It was no time to be getting high. I began trying to open the window. Mike pinned himself against the door like somehow his weight could stop it. Just as I got the window open and turned around to tell them to come through, the creature's arm went right in the wood of the door. It reached and grabbed Mike, and he desperately tried to get away. Josephine went to grab him, but it was too late for him. We both watched as it snapped his neck. I don't know if he died instantly, but I'd like to think he didn't suffer. Fear makes you stupid. We should have just got back in the car. I left it running, but no. We ran down the streets of our neighborhood yelling for help. It was 1 a.m. by this time. No one was gonna help. No one was awake to help. I had a small moment of weakness. I let go of Josephine's hand and kept running. I was 90 feet ahead of her before I even realized she had fallen. I turned around to help her, but it was there standing just over her. Me and her locked eyes, and she mouthed those words. "I love you." It hit her hard upside the head. So hard. She flopped her body, went into dead weight. I froze. I stared into the eyes of the creature. It began trying to form its smile. It walked towards me. I didn't move. I gave up. It killed the only two people who cared about me. And I didn't care anymore. It could have me. I looked into the ground, waiting for my eventual fate, when I heard a loud crashing noise. I looked up to see a man getting out of the truck. The creature lay writhing on the ground in pain. I thought some random bystander hit it. But no, this man was carrying a large rifle. He placed his boot on the neck of the creature before shoving the barrel into its mouth. With one loud bang, it no longer had a head. He turned around to look at Josephine's corpse before he began walking towards me and put out his hand. "Looks like you had a really bad night," he said. He took me to his truck and we began driving away. "Don't worry, I'll send someone for the bodies. For now, let's get you out of here." I'd later know this man as Trojan. He would be my first introduction to the organization that I now devote my life to. He is also the toughest guy I've ever met. The creature I ran into that night was one of a species. They're called Halsbrecker. And the one I met was only a juvenile. The adult ones are way worse, and if it was an adult, I would have surely died. They typically stay in the wild, but when one finds themselves in a city, it's a bloodbath. The one I met that night killed 27 people in 3 days. I've met 4 other ones in my time in the organization, and while all of them have been killed, it's never blood-free. I tell this story now because lately I feel like I've been losing my humanity. While it is beneficial in this job to hold no emotions or attachments, it's not good for a human to forget who they are. I usually don't like sleeping. It's time I could be working, but tonight I went to sleep. And even more, I went to dream of my friend. He was a junkie and a loser, but he socked someone in the mouth for even looking at me wrong. But what I want more than anything is to dream of her, the girl who changed my life when I had nothing. I no longer want to forget who I used to be. So please, if anything is up there, let me see them one more time. Thalassophobia is the fear or phobia of large and deep bodies of water. These can be lakes, rivers, or the ocean. It's become more mainstream in the last couple of years. Games like Subnautica or Iron Lung have shown people the extent of those fears. It reminds me of something from my teenage years. Or should I say, someone. Charles was my friend and he had thalassophobia. Like many people with the phobia, Charles was brought on by trauma. When he was only 8 years old, his father attempted to drown him. I didn't know that at the time, but to my friend group, Charles was the kid who was scared to go swimming. We tried several times to take him swimming, and he'd always fight us on it. If we could get him to go, he'd sit on the sidelines. One day, someone had the bright idea to force him to conquer his fears. So we drove him to where we'd commonly go cliff diving, blindfolded him, and took him to the top. He fought us at first, but I convinced him to jump, and we all jumped. As I looked at him treading water, he had a smile on his face. But just as quickly as the fun started, it ended. Charles went under the water and never came back. The authorities chalked it up to him drowning, but none of us were convinced he was pulled. They never found his body. See, to me, the fear never came from what was in the water, but what could come out. I just finished my most recent case, and the creature I'd been hunting had the highest kill count of anything I've encountered. I was one of 4 agents placed on this case, which is unusual for the organization, and is one of the few cases I've been on with more than 2 agents. There was me, a level 2 field agent, Flamingo, level 2 field agent, Recruit Sam, a level 4 field agent, and Trojan, a level 1 field agent. I'd never worked with Flamingo, and Sam was assigned under me for this case. It was his first case. "Oh man, this is nerve-wracking," said Sam. We were driving to a diner nearby from the case location. Here we'd meet with Flamingo and Trojan. "First cases are like that," I said. "Why do they call him Trojan? According to everyone at training, he's a big deal, but no one knew where the name came from." I chuckled. "I'm afraid it's not 'cause he's really cool or anything." "So he's not really cool?" "No, he is. Just ask him and I guarantee he'll show you." The diner looked like every roadside diner you'd ever seen. We usually choose places like this when Trojan and I work together. Man loves 3 things in the world, and the first one is food. Walking in, I saw Trojan, and who I assumed was Flamingo, in a booth. "Pepper, great working with you again," said Trojan. "Nice to meet you both," said Flamingo. They had already ordered food. Trojan knew what I liked. It's confusing, though, for something they deemed so dangerous to send us all out. "Why would they have us bring a recruit?" Flamingo said. "It was a last-minute thing. I haven't even got a case file and was hoping you'd share yours." I said, "Of course." Trojan slid a file across the table. I picked it up first and was shocked at what I was reading. It was a campground and a very popular one. Not the first one I've been to, but this one, from what I was reading, shouldn't even be open. This can't be right, I said. Yeah, I thought it was a mistake too, said Flamingo. 312 missing persons in the last year? This place stayed warm year-round and was very famous. People from all over the world came to visit, but in no world should this place still be open. I handed the file off to Sam, and he seemed just as surprised. You can see why they wanted all of us. Normally they'd just send me, Trojan said. I spent the rest of the meal going over the file with Sam. Arriving at the camp, we were to meet with an organization plant who worked as a forest ranger. The organization placed several people in different national parks. Parks can be a breeding ground for entities. The park grounds surrounded a large, beautiful lake. People were kayaking in it, and everyone around looked like they were having fun. I was just mad they still had it open. I was asked to meet with the ranger while the others unpacked our stuff to put in the cabins we were generously given for the case duration. You fish? I confusedly asked. I know, the name's stupid, he said. Ain't the worst one I've heard, I said. Look, I gotta make this brief. I may work for the organization, but I still got a park to manage, he said. I understand. Something's taking people in the night, and despite my protest, we can't get them to close the place down. It ain't uncommon for people to go missing, but we used to get 20 or so a year, not 300. I don't know why it took the organization so long to send you guys. We have a body that's not the first one found either. It's over in a shed off to the east. We also have someone who claims to have seen some creature in the ranger station. I suggest you all start on those, he said. I appreciate the information. I made my way to the cabin to meet the others. Entering the cabin, I heard Sim ask, "Why do they call you Trojan? It's killing me to know." Flamingo and I started laughing, while Trojan pulled out his wallet. He reached in and pulled out a condom, a Trojan condom. Sim stood there looking mad. You kidding me? Sim said. I dropped this once, and no one would let me live it down, Trojan said. So what, did you screw a flamingo for your name? Sim said. No. Flamingo said, pulling up his pant leg to reveal a flamingo tattoo. So what's your story? Sim said, staring at me. Maybe I'll tell you one day. I shared the information with them. We decided to split. Sim and I would check on the corpse, and the others would interview the person in the station. Sim seemed nervous as we walked up to the shed. I opened it. From what I'd been told, the smell was horrible. Sim threw up. It didn't affect me. The person had several broken bones. Their limbs were bent in a direction that was not possible. Their skin had been somewhat dissolved. I'd seen stuff like this before. The body had been eaten and regurgitated. So it's overeating, I said. How can you tell? Sim said, trying to recover from his nausea. The body has been partially digested, but whatever did this threw up. That leads me to think the creature has always kind of been here. I'm not getting it, Sim said. The park normally gets 40 or so missing persons a year. Most of those are probably from the creature, but this year the missing persons have drastically increased. I don't think that's the fault of the creature. Something's helping it then? Asked Sim. Bingo. We met back with the others to exchange information. According to the person who had seen the monster, several nights ago he watched as a human-like creature with legs that seemed like jellyfish tendrils came from the lake and wrapped its tendrils around the person and pulled them into the lake. Did they mention seeing anyone else? I asked. No, that's all the info they gave us. Said it was too dark to discern anything, said Flamingo. I think we start patrolling the lake at night to see what we can find, said Trojan. I had to take Sim with me. I couldn't let him go on dying. The rest of us split up. We followed the edge of the water. Sim pointed out footprints leading down the lake. We followed them. They led us to a man. Sim foolishly yelled at the man to get down with his gun drawn. The man ran off into the woods and we were unable to follow. I reprimanded him. Where the man was standing, there were imprints in the dirt similar to snake tracks. Trojan found tracks similar to the ones we found. We met back at the cabin close to the morning to discuss our findings, but one of us was missing. Flamingo didn't return. 2 nights passed and we waited for him. Sim looked like he was going insane waiting. He couldn't help but feel guilty, like somehow he was the reason Flamingo went missing. It didn't bother me or Trojan. "We can't keep sitting here waiting," I said. "I agree. We'll head out tonight," Trojan said. Sim didn't like it, and I didn't like him going. Sim's young, and this case seemed too much for a starting case. The night came and I asked Trojan to take Sim. He had much more experience than I. I returned to the spot where we saw the man, and to my surprise he was there. I called out to him, and he turned to me. "The violent one is with you," he said. "I got him working with someone else." "You're here investigating the deaths, aren't you?" I was getting closer to the man. I could pick out his details now. He was normal, with blonde hair and average height, wearing jeans and a blue hoodie. "Do you know anything about them? The deaths, I mean," I said. "I am the one feeding Dagon. Your friend made a great sacrifice." I was a few feet from him now. Did I hear him right? He was feeding the creature and was calling him Dagon, the fish god. Flamingo, that must have been my friend he was talking about. I had my hand on my revolver now. "Goodbye," the man said. Just then I felt something around my ankle. I was being pulled into the lake. I barely had time to take a breath. I fought back against the thing around my ankle. Completely under the water, I could feel the creature enveloping me. Desperately trying to reach for my knife in my belt, I was getting dragged around the bottom of the water and I could tell my arm was bleeding. I could feel the tips of my fingers on the handle of my knife. But once again I was jerked around, moving me away, forcing me to restart the journey to my knife. I got my blade barely. I began stabbing at the tentacles. They let go and I began desperately trying to swim toward the surface. I had no air in my lungs. I was taking in water. Just then another tentacle took me and I had no air to fight back. I thought of Flamingo and how this is what it felt like while he was dying. Light began leaving my eyes, and it wasn't for the angel Trojan I'd be dead. I watched with my final bit of sight as the creature met the blade of the Trojan. I woke up on land to Sim attempting to give me CPR. "You can stop now," I said, coughing up water. "You're alive," he said. I looked over to see Trojan next to the same creature that had taken me. He had filleted the creature, and inside were the remains of Flamingo and 2 others. I didn't know him well, but someone so experienced getting so easily was scary. I didn't even realize the creature was there until it grabbed me, so I could see how it got him. What I didn't notice though was the part. It was a massive 23 feet at least. Each tentacle was almost 10 feet long. It was brown, matching the color of the lake. It had 6 eyes, and its mouth was right above the tentacles. It looked like a squid somewhat, but had fins as well. Never seen anything like it. We began hearing yelling. "No! How could you kill the Lord like that? You'll be punished severely." The voice was cut off by Trojan, who knocked him out. It was the same man I talked to. We called the organization in to clean up the creature. The man was taken in by the organization, where he was interrogated. He admitted to helping feed, which he called Dagon, but claimed he was being controlled by it. If that's true, then it is a first for me. Sim decided to leave the organization, claiming he wasn't cut out for it. I'm glad he left. I wouldn't want him to end up like me. I did almost die, and that reminded me of my humanity. I can't leave the organization at this point. I spent a large part of my life here, and honestly, I can tell I don't have much time left. The Ash Mountain incident may be the most important event in the organization's history. If you tried to find information on it, you wouldn't be able to find it, at least to the event I'm referring to. When I joined the organization I work for, it was one of many at the time that dealt with the unexplainable. The Ash Mountain incident caused the merging of several of the organizations to create the superpower I now work for. If I were to talk about the entirety of the incident in detail, I could write an entire story about just that. Unfortunately, I was not there for the incident, and was merely sent to deal with the aftermath. However, I can give a brief overview of the incident. The Ash Mountain Incident. February 1st, 2014, 3:17 a.m. An unknown entity arrives through a hole producing a dark gray smoke in unnamed national park, and is spotted by a fire tower ranger. The ranger radios to another tower, and both check on the smoke. Upon arriving, they are faced with the creature. Upon making contact, one ranger solidifies into a gray statue. The second ranger touches the first, causing him to turn into an ash cloud. Ranger retreats, calling for local law enforcement. In the meantime, the creature begins making its way toward a nearby campground. One by one, it begins turning people into ash statues. When local law enforcement arrived, the creature already turned 31 people into statues. Law enforcement engages the creature. It turns 5 officers before it's injured and pushed into a nearby fallout shelter where it remains. You just read the basic case info that anyone joining the organization can access, but the paragraph doesn't prepare you for what the place looks like. In the following days, several organizations entered the fallout shelter to go after the creature. 11 days after the incident, I was sent in. I wasn't alone. I was sent with 2 other agents, Trojan and Wolf. Trojan was already a level 1 field agent. Wolf was level 3, and I was still level 4. We were next up on the list to go after the creature, and to prove our organization was on top. We arrived near the entrance of the fallout shelter. The people weren't the only things that were ash. Trees, flowers, grass, anything living around the area had been turned into an ash statue, like a raging forest fire had moved through the area. We made our way towards the bunker entrance. It was a large metal hatch on the ground. Looks like a cellar. Are we sure it's a fallout shelter? Wolf said. We lifted the hatch. After you, pretty lady, Trojan said. Ha ha, you're so funny, I said, heading down the ladder below the hatch. When I reached the bottom, I yelled, I don't see anything. My sentence was cut off by the hatch slamming. I flipped on my flashlight and began scanning around me, the light scanning over the multiple ash statues of people. Alright, open up. I looked up only to see the ceiling was much shorter than it should have been, and the hatch was gone. I was alone amongst the ash statue. I was sure that I would be the next to grace them. I was shocked by the amount of people down here. These were all members of organizations similar to what I worked for. They were all experienced in this field, yet they all were caught and killed by this creature. What scared me was their faces, the pure look of agony upon them. I could tell their death was painful, and the way they died froze that look into place. You could still smell the burnt skin and hair. I found myself needing clarification with the fallout shelter itself. It was an older design, like something from the 50s. I wondered why it was so far out in the woods. The nearest town was more than 45 minutes away. a rich family-owned part of the mountain, and had for some time. Way back before the 50s, they built it. The layout didn't make sense. Most fallout shelters aren't entire facilities underground, but that's what this was, a facility. The long hallways were still powered by the faint light of dying light bulbs, like the place had been somewhat maintained, even though the cobwebs and dirt signs of life remained. One room I came across had a makeshift living space, a bed made of cardboard, a lantern, blankets, old food, and water. Someone was living down here. Something other than the ash entity. Whoever it was, most likely taken by the entity. Just another statue among the rows of others. The whole place seemed like something you'd dream about, like a maze. Hallways lead to nowhere, rooms that seem pointless and constantly ongoing. Between the dim light bulbs and my flashlight, I had a decent amount of light, a welcome change to most of the cases I had been on. Of course, that didn't last long. Suddenly my flashlight went out. The light bulbs followed soon after. Now I was in complete darkness. Darkness can do a lot to the human brain. When you are in complete darkness, your body has no concept of time. In my head, hours passed, but I couldn't tell you how long I was down there. On top of that, it's not uncommon for governments to use it as a torture technique. When your brain has no sense of what it's seeing, it causes it to fill in the blanks. Isolation causes you to hallucinate. You add the two together, and you get a real bad time. Soon my head started playing tricks on me, and suddenly I could feel things moving around me. I tried talking myself out of it, telling myself there wasn't anything there. But the problem was something was down here with me. Something had to take the lights out in the first place. I had 36 bullets on me, and 6 more in the gun. I could use that light to give a brief view of the room, but that came with risk. Not much ammo, and I could easily hit something, and the bullet could ricochet. I weighed it, but the risk was worth it. I decided to shoot down the way I thought I came from. One shot gone, giving me such a brief glimpse of light, but it was enough to see the ash demon 20 feet away. I didn't know how quick it was or how easily it could kill me. It waited this long to attack me, so something was stopping it. During the initial fights with police, it was rumored it was injured, and that's why it made its way to the shelter. Not many creatures you meet in this career fear firearms, but this one did, and that was the only advantage I had. I shot one more time where the creature had been seen. Just like I thought, it was scared of the gun. It retreated further into the darkness. The lights came back on once it was gone, leading to the theory it was the one controlling the lights. With the lights back on, I reloaded my revolver and went back to freely roaming the facility. I'd been counting the ash statues. 112 people dead. We were all sent in with barely any information, sent to die from the higher-ups. But the naive me didn't think that he was to focus on killing the creature for the glory of the organization. If I could go back now, I'd slap that kid and tell him to move on with his life, and that this wasn't his calling. But no, I'm that kid, and I gotta live with my choices. 112 naive kids in there, and only through a miracle that I wasn't 113. I saw it again staring at me from just beyond the light of the room. It didn't take out the lights this time. I watched it figure out what it was taking. I couldn't make out the details besides what I had seen from the flash of the firearm earlier. Looked just like the ash statues around me, but it was gray instead of black. I aimed the revolver at it and shot, missing. It came at me dulling, but not taking out the lights. I choose not to fight, but to run. Every once in a while I look back and shoot at it. It was quick, but I had the speed advantage. I was going further into the facility. I turned a corner, tripped over a statue. It exploded into ash, and I was on the ground. It came at me. I shot it and hit its stomach. It was hurt, but knocked the gun out of my hand. I was hopeless, and just then the hatch opened above me. I hadn't even realized I'd made it back to the entrance. The ash demon began to burn and burst into its ash cloud. It died that easily. The light was what hurt, and I realized why it cut the lights in the first place. It didn't come in here 'cause it was hurt, just 'cause it was dark. I looked up to see Trojan and Wolf. I was covered in ash. "Did you kill it?" Wolf said. "Kinda." They took me out of there. I couldn't wait to shower and get all the ash off of me. Trojan stopped, though, to get me something to eat. I was down there for 3 hours, so he figured I must be hungry. He handed me some cheese fries. When I looked down at them, some ash fell from my hair right into it. Then, looking at the black dust, I couldn't figure out if it was human or the creature. "I don't think I'm hungry," I said, looking at my food. Trojan looked at it too. "What, you scared of some pepper?" Wolf said, trying to make a joke out of it. Trojan liked the joke, and for the rest of the ride, they began calling me Pepper. Guess the name just stuck. I hate that name. Hello. I'll keep this part swift. Unfortunately, I am not the man you know as Pepper. If you have read the previous parts, you have at least heard of me. People call me Mouse. But I'm not here to tell you my story. I won't keep you in the dark. Pepper is dead. I wish I could say he got out, that he went on to have a normal life and he was no longer haunted by his work. But no, he died how he lived, buried in his work. I'm loyal to the organization I work for, and I will be to the end. So loyal that I thought about not putting this out, and even after deciding I would not use my code name. But I guess in the end, I was more loyal to my friend. Pepper kept notes of all his cases. Some of the stories you read were straight out of his journal, and I'm almost surprised that he didn't make the stories as long as they are in his journal. But I understand why he didn't. This one's gonna be longer than the rest. This one comes straight out of his journal. It's his final case that got him in the end. It was an honor to be a part of. Pepper's journal. Only a couple days have passed since the last case. The organization already called me in for another one. This one was different. I walked into the same meeting I'd been in so many times before, ready to be sent on another near-death experience. Before getting my case report, I was handed something else. The director slid me a little gift box. I was confused. Was it my birthday or anniversary? I don't keep track of that stuff anymore. I opened it and was shocked. "Congratulations, Pepper," the director said. "I never thought I'd live to see this day," I said. It was a badge similar to the one I always kept on me, but with one key difference. This one said Level 1 Field Agent. That made me one of 4 agents in the organization with that rank. With that, I was given a case file. It was another unusual one I was leading. Not the first one I've led, but this one allowed me to choose 2 agents of any rank to come join me. Of course, I chose Trojan. He was the number 1 agent in the organization, and one of the few I knew I could trust. For the other one, I wanted Mouse with me. Even with his lack of arm and eye, he was still one of the smartest guys I knew. Through experience, I've noticed something. It doesn't matter if you are Christian, or if you are a Buddhist, or if you follow Norse mythology in some capacity, they are all right. That even includes the demonic. You may think that's a little silly, but I've seen demons and I've killed them. But the problem with fighting them is if you do not believe that a cross will kill them, then it won't. That's the struggle of making yourself believe. You might think that after doing it once, you will be fine to do it again, but it's not that simple. Demons are the easiest things to identify for organizations. Unlike everything else, we deal with the purely in it for the sport to make you feel pain. So when the case file said most likely a demonic force, I got ready to fight a demon. Guns, knives, and explosives are all useless. Just like that, I stood in front of the site with both Mouse and Trojan. We all had nothing but a cross in our hands. I never believed in religion, until I got this job, Mouse said. I don't think there are biblical demons, more like a monster that was born from the idea we have of demons, Trojan replied. Looking at him, you'd think he was nothing but a meathead, but he was often very insightful. So you don't believe in the afterlife? Mouse asked. I'd rather there not be one, Trojan said. The site was a mansion, a modern one. Some rich guy lived there at some point, but he's been missing for some time. His disappearance was investigated by local authorities who were attacked. There was only one survivor. He described what they were fighting as a humanoid, constantly shifting his form. Bullets didn't do anything to it. They could move the room around them. It constantly changed the layout of the mansion like it was trying to keep them stuck there. We opened the door and the mansion was beautiful. Marbled floors, several large glass windows couldn't be seen through, and a large, gorgeous chandelier. We keep together, we split. It kills us all. I say. You act like we ain't ever killed a demon, Trojan replies. Doesn't matter. This one feels different. Lead the way, Mouse says. I take a marker and begin marking the room we go through as we wander the mansion. This paid off. I saw one of the mini marks I put on the next rows we went in. We were traveling in a straight line through the room, although we'd come back to the room we'd been in. I then traveled backward into the room we had just come from. It was different. It was already shifting rooms and we hadn't seen it yet, but this proved it had limits. It couldn't add new rooms, just rearrange what was already there. Journal end. At this point, Pepper stopped writing. He was always putting down notes in his journal. He wrote everything down. I asked him once why he did it. Why did he have to document everything? He said someday someone's gonna read it, and maybe my experience can save them. That's the man he was, always thinking of others. It was unusual that he stopped writing. I guess he knew what was coming. From this point on, the events of the day are from my point of view. I had come to the same conclusion that it was in the room with us, and before we could figure out what it could be, I watched as Trojan. No, his real name was Michael Avernatch. I watched as the strongest man I have ever met, the man that seemed unkillable, was punctured through the chest, right through his heart. And if there was a God, he blessed that man, 'cause not even that could bring him down. He swiped around, pulling the cross from his belt. The end of it was pointed. He shoved it down at the demon. It dodged back, placing itself into the next room. Demons aren't what you think they are. The red humanoid isn't accurate. They're more of a shifting mass of gray goo that can change its shape. This one hid in the shadows of the curtain, perfectly forming in the shape of the shadow. You alright? Pepper asked Trojan. I've had worse, he replied. At first, I thought the wound had hit his heart, but it narrowly missed. It didn't seem to affect, even as blood poured down his chest. He stood there as if nothing had happened. We went in the direction after it. I've never seen that before, Pepper said. Seen what? I asked. A demon like that. They're smart, but not so smart as to shape themselves into a shadow. This one is far beyond anything I've dealt, Pepper said. On top of that, they're not ambush predators. Those things feed on fear, Trojan replied. I'll admit it, in my career I've never met or dealt with a demon, so I'm not very knowledgeable on what they're like, but I got what they're saying. It's not a demon, is it? I said. They didn't answer, but the silence was enough for me. It meant we were even more underpowered than we thought. The one weapon we thought we had, the cross, was useless and was just a knife. It can shift form, it can control the area around us, and its look can be mistaken for what we know as a demon. That left me with one other theory. It's a copy, I said. Copies are monsters that are ambush predators, and they are devilishly smart. They have a unique trait in that they can take the form of any non-living thing, but can take the form of living things if one condition is met. They have to eat whatever creature they are mimicking. But from there, they can make the noise, they have the looks, and can even take on the memories of the creature they ate. If I ate a demon, it would solve every question but one. How is it shifting the building? Pepper said. My theory didn't account for that, but at the same time, copies aren't necessarily strong creatures, especially compared to demons. A few bullets should take them down, but the police officer said guns were useless. Demons are otherworldly. You think a copy eating one could change its biology, Trojan said. We have no way of killing it. We need to attempt to leave, Pepper said. No, I got a way to kill it, Trojan responded. Pepper looked down like he knew exactly what he meant, but despite my prodding, neither would tell me. We came across it again in the same room where the mansion began with the beautiful chandelier. It was in its normal form now, what you'd expect a copy to look like, a skinless man running on all fours. When they were in this form, they were much stronger and faster. Trojan squared it up, but instead of fighting, he stood there and let it take him, giving both of us a smile as he did so. The way I wish I could explain how it unhinged its jaws and swallowed him whole. I'd worked with him a few times, and Trojan was always one to fight. He was unnaturally strong and durable. He could take a hit no man could. He gave up. I stood there terrified. No, he gave us a fighting chance, Pepper said. I didn't understand at the time what that meant. It was only after the case was over that I was able to look into Trojan's file. It made sense where his unnatural abilities came from. He was born into a cult that worshipped a large fly-like being they called the One. When he turned 18, he was given as sacrifice to this creature, but instead of willingly dying to it, he chooses to fight. During the fight, he managed to kill it, and the creature's blood mutated his DNA, giving him his intense strength and durability, and his blood. That any time an unexplainable creature took from his blood, they were severely weakened. Pepper never told me this, but it's clear to me how he knew. Just in case you're wondering, after Trojan left the cave of the creatures, he turned on the cult and killed them all. Sometime later, he was found by the organization. His blood was potent. Shortly after he was gone, the creature began to writhe in pain. Pepper took no time to let it recover, charging at it with his crucifix blade. Before he had reached it, the creature shifted the room. Suddenly we were falling toward the ceiling. I landed inches from the chandelier glass, shattered, and I fell among it. It cut into my good arm, making my body even more useless than it already was. At that moment, I thought, why? I don't know why Pepper brought me. There was better options than me. I tried pressing my feet, but the damage to my body was too much. I was losing a lot of blood. Focused on attempting to stop the more dangerous holes, I looked over to see Pepper. More cut than I, but he wasn't deterred. He held a piece of the shattered chandelier. The copy was much more weakened than I previously thought. He fell to the ceiling with us and was cut by the shattered glass of the chandelier, but it wasn't moving. Pepper took the glass, standing over it. He stabbed the glass straight into the creature's head. Just at that moment, the glass met with the head of the copy. It turned its hand into the same blade that stabbed Trojan, but unlike Trojan, it didn't miss the heart. It all happened in a second as both of them stabbed each other. Unable to move my legs, I crawled to him, desperately clinging to the hope I could save my friend. He fell to his back. I made it to him. I took my phone, calling for backup, telling him it will be okay. Someone was gonna save him. He grabbed my hand and stared at me, and at that moment I knew he didn't want to be saved. I tried to hold back tears as he told me, "Don't worry, I got some people waiting for me." At that moment, Ken Dean Olson, otherwise known as Pepper, was dead. I wouldn't bother trying to figure out anything about him. As far as I can tell, the organization already scrubbed him from all records. A ceremony was held for him and Trojan, and it was a lot for everyone who knew them. Demons are the easiest thing to identify for organizations. Unlike everything else, we deal with them purely in it for the sport, to make you feel pain. So when the case file said it was most likely a demon force, I got ready to fight a demon. Guns, knives, and explosives are all useless. Just like that, I stood in front of the site with both Mouse and Trojan. We all had nothing but a cross in our hands. And his friend, once again.